Good morning, everybody. You're on Duff TV. It's the Kookaburra. It's the KFC. It's everything. It's the SCA Grand Final. You've got Aaron Roberts and John Anning joining you in the commentary box. We've got the Duffettes, Duff High up on the Clennetts, Mitre 10, Scissor Lift, Ben Duffy on the side-on angle, Jero doing the pots and pans, and John, couple of things. A massive rematch of last year's Grand Final, the two best teams in the comp. Wellington going for 3. We've got a massive game down the road, which is about 3 of your drop punts, John, at KG5. We've got another Brownlow medalist playing at the home of Football in the North. But it's all about cricket in footy season, and welcome to you, mate.
Thanks, Aaron. It's really excited to be here today for the replay of last year's Grand Final, where Wellington actually came from 4th to knock off a very, very dominant Weily Park side in last season's competition, and I'm excited to see whether Weily Park can turn that around.
There's so much to like about both sides. So the Rockers will open it up. Their captain will start at the top end of the ground, and I should say the Kings will open it up. And there's the teams that are here today. So there's lots to like. There's plenty of batters in both sides. The Muir's at the top along with Manson, who's had a fantastic season for Wellington, and on the home deck too, John, and it's got some quirks, this venue.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the biggest small grounds in the competition, Peach, we spoke about earlier, and it's just it's graded, you know, so the ball really does tend to fly down to the shopping centre end, that's for sure. So expect to see a lot of fireworks down that side of the ground. So
Jag Singh is expected, the all-rounder, the captain, will open the bowling, and we know he can move the ball. I think their decision, so they've won the toss. I think their decision, though, for the Kings is that they think it's going to swing early.
That's right. Jag earlier in the earlier interview did identify that.
So we're away. Muir, so often the professional at the top of the order, and there's that swing. And a run to start with. It's a little wide from Jag as that one hooped away from the right-hander's bat.
A little wide's probably a little bit complimentary there, Peach, but you're right. It did swing quite a bit straight out of the hand, which is, to be fair, what he was hoping for. So let's see how he can control this next one.
So Mark McGonan and Daniel Muir are the two openers for Wellington. Aerial, and that will get the scoreboard ticking away an early boundary and an early strike from Muir.
He'll be pretty happy to get away there, and you can see there that ball really does fly down the hill to the shorter boundary, and I think, you know, that's just a nice little confidence boost for Daniel Muir, who's had a very, very strong year. It really is the top order from Wellington, which has scored a bulk of their runs, outside a couple of cameos from players that have come in.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of risk. It was very scoopy, wasn't it? Bottom hand style from Muir, but that's his style, and he knows this ground so well.
Absolutely.
Now, last week, second grade, different venue. That was a sort of topsy-turvy game, but now we've got the big players, and it always seems to be Wellington find a way to make finals, don't they, John? They're such a strong top-end club.
They're incredibly strong, and I think they might have only missed the finals once in the last many years.
Now that's edging, and a race. It was in the air for a little while. Right hand. It's going to go close to the line. We'll just mention the dimensions of Eady Street. It's around 50 metres square of the wicket from where the pitch is. Down the grounds, it's closer to about 75 metres from the middle, and it's downhill to the offside in that first over, but straight away we're seeing the ball swinging.
We certainly are seeing swinging to the left-handed, Mark McConnon here. Jag Singh will be really looking to hone into those stumps and, you know, for a solid LBW opportunity, I'm sure. Had an indifferent year, Mark McConnell. Hasn't quite probably made the runs he would like to have done, and probably told people that he was going to make, to be fair.
So just a slip in play. They're probably sitting at around about a second slip. Maybe even nearly a second and a half in a gully as well, and there's that length delivery. So the weather's good at the moment. There was a chance of a very minor shower coming across Hobart this morning. It didn't eventuate, however. You never know this time of year. It's quite still, no wind, expecting a top of 19 degrees. The biggest issue in late March, though, John, is dew. And they've actually extended the grand finals in the SCA a few years ago to starting at 11 to prevent the dew being a factor. That's actually gone the other way. There we go. You can see his wrist position. If we can get a replay on that G-man, you see the Jag with his wrist position at the end just changing. It's quite obvious, but swung very late.
Just watching, he surprised Mark McConnell a little bit there too. Just swinging the opposite way to Jag's first 3 or 4 deliveries. Just caught him by surprise.
Now, there's real opportunities here for McConnell to flick through the leg, and they've just got the 3 on the leg, 1 behind in the ring. And he's clearly aiming for the pads, isn't he?
He does look like he's honing in there on either McConnell's stumps or his front pad, that's for sure. You mentioned the state of the dew, Peach, before, and this ground is probably as in good a condition as I've seen for a grand final in a long, long while. Last year we saw heavy dew out at Weily Park at this time of year, and it took a long while to get that dry enough to play on, but here we haven't had to touch it for the morning.
First over gone. It's a reasonable start here. Muir's got 7. McConnell facing a couple of challenging deliveries from Jagik Singh there. First over finished, and the next one's away.
We're going to see Antapreet Singh here from the commentary end, I think we might call it. Had a good year, taking 13 wickets. Generally opens the bowling and keeps things nice and tight.
Yeah, he's going to be full and not overly express either. Antapreet Singh as the keeper coming up to the stumps and back of the length.
Solid delivery, great length, and just a little bit of swing again for Antapreet here. Bringing that slip and that gully right into play.
So as we mentioned, it's a repeat or a rematch, I think is the technical term, of last year's SCA Grand Final. It is, though, the home of Wellington this time, whereas the Kings, the advantage last year, also finished on top. That's a juicy half volley. And Muir restrained himself, although he does have good decision-making, Daniel Muir, on that occasion. He kept within himself.
I think it was probably the right play in the end to let that go, because that did swing away significantly. And I'm surprised there's not more than the one slip here. The Kings are just being a little bit not as aggressive as I thought they might have been in the first couple of overs of a grand final. Look how wide that slip is. Yeah,
it's nearly you'd nearly call him a fine gully, wouldn't you? It's kind of like nearly 2 gullies in play. The challenge for Antapreet Singh to get to first slip is he's not bowling express, and if he's going to bowl full, you can kind of tell why that sort of gully third slip is their decision. It is a strong offside field. There is a player deep, though, sweeping on the leg side for one. That's going to be a bit fuller, so he's certainly going to aim at the pads at some stage.
Shown very good control here, Antapreet, in the first 4 deliveries. All 4 deliveries around that same line, swinging away. I just wonder if he's got the one that swings back in his artillery here to try and catch Muir by surprise.
Other than the swing, John, we'll just have a chat at the end of this delivery. The decision to bowl first from the Kings, your thoughts on that?
I think that I spoke to Jag after the toss, and they just really wanted to take advantage of the conditions and the swinging ball, which is, to be fair, we're only 2 overs in, but it's looked a good decision. I just think that runs on the board in the grand final, personally, is the way that 9 out of 10 teams would go.
That's the end of a very tidy over. It was a maiden for Antapreet Singh from his first over, generally a pretty good economy rate. So 2 gone here in the SCA Grand Final, and we're none for 8.
Bowled a couple of very drivable deliveries, Antapreet, which I think is probably his goal, to get Muir sort of pushing at one, but Daniel Muir showed incredible restraint there in the second over of the match to not swing the bat at one of them.
Yeah, he's a pretty consistent scorer, Muir. He doesn't go big, maybe like a couple of the other players can do. He'll be the glue initially in this side, and I suppose McConnell will try and find out of a bit of a rut for him. Maybe it's an interesting one to see him, but the left-hand, right-hand's good, I think. As the keeper now coming up to the stumps for Jag and wide down leg.
He has had a great year with the bat, Daniel Muir. Like he scored 469 runs with the 450s, but he generally always gets a start, you know. So he gets the Wellington boys off to a good start most weeks.
There's the one. That's not a swing ball. That's a push across and slightly changing the fingers there, Jag, to get that one just to go across. I reckon that's more dangerous than the one that swings for McConnell, and that would bring in the slip cord. And there's also a sort of it's a strange spot here. We've just got a shot now. The player left in the very deep sort of third man. Not really a true gully.
I think he's clearly there for the one that McConnell really has a go at and gets that top edge too, with the ball swinging away a little bit. That's exactly what Jag's trying to get. He's showed us all his tricks so far. He showed us a way swing from the right hand or a way swing from the lefty, the straight one, the in swing to the lefty.
So not many bad deliveries so far at the start of this grand final. One full one got whacked by Muir, but it was risky as he scooped it over the infield down towards the hill. But since then it's been very tight. There's the one that comes back in and it's squirted out behind square for a single.
And I reckon that's the dangerous delivery for Mark McConnell there. That is the one that swings back in late, really aiming at that middle stump line.
The other thing is it's a little, I was going to say a bit more pace, but it's the high arm action and the late fly to the ball, which just makes it more challenging for the batters to pick up.
He's a deceptively tall lad, Jag Singh. So he does come from quite a height when he lets the ball go.
Oh, Wowry Patel behind the stumps has snavelled that one and taken the bails off. Muir was okay, but let's see the replay. Swift work here from Ravi Patel. That's a beautiful take. And it was nearly one of those ones we had a delay taking the stumps. Muir might have actually tumbled over and lost his balance, but he just got his foot stationary and stuck down behind the crease.
What it is a fantastic piece of wicket keeping to get over there to the leg side. It would have been blocked by Muir. Was able to pick the ball up when he got across there. And
you've done many of those over your journey, John, those leg side stumpings?
Well, just a couple. I just try and get something on those and tap them down to fine leg, generally.
Now Muir just pulling out. There's a player just moving to the right, yeah. There's a defence. So this fence is a little newer. It goes now all the way around. It used to just be part way around the ground at, what would you say, 3.5 metres high maybe. Maybe it's even 4 metres high.
Yeah, it got extended this year. Or last year maybe.
They're going to take a leg by. McConnell was quick to call that one through. Yeah, so those that don't know this ground, it's a pretty well-known ground in the SCA. One, there's been finals here in Wellington, a big club, but it's, as I said, there's a Eady Street, which is, I'd say, 60 metres from the centre wicket, which isn't a long hit with modern bats. There it is there. You've got the village cinemas and the shopping centre and etc. And we commentated a T20 grand final here maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and there was multiple shots. One missed multiple vehicles. I should say multiple vehicles missed, and one went onto the roof.
Yeah.
Of the shopping centre. At the moment, it's reasonably calm. The biggest issue is you parked the car, but the fence is good now. Protects your car. That one works away from McConnell, the left-hander.
Just trying to get the feel for the game here. McConnell hasn't played a rash shot yet. Survived a couple of big in-swinging York type deliveries. And he'll be the batsman, I think, to really take his time through the innings and allow the Muirs and Isaac Manson to bat around him.
So settling in, you may be now thinking Jagat Sin's changed his strategy, and I say this should be another slip in, but the reason it's not, they do want to just keep the flow of runs down. They're setting up McConnell, I think, for an LB. So he's actually pushing more deliveries away, and he's maybe sitting for the straight one.
He does also like to drive in the air through that offside, and we can see that we've got the cover, two covers really, one close and one back on the ring for that lofted cover drive.
So there was the attempted one that swung, but down leg. So just missing the trajectory that it would have liked Jag. He's done 2 overs. We're 3 in. An interesting start, a bit of cat and mouse so far in the grand final as both teams trying to settle in. And there's some of the fans, the young Wellington kids, parents and grandparents and various people are here. There's a nice little buzz already around Eady Street.
As you said, Pete, just a quiet start today. We've had 1 shot down to the boundary for 4 runs, and other than that, both batsmen I think have been very watchful to some quality bowling. I think the ball has swung as the Kings would have wanted it to, and we'll see if Antipree can continue after a really fantastic first over.
Right, so that's just a little short. It gets through the infield. It will cover the distance. Oh no, last minute the foot gets down on the ball and Pramdajot Kang in the end retrieves it and returns. That was a little shorter, but I think there was 3 like that in the last over, wasn't there? But that's Simon Collins pretty much said, we get one back of a length, I'm going to have a crack.
Yeah, that'll be bread and butter for Nathan Muir if he keeps bowling that length. He just doesn't have the pace to be bowling back of a length and a breed here, so he's going to want to get that just a little bit fuller, a little bit more drivable.
Yeah, that was a teaser. And there's a quick run as Muir was off. McConnell was a little late and he got through. Sorry, that was Muir on strike, the right hand. Good push and run. You've got to keep the energy going, don't you, as a batting pair early doors?
You're doing a grand final, and Jag Singh is back on the ring there at mid off there, and he's not the quickest of movers. So I think that if they can push the ball straight at him, there'll be one there all day.
I don't know what the rules are in the SCA relating to jumper numbers, but Robin Binda, 2626, is that the start of his phone number? That's a considerable shirt number. We'll see him some time, probably with the bat, I reckon, in hand. But
it is fantastic. I always say you've got to think you're a good player to have 3 numbers on your back. I think Chris Gale might have started it back in the day, but I don't know how good you think you are to have 4 numbers on your back. I imagine he wanted 26 and couldn't get it.
So going around the wicket is Antipreet Singh into the left hand of McConnell.
Interesting that he's gone straight around the wicket to McConnell.
Clearly a plan prior to the game, wasn't it?
Absolutely. He hasn't tried to really hone in on McConnell's pads like Jag Singh has from the other end. He just might be worried about his lack of pace maybe in the, McConnell's ability to whip off his legs.
And that's off the pads, I'd say. And there is the man there, Robin Binder, doing the running from the infield. Also realised today, John, we've got to be careful, no picking the nose, mate, because we're actually on camera. I don't know when it's going to be shot. We've got the green screen behind us today. It's gone next level.
We'll have to be careful.
Yeah. So g'day everyone out there. Peach and John in the box watching another SCA Grand Final. We've got a view of Kanani, Mount Wellington, right out of the van, Duff high up, covering up with this wonderful shot, Ben Duffy side on. We've got everything here to make this as a good as experience it can be for those that are either watching wherever you're watching or those that will most likely review the game if they play well or if their team wins.
Well, you're probably right. I wonder how many times Molesworth boys from last week have watched the Duff TV coverage from the second grade grand final.
Voices, your voices through their ears as they go to bed. So the right-hander, Muir, just making a bit of movement. It was a good shot. There's a run on. He's going to be close.
I think he's out.
I think he's gone. Muir is being run out trying to knock that ball through backward point. The fielder went to his left. It was a brilliant pick-up. Throw straight to the keeper's hands. And what a way to get dismissed in a grand final.
Just not quite sure what's happened there. Daniel Muir has hit that straight to the fieldsman and taken off for a run. Like that's just a little bit unusual.
I assume McConnell sent him back because Muir quickly turned and dived back into the crease. The throw was brilliant, right to the hands of Ravi, the keeper, who, Ravi Patel, we'll see it here. It was straight to the fielder. Brilliant. Easily out. Antipreet Singh there in the foreground, celebrating an early blow. And having played in a few grand finals and nailed a few run-outs, it gets the team going.
Absolutely. And funnily enough, the first grade grand final started exactly the same way as the second grade grand final did yesterday last week we had a farcical run out nearly for the Milesworth Cricket Club in the first couple of overs, and that's not far off the same.
We might not get a shot of what McConnell was doing if he quickly sent Muir back, but Muir certainly turned. But literally, the fielder went straight to him. He didn't even have to move either side. I thought initially he went to his left-hand side. It wasn't the case. As here we go. Once again, it was just making a bit of movement. There's the shot. Well, that's a very strange. He actually was ball watching as well. That is a very strange. He must have thought it was getting past him.
I wonder if he's seen McConnell take a few steps and really start to accelerate his run before being sent back.
So Muir for Muir. One's gone, one's in.
I wonder if we've got a shot of that from the side on camera. We should have a fantastic view of what went on there.
Yeah, we'll just remind, we've got our producer, Jerry. He's got a bit to work on today, so we'll keep it pretty easy for him if he can manage whatever he can do. Because usually when there's 4 cameras today, let everybody know this is how good this setup is on Duff TV today. It's full. It's top tier. And suddenly a little bit of excitement from the Kings as they lift in their motivation and an early wicket and a run out in a granny. Not the greatest way to start.
What it has done is brought Nathan Muir to the crease, who is a big-time player, does have a tendency to make runs when it really does matter for the Wellington Cricket Club.
Made an 80, was it 80 last year?
Something big, yep.
Maybe it was 60 odd in the end, and that's defended by McConnell, a bit more back of a length as both the right-hand Kings players going round the wicket to the left hand of McConnell. So going back, we've got 4 cameras, Duff on up, we've got us here, we've got everything going on. It's a great setup today, and we've got pre-interviews. We're going to go to interviews later on, John. We've got a little pre-record at the start. It's great advertisement for, well, that one was nearly cuttable. He decided to restrain himself.
I think he'll remain a little bit more watchful just for a little while now, McConnell, especially if he did have a role to play in that run out. He'll really want to dig in now and put a score on the board.
There's never a run, I don't think, John, ever in history where it's 100% one player. I don't think ever, really. It's always got both players to have a role in the decision. But a quick no, loud no from McConnell would have probably sent Muir back a bit quicker. And length delivery now from Jagik Singh. Stopped full the ball. Now he's back of a length.
Been a fine spell so far. The first two and or nearly 3 overs from Jag Singh. Doesn't tend to bowl long spells, so it'll be interesting to see how many he bowls here before, going to his other options.
So he's really waiting in that full one. Doesn't really have the field for the flick, although that one did go close-ish to the player in the ring in mid-on.
Did just notice there also the ball. He's not getting the ball to swing like he's from around the wicket than he did when he was bowling over the wicket. So I do wonder if it's the right call to go around the wicket. Just removes a couple of, I think, wicket-taking options for him, especially when the ball's swinging early.
Massive shout out to our sponsors of the Southern Cricket Association, KFC, Kookaburra, Clennett Hire, using that in advance today in the Cricket Hub as well. And this game, we're on FrogBox too, so we're getting the score straight through FrogBox, which is great.
A couple of Warriors faithful there who pride themselves on being a family club, I think, here at Wellington.
We also had some great messages from some celebrities for Wellington 2 going for the 3-peat. We'll see how we can go with getting a few of those celebrity messages up a little later. Muir on strike, defending. Strong offside field. Actually, in fact, it's nearly the identical field, isn't it? Here for Nathan Muir than it was for Daniel.
I think he really is looking to bowl that nearly drivable length with the ball swinging away, just to either catch the edge or to get the lofted shot, the miss hit.
That's nicked. I thought he hit it.
Geez, a nice delivery regardless.
Well, the response from the bowler was of some excitement. And looking at Ravi Patel, that's there a little tickle on that. The only thing we don't have a stunt mic or a stunt camera. That's a bit beyond us.
Next year.
I maybe did miss the bat.
He's missed that by the way.
I just heard a little noise, but I think there may have been a little gap between the willow and the ball. Oh, the straight one. It's a good little setup. It's a really nice battle. Nathan Muir will work his way into the innings. He won't play rash. He's a very good decision maker. Loves big occasions. Very intense, isn't he, on the cricket field?
Yes, indeed.
And we've got a bowler who is definitely into song with a clear plan here against the number 3 for Wellington.
He's up and about, Antiprete. He's got a ball past the outside edge a couple of times.
But his control is great. It's his length that is even better. Nothing really to drive. And the one that was a little bit shorter resulted in a wicket and a run out. He's on the money. We're in the 6th over. We nearly got to 20. It's 1 for 19. You're on Duff TV here. SCA Grand Final here from Eady Street.
Antiprete has proven all year that he does have very good control, only bowling the 10 wides in the whole of the season, which is a fantastic effort.
Really good cricket from Muir. Gets himself away in the granny. Score tickles over to 20. Now, the ground here, as we mentioned, 50 metres exactly either side of the wicket, which is the minimum standards for a sort of this level of cricket, actually, from Cricket Australia. So it meets that. It's got the fence as well. But it does drop, doesn't it? So at the moment, McConnon's offside. So not to the left as Duff will pan across to the right. There is a considerable drop down towards the right-hand side of the screen. So it isn't just short, it's also fast.
It is, and there is actually just a ridge about 5 metres past the ring too. If the batsman can get it over the ridge, it does have a tendency to pick up speed.
I've actually said it also bobble up too for fielders. It's an awkward spot, like a ridge on a putting green even. As McConnor now with Antiprete Singh round the wicket. A teaser for the left-hander. Another over gone. 1 for 20 after 6.
Really solid over there from Antiprete, and I think he'll clearly continue in the competition while the ball is swinging, especially while there's a right-handed batsman out of the crease.
So we'll just quickly recap. We had a win of the toss to Weily Park Kings, and they elected to have a field. A pretty steady start, only the one boundary in the first 6 overs, but the big moment was Daniel Muir, who clipped one to point straight to the fielder. He took off, he got sent back, he spun around, but it was a great bit of fielding, and he's making a bit of movement. Well, McConnor was a fair way down, but I mean, that's just normal, isn't it? You're on the move when you're a non-striker, and only one stump left in play. And the scores now just moved to 20. McConnor on 4 off 17, and Nathan Muir, who's just come to the crease, he's just on 1.
It was a nice bit of fielding, that run out from the Kings. We did ask them earlier whether they focus a real lot on fielding and catching after last week's debacle, and they said that is a key focus area for them.
Searching nudge from Nathan Muir. Length ball. Now let's see if Jagat Singh prepared to get an outswinger going. So the offside at the moment, 2 fielders sort of square the wicket in a point and a cover point. There's a 2.5 slip. There's I suppose a square gully, the cover, and a very square mid-off in play. No protection on the off, so they're attacking to a certain degree in keeping runs down, but not really attacking in catching positions here, John.
No, they're not. I think we said it earlier that they are being just a little bit careful in where their field is placed and not being overly aggressive, especially with the swinging ball.
It's probably just a risk versus reward you need to take in a grand final. Yeah, they've got the run out. Do they now attack here because they get Nathan Muir? It's on their hands, isn't that, to be right on top in this game?
I think what they're looking probably to do is build a bit of pressure early. You know, the run rate is a significant factor in a grand final, especially when you're batting you're batting first. And if it gets a bit low early, the Wellington club will have a lot of work to do later on to really catch that up.
The other thing, they played quite a lot together, these two teams. There's actually a lot of respect between the two sides, but they know Nathan Muir. They know that he'll be patient early. I can see a little bit more aggression here and another slip coming into play. They, just for the next 5 or 6 deliveries even, try and get him out nicking, get him driving. At the moment, it's relatively comfortable. And maybe it's a case where some balls just stop swinging after 5 overs, don't they? There's the other challenge with these white Kookaburras.
Especially the white ball. And I think that, when the ball does stop swinging, we might see the Weily Park Kings go to 1 or 2 of their spinners early to try and snag one of those wickets.
It's a very pale pitch here too. Indication that it's a little bit of older synthetic. Not sure when it was last relayed, but that was a back of a length probing over with no real flurry of shots as Muir remains on 1.
It is on the older side, the synthetic at this ground. What they have got now is a fantastic new change room that the
pavilion, yes.
The Wellington club partnered with the council to build. Remove the substandard change rooms that were on the other side of the ground that would have been there last time Duff TV covered a
look,
game
and for those, when John says substandard, he's actually being very generous. Now, it was a nice cosy little bar. They had a little spot there, but I've got to say the facilities for the bathroom was below standard.
Putrid, nearly?
Yeah, that's a fair shout. Yeah, it was putrid. There's the angle. So went a bit more round than Ravi Patel to try and get that one, just to come back into the left-hander.
I'd really love to see Andy Preet just try and bowl a couple of deliveries from over the wicket here. While the ball's swinging, McConnell didn't look comfortable from the other end when Jag was bowling at him, when the ball was pitched on that middle and leg stump, but he maintained the round the wicket line.
Okay, so let's challenge the fact that they have gone around the wicket. Let's throw in strongman at the moment for the Kings. I think they're doing to keep the runs down.
Yep.
They're clearly not trying to get the outside edge of McConnell's bat because of the field positions doesn't necessarily show there's really a catcher for a nick. I know there's a slip, but they're not in the right spot, I don't think. They're trying to keep the pressure on, get him to make a mistake. It's patient stuff here from the Kings. That's a nick! And it flies exactly. That was exactly what they wanted. It's exactly what they were bowling for, and it just missed the fielder's right hand.
I think you're absolutely right. That is exactly what they want. They're looking at the field. There's only 3 players on the leg side, so I think Andy Preet's clearly not trying to hit middle stump here. He's looking for that mishit lofted drive through the offside.
That one swung too, John, just a little bit.
Which he got, but he got, luckily for Mark McConnell, through that gap between that very wide slip and the very wide gully.
So first boundary for McConnell, but it had a large amount of risk. And the play is in as the slip moves further away and a fuller one.
It does make you wonder, that shot. You can see this shot here where the gully is very wide, the slip is very wide. If they were slightly more conventional, it might have still gone over the gully's head, but it might have also just gone straight to him.
Well, you could nearly play it this way. You can nearly go 1.5 slips maybe is okay for this speed, but nearly over 2 gullies.
Absolutely.
You could put a bit more pressure on here if this is the style they want to bowl. That's lofted. There's a fielder sweeping on the leg. It's going to be... Yeah, they actually only ran 1, didn't they? It was mistimed. It was probably nearly half predicted from McConnell, that short delivery. He wanted to take him on.
Wasn't played with the authority we're used to seeing McConnell play the pull shot with, that's for sure. Didn't quite get up, I don't think. Wasn't as short as
some risk if you had to time that, because it would have actually hit it squarer, and there's a fielder out there. So I wouldn't use this strategy if I was a captain, but I'm enjoying it as well. It's a smart play from the Kings. The other thing that would frustrate Muir a little bit is he knocks a single to leg. He doesn't mind a bit more speed, nor does McConnell. They are bowling kind of within themselves at the moment. Hello down there. What sort of dog's that, John?
Is that a corgi? Looks got a bit of corgi about it.
Bit regal?
I think so.
Bit regal for Glenorchy, wasn't it?
Well, maybe it doesn't. No, hasn't got a corgi's head.
No, that's a bit of everything. That's his. There is the mountain, looking resplendent with a little cloud covering it around about 1,100 metres. Around, I reckon the cloud's just on the covering the Cathedral Rock at the moment.
I think the sun has just taken over from the cloud here just for a moment. From our position in the van here, it is a little bit grey, but there must be a convenient hole in the cloud there somewhere because it's quite bright outside.
Yeah, you're right. There's a few dark clouds above the ground too at the moment. I don't think if it's going to rain, it's going to be a sprinkle. I actually had a dream last night that it just poured down for the grand final. I had a cricket dream. That's how much I was ready for this game. I don't know if you were in it, John. It's probably good for you, but it was whatever was going on. It was absolutely bucketing down. It was at this ground too. But it's sunny, and there's some of the crowd huddled in. The only thing around the old, as much as I disliked the old club room / block, it was always in the sun. The new one is in the shade. It's at the southern end. I should say the easterly end. That's through. That's controlled. That's the shot of the morning.
That's a lovely shot there from Nathan Muir, and you're right. He's just leant back and controlled that through backward point down the hill for four runs. He'll be feeling just a little bit more confident, I imagine. He was 2 off 14 deliveries before that shot there, and it's always a nice way to give your strike rate a little bit of a boost is by getting the ball across the boundary.
Wasn't that wide either. It was just a bit shorter.
He's into his 5th over here, Jag Singh, so I'll be expecting a bowling change soon.
Just to go back on what Jag might be trying to do here to Muir, I think he's also trying to keep him in some sort of control, but I do see that the slip is more a second slip at the moment. I do see at the moment the back of the length style from Jag, though, is sort of taking out that drive and that nick. So there's some control still with both batters as they're trying to keep themselves kind of in a way in the game, knowing that they have so many attacking players. Like they're saying, well, we're going to chase here. We're going to keep it not get this score out of control on a ground where runs can rack up, John, and we can chase anything.
You're absolutely right. I think the theory for the Kings here really is just to build pressure. The only way they're really going to get a wicket with this field set, especially with the field back so far onto the ring, is by a mistimed shot. A mistake. Ultimately from the Wellington batsman.
I think they're the Wellington sponsors. Paddy Wagon just down the road, Beck Thomas, Home Commercial Maintenance. There's a bunch of them there, thanks to all those sponsors that are helped out their local cricket club or their football club or their netball club, whoever it might be. Without those sponsors, it means your subs have to go up. Not as much money to spend over at the bar at the end of the day. And there's a rhythm in cricket where there's a lot of watching.
You're absolutely right. And just a big shout out to Banjos. Ian Marshall last week called out Banjos as a fantastic supporter of the Southern Cricket Association. I think there's not too many clubs around that they don't sponsor in some way or fashion.
Yep.
They do a fantastic job.
So Antapreet Singh to continue round the wicket to the left-hander with a defensive leg side field with 2 in the ring and 1 sweeping a deep square leg for the loft, or maybe the shorter one as we saw in the last over. And 2 gullies in place, quite wide apart, probably 6-7 metres apart. They're the catching position. Now and again, Antapreet it's nearly an arm ball. It feels like he bowls a little roundish and tries to bring the stumps into play. And he's waiting for McConnon to be misjudging that one and thinking it's one that's going straight on or away, and it just nibbles back in.
You see the offside field there. He is very defensively placed.
That's a bit too full. It just squeezes through the gap and it races down the hill for 4.
Absolutely what Mark McConnell's waiting for there is the ball to be over pitched, and he just caressed that through the offside. You know, didn't have to hammer it. Was just able to push that down the hill and let it pick up pace like we were talking about earlier. For 4 runs, it looks like Antipreet might be making a change here to try and.
That was the outswinger, so that was the right play from Antipreet Singh. Didn't quite swing enough, and it swung into the middle of the bat. And McConnell into double figures. There's a bit going on here at the moment. There's a little bit of noise already. Gary Ablett Jr. warming up somewhere. 41 years of age and playing senior footy still. He talked about that his decision-making is really good, but he may not be quite as quick to get to the football. Be curious how he goes today. Named
in the forward pocket, so if he puts 9 or 10 through the sticks, they'll be pretty happy, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't imagine he's going to be moving too far from the goal square.
A young side, North Hobart too, so
yeah,
you can imagine that, you know, whoever's been named to chase Gary Ablett around for the day would both be, you know, excited and a bit freaked out.
And the Devils kicking off at 12, in fact 25 minutes time at York Park. We're here, it's still cricket season. It's the last weekend of cricket with the Premier League Grand Final on today. The Northern final on as well at Invermay Park.
So they've got the cricket and the footy right next to each other.
Yeah.
That'll be a good day.
Yeah, if you're in the right spot, you can probably watch both. There's a little landing platform at the northern end of the ground in the grandstand. You can see through it too. You can watch both at the same time. So, and there are some of the King's sponsors. A couple of politicians have jumped in and helped out. There you go, banjos as well.
Banjos again, yep. Tandoor Curry House, one of the better curries in Hobart too.
Don't mind it. So a wicket was about 20 minutes ago, and since then it's been steady as it goes. McConnell's 2 boundaries and a really nice shot backward of point from Nathan Muir. And steady stuff from the bowlers. The curious thing is Jagat Singh's into his 6th over, John.
Yeah.
So he is staying on here. Maybe they're having one more roll here to try and squeeze a wicket.
I think it's more just about pressure building. You know, the Wellington is sitting, 1 for 34 off 10 overs, and what they'll know is that a vast majority of their runs have come from their top 4 or 5 batsmen in their batting order. So they're probably 10 or 12 runs behind where they'd like to be in terms of run rate, but they wouldn't want to be 2 or 3 wickets down now, that's for sure, chasing the early runs.
And pretty much other than the first over from Jag, Ravi Patel has been up at the stumps. He's executed 1 leg side stumping, but batter kept in the crease, and since then he's been lively. His voice is certainly in the air here at Eady Street. The other thing that Muir likes is tap and run, and he hasn't had too many of those.
He's a good athlete, Nathan Muir, and Mark McConnell, on the other hand, is probably on the other side of his better athletic days. Good, he's a football umpire, so he's got good endurance, but I'm not sure that the quick single is right in his wheelhouse, that's for sure.
It's the sign of a cricketer who loves his team, a faded helmet. I've been around for a while. I'm not replacing that. I'm not repainting it. Get the faded cap, the faded helmet. It's several shades less than McConnell's helmet. He's got the gum-chewing Nathan Muir standing upright at the crease, waiting for Jag.
He does love his cricket, Mark McConnell. In fact, a couple of weeks ago when he got out for not many, he was that angry with himself he disappeared. And his teammates were on the lookout for him, and they found him up over on the back. We might get Duff to scan to the left of the ground there to where the hill is, and he was forcing himself to do hill runs. He was that upset with himself.
Are you serious? He actually was running up and down that little hill.
Down that hill.
Up and where they usually the motorbikes go up there, don't they?
Yeah, that's right.
He doesn't live close by. Was he going to go to get his lunch or something?
I think that he's...
he was actually running up and down that hill because he was that angry.
That's what we hear.
Okay, that's what we hear. Okay, not proven at any stage. Is that the mark there? His foot marks up and down the hill? None of that's proved, by the way, everyone listening in. That's just a rumour that maybe some of his teammates have created. That is a Populous Box. There's a road that goes up there onto one of the avenues. One of the 9 avenues in West Moona.
Absolutely. Does love his hiking, so he is a...
Is he?
He's a fit in. Loves his hiking. Yep.
You've got some notes, I'm assuming, John, to... you've got some insights in. That's nice. Thanks for those.
Insights. I know Mark. Played former Mighty Dunern.
He is a McDermott dog player, yes. There's a chance for another run out. And he's gone. And that is extraordinary. Both opens have been run out unnecessarily. And the Kings, they've got 2.
This is just a bit unusual. Have we got some Benny Hill music, Peach? Like, this is just a bit unusual in a grand final to see 2 run-outs nearly identical to each other.
Well,
what is going on here?
I'm probably glad both Muirs haven't run themselves out. Well, not yet anyway. And that was in some ways worse than the last one. Can't quite get my head around it as the top scorer of the competition strides out to bat, and we'll have a look at this as McConnell will have a lot of mixed emotions as he walks off the ground. He will do, and will we see him running up and down the hill here into West Moona, and will he come back?
All depends if it was his call or...
Once again, everyone's
Nathan Muir's
so
call.
he's hit it behind square again.
To the same fieldsman, I think.
Similar fielder, yeah.
Yep.
And he took off. Now there's a discussion. I'm not sure if Nathan's now saying, well, I wasn't involved at all. That nothing to do with me.
Fault, mate.
Let's make a judgment then. We're objective as we possibly can. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Well, I don't know who made the call, but Nathan Muir, yeah, he goes up now. I think he thought about apologising. He's gone, hang on, I won't do that. Sometimes when players have just been run out, they get a little angry. But extraordinary start here to the grand final. All this pressure that's been building, has that played into this? And those 2 bad decisions, John?
Well, I think you're probably right, Peach. And I think that's the King's strategy at the moment. Is just to build pressure, keep that field nice and tight. They are bowling a fantastic line and length, but I can't remember too many loose deliveries from the day so far, and it's proving very fruitful.
Now, it'd be hard for me to get around my head to go, you've got a Friday night meeting somewhere at someone's house, and the Kings are going, right, we're going to keep it tight and rely on run-outs. That would be an unusual strategy.
Well, if there's someone's a genius. If it was, they'll be patting themselves on the back, that's for sure.
Let's put our best fielder backward of square. I have to get the fielder 2 of both those run-outs if we can. The numbers on the back, obviously we don't know the players as well as we'd like.
Well, what it has done is brought Isaac Manson to the crease, who has taken on the captaincy of the Wellington first grade side at the moment and has had a fantastic year with the bat, averaging over 50 runs. He's
a curious batter, Manson. He doesn't necessarily flow at any stage, but he's certainly very capable at scoring.
He's a 6-hitter.
Yeah, he's very punchy and rigid at times. Probably doesn't have the elegance of some of the other players, but he's a really good decision maker. He's good under pressure. He can work the field and he can whack it. So he can actually attack.
Absolutely. And deserves to score a run today because he did pass up the opportunity to play with Gary Ablett down at KG5 later on to play in this final.
That is a fair shout, actually. There's that forceful strike into the off.
Has scored his runs at a strike rate of 112, Isaac Manson, this year, which is a fantastic effort in the first grade competition. But he's really going to have to dig in here today because there's no bigger game and no bigger time that he's going to have to put a score on the board with Wellington at 2 for 34. 2 for 34 with their best 2 batsmen at the crease. would
yes,
suggest.
definitely.
Yeah.
They're most accomplished players. And they do rely so much on their top four too, Wellington. Over the years, they've won a couple of grand finals with some handy runs in the middle and lower, but so much is a big score is made off the back of the top four. And there's that attempt to get moving as Manson doesn't very often just drop it at his feet. Everything's forceful. It's got some intent behind it. That's the end of an over where another run out occurred, as we'll see here on the replay. So to see the two fielders just on point and backward point. There's the squeeze. So Muir was off. And then McConnon didn't even have a chance.
Love to know what Nathan Muir said then with the hands in the air as the run out was completed.
Yeah, here it is again. So initially McConnon wasn't going. And then he went and he's trying to say something. Then he goes, well, no, he's not even looking at it. Yeah, and that's fair enough too. I remember I ran out Gero once. There's my left.
Lucky you're still alive.
Because he's such a nice guy, he apologised to me. We opened a batting for a couple of years as that's defended. He wasn't backing up though, I don't think. So 2 for 34. We're into the 13th over, and Jag's bowling his 7th.
He is. Big call from me saying he doesn't bowl long spells. He's
grand finals
proved me wrong.
Do different things. He's thinking, well, I get another wicket here. If I could jag another wicket, pardon the pun, it's the most critical moment right now in the game for Wellington to post 300. Here's the next 10 minutes that they can get their way through, see Jag off, and then they can start getting their momentum going again. Manson will want to be busy. Muir's still prepared to build 6 off 26. He may just go a little bit more defensive with that run out.
Well, I just think it's a good move that he's kept himself bowling here. Like the pressure is right on. Weily Park Field on top of the competition so far. And I think sometimes when they do get beat, the Kings, they're a little bit guilty of trying to play the game in fast forward and trying to make things happen too quickly. So I think that his economy rate is very solid at the moment, so it's a good move.
There's a little wide one. We had a wide. Was the first ball of the match, and that's the next one. And that one was a push across to try and get Muir maybe driving.
I think it's a clever little delivery every now and then, especially with the field set the way it is. It's just to throw one out there and see if Nathan Muir will play a rash shot.
Kumar Sarwan's waiting, I reckon, to have a bowl, and that's defended.
Hasn't he had a fantastic year with both the bat and the ball?
Yeah, it's super player. He's a goer. He's a goer. He's a real goer. Looking forward to him bat a little later on. Sonu Yadadam also will see him at some stage.
Another solid delivery from Jags. He's not doing a real lot wrong here today. Hasn't looked overly threatening after the first couple of overs where the ball was really hooping around, but Wellington haven't really looked to get on top of him, that's for sure.
So the strategy remains here for Singh, defensive. Ooh, that was in the air, and Muir throws his head up, and nearly wicket number 3.
That was just short of Saji there, probably half a metre or so, but I think Muir's heart was in his throat there for just a moment.
Going to get a good angle here too. Yeah, that did pop up, didn't it?
Yep.
And you can see Jagat Singh maybe thinking, a bit of a dive, an earlier reaction, that may have been an opportunity. Muir survives, he remains on 6. Manson is yet to score, he'll be on strike, and we still don't have a bowling change, as it looks like the old days of both openers bowling out rarely happens, John. In the old days it used to happen. I used to open a bowling when I was very young with a guy who just bowled his 10 and that was it. Grabbed his packet of smokes and kept one alight for most of the rest of the day down at fine leg.
Happens a bit in the lower grades where some old fellas claim they can't come back, so they just keep going.
Yeah, that's it.
I think it's good strategy though. The the Weily Park Kings do have a deep bowling lineup.
And they've got a couple of similar bowlers also still to come. So it's not like they've got their slower bowlers, but they've also got some similar mediums still to come. So we look at the field and the wide shot here. So there's a bit of a slightly more in-out field as a catching cover comes a little closer to Manson on the off.
In-swinger.
And Manson will play predominantly either on the crease on his back foot. He's nearly an old-style type player who rarely goes forward, and the opposite is probably the case in these Syntho wickets when there's so much consistency with bounce and the helmet. A lot of players are so confident in the front foot and be aggressive. He'll stay back. Does it bring the LB into play? As he does go forward, he cracks it through the off. With a flurry.
It's a great shot. Just over pitch there from Andy Preet, and Isaac Manson has taken full advantage of that, and just with hard hands, really just punched the ball through the covers for 4 runs.
Creates his own energy, doesn't he, with that big backswing and the power through the shot.
Lovely shot.
He was looking for a little innie, wasn't he? The inducker. And Manson was up to the task as it rolled up onto the hill. That smack to leg. That's going to go the distance. 10 off 2. Manson away.
And that notches up Manson's 50th six for the year.
That's a fair effort, isn't it?
Yeah, he's more 6s than 4s this year. And he is an aggressive batsman, and is the type that can possibly, just switch that pressure around real quick here for Wellington.
Wasn't short. That's stump height. That's been dispatched with 2 players on the leg. And then the push and run. You love it, don't you? As a true cricketing observer, a couple of boundaries. The field just spreads a little, and then he nudges it into the leg for a comfortable single and gets Muir on strike. It's
fantastic. It's fantastic batting. He's played a lovely cover drive for 4, hit the 6 over mid-wicket. The field has spread a little bit there, and then just pushes for the 1. It's good thinking cricket from the Wellington captain.
Very hard to drive too when the ball's straight. Ravi Patel, I should say not Ravi Patel, Antapreet Singh, and it's got to be a little wider, and we saw that from Manson. He waited for the wider ball to take on.
He's changed his line. He's just a little bit straighter this over than he has been. He's just been attacking the stumps a little bit more.
He's still getting a bit of swing though. The really curious one for me was Jagat Singh at the other end, the captain. Lost his swing probably by his 3rd over. It's the end of 14. It's 2 for 47. Manson has got to double figures with those 2 comprehensive shots, one through the cover and then a smack over leg for 6, and the first maximum today.
14 overs in, and it only takes that 1 over, doesn't it, to really just give your run rate a bit of a kick. The Wellington had just dropped below that 3 run and over mark, and 1 good over from Isaac Manson there has just pushed it back up above that 3 mark, which Wellington won't want to drop too far below, that's for sure, because that's the ultimate pressure, isn't it? Not enough runs.
Yep.
We've got our first bowling change. Anoop Yadama into the attack, 19 wickets for the year.
So the mediums of Yadama as he gets knocked to the off first ball. He's busy. Anoop Yadama, he'll turn quickly and get into you. He'll get through his overs fast. He'll bowl a few cutters.
He's a really good cricketer. He just bowls off the short run. Has a few tricks up his sleeve, and he's one of those guys that takes a couple of wickets every week. Never takes the big bag, but always chips in with that 2 or 3 wickets every week. You just see Isaac Manson just bats with a slightly different intent to the other 3 Wellington batsman here. Even when he's playing a defensive shot, he plays it just with an air of authority, I think.
You're right about the decision for Jagmeet Singh. It kind of plays out with more sense now. Yadama's on because his economy is phenomenal. So he's the holding player.
Yep.
So they've gone, well, Singh's the wicket taker. Bowl the extra over for him. Leave him for a couple at the end. Or they need to take a wicket later. And Sonup Yadam, he can be the one that can now hold and he'll pick up a wicket. But his figures last week, I think he went for 23 runs. He picked up a couple in that victory over Rugby. And that was, I think, the area. It was the 270 mark in the end Rugby got, and they had no trouble chasing it down.
And I tell you what he does, he doesn't bowl wides. He's bowled 500 deliveries now this season for only 7 wides. And I challenge you to find me another cricketer in the competition that has that ratio.
It's great insight to, and that was nearly a push and run, but it's that energy off the bat from Manson, which makes it hard to the nudge and run because he's a very good athlete.
A few of the Wellington faithful there, watching with great intent.
Yadama's first over, he's away into his business, the 3 runs, the 3 singles, and we're 15 gone. Now last year, John, it was the coldest day of cricket, the coldest day I've ever been at a cricket game.
Yeah, it's green, wasn't it?
It's a little bit better today. It was about 11 degrees out at Bridgewater. It is a little better today, top of 19 degrees, but the cloud is just, feel like it's just dropped a little bit. It's keeping the temperature down. But when the sun comes out, it feels reasonably warm. And look, it's late March. It's been, well, I was in Wednesday, it was about 26 degrees and starting to get a little bit more fluky, the weather.
It has, the temperature has just dropped a couple of degrees here with the sun disappearing.
Yep, Salman Kumar, my man, he's a ripper. What a cricketer.
Yep.
What a cricketer.
Exciting cricketer.
He's modern. He feels modern,
Yep.
the way he plays. Built for T20 cricket, really, in many ways, and short form stuff. He'll be really energetic because that's going to be misfilled and a single out to the off. I'm actually going to get a second. That's good running from Muir.
Both good athletes, these boys, so they'll be sure to take advantage of any of the quick singles that are out there.
The difference now, there is a contrast between these 2 bowlers, which we'll chat about in a second. There's a predominantly offside field, still that second slip or third slip in play, and a ball which Muir maybe thought for a second as he walked towards it he wanted to drive. So we have got a difference, and there's opportunities for Kumar to go for runs because he will bowl some wicket-taking deliveries. He'll bowl more back of a length. He'll bowl with a bit more energy. And Muir pulling out for the second time in the match. Not happy. There's be a little bit of movement or noise from the fielding group. And Sonup Yadama, at the other end, the mountain end of the ground, will keep it very tight. So they've got some decisions to make, both batters. They've got a batter that they can attack, but there's some risk. And then there's a bowler they can attack and there's some risk, and there's a bowler at the other end who will just grind at their body all day long. And so the risk in some ways is more obvious because they know exactly what they're going to get.
I think what we will see is the Wellington boys here, well, maybe not after that shot, but the Wellington boys just maybe stick in with only 8 deliveries left until the first drinks break here.
Salman Kumar's just bowled one wide and it's just moved away. It maybe should have been a wide, but a bit of extra bounce. So it did everything that good bowlers can do. So a bit of extra bounce. It maybe is a bit quicker than you think, and it also swung a little bit. It should have probably been hit for 4, but it did something, and it created a decision for the batter in Nathan Muir.
I think, and maybe just for the viewers here, you can see some light blue lines on the pitch, which is that indicative line for the wides. Those solid white lines are there for junior cricket, so they're just a little bit misleading in terms of, where that mark is for the wide delivery.
Great stuff, Duff. Thanks for that, John. That's a good reminder. Now they're off here, and that was a misfield. So we've seen 2 run-outs so far. The only 2 wickets of McConnon and Daniel Muir. Both of them hit to point, and both of them were clear mistakes from the batters.
interesting point of the game now, Peach. I think the Weily Park's bowling has been solid. They're in a really good position with Wellington only going at that three run and over mark. But we haven't seen a bowler take a wicket yet. You just made the point, and as a bowling group, it's probably not where they expected to be. 16 overs into the game, so one might suggest that they're bowling a quality line and length.
What are we looking at
but
there?
Maybe not a dangerous
mate.
line and length.
What's going on there? Are we preparing for something here? That's legacy. Okay.
That's over the back. I think the Army Weapons Memorial thing is over the back where the croquet ground used to be.
So Sarwan Kumar to continue. His run-up's shortened by a step, I reckon, already.
He's a no-nonsense cricketer.
He's a ripper. Yep.
Doesn't extend extra energy, just gets through.
He'll bowl his little cutters and duckers and nibblers and nerdlers. I'll try and find the words to describe it. And it is a moment when batters have got to go, do I still play my natural style or I just wait to have a drink? That's an inside edge.
Just a bit of swing there, just that little inducker.
Yeah, that definitely did nibble. I reckon you're right. I thought he was going to get it off the wicket, but they've just gone in the air as well. The thing that the Kings have done really well is very limited singles. They've kept them down. Both these players do like to nudge and run.
Which is unusual considering that they've had 3 fields on the offside back on the ring the whole day.
Yeah, they've got the pretty standard in out, but what they've got mid off very square. And you can do that when the bowlers are a little slower. That's the third time Muir's pulled out, and I think it was as much because Sonat Yadama was flying in towards him already.
He does have a family sitting on the bench there, right behind the umpire, I think. Oh no,
well, there's a couple of blokes just wandering there at the moment. Are they going to sit right behind the bowler? They're moving. That's in the air, and it's through the gap for 4.
And again, he's just given himself a little bit of room there outside off stump Muir and just guided that down the hill for 4 runs, and that is drinks.
So we'll have a quick little summary of the day's play so far. In cloudy skies here in the northern suburbs of the capital, the Kings won the toss and decided to go into the field. So to see this last shot, it was a little risky, but there was some space in the end. And the openers were steady early through McConnon and Muir, and then eventually it was all a little bit too much as Daniel Muir knocked it straight to backward point and he took off and was run out. They steadied again as we'll look at some of the replays. A couple of good shots and then once again a run out from backward point as Mark McConnon this time succumbed to some clumsy decision making as we see here. Is that this was a little different because Muir was running, he took off first. And then McConnon went and was left stranded, and once again the point was on the money with the keeper Patel doing the jobs. But a nice little partnership has come about between Nathan Muir and the captain Isaac Manson, and they've managed to get the score to 2 for 57. We'll have a break here on Duff TV and we'll be back after the drinks break in a few moments' time.
No. Oh, no, that was Nathan Muir.
And they've had a drink and we've had a break. It's a little chilly out there again. Peach and John Anning in the box. And that's in the air, and that's just wide of the field on another boundary. What a start for Manson.
Lovely shot there from Manson, and with Kumar there just dropping a little bit short, and, you know, that's the way Manton likes to bat. He'll jump on anything that's slightly wide or slightly short.
I reckon he's tried to hit that over the top of the infield too, John, but it hasn't quite got the elevation, so there was some risk in the end from that shot from Manson.
I don't reckon it got up as... I don't think it
No,
bounced
you're right.
as much as he thought it was going to.
I think both these players like a bit of pace, and they're just not going to get that from the bowlers. Sawa Kumar gets that one a little straighter. He's busy. As we mentioned, he'll provide opportunities for wickets, but he'll also potentially go for some runs. There's opportunities to score with a slip in place, the only catcher. Lots of players on the off. And I think it's a hard one. I'll be interested in what your thoughts are, as there's a couple here to the leg, and they're going to go back for the second, and they're comfortable in the end. 50-metre boundary. It is a little bit uphill to the offside. Do you have a fielder out there just to protect for that, maybe that shorter ball?
Look, I think that they've probably got some confidence that Kumar here will bowl, will keep the line and length, you know, the way that Antapreet Singh had it going. Like, he was very consistent. So, you know, Jag Singh's showing a bit of confidence here. They don't need the sweeper out there.
Because they've got these two fielders at point and cover point, or for nearly 2 points, we'd call it. As you can see, his duff pans out, and then the fielder...
It's been the same all day, and I think that, you know, they're probably under no pressure to put someone out there either, just because the run rate is reasonably under control from their perspective, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. They've got that in-out as Sonu Yadama, who's kind of in that around about 15 metres close, and those 2 point fielders just to cut some angles down, and also there for the prevention of the quick single. So it's a good field on the off at the moment. Is there some attack in that? That's hit. Will that get through? Yes, and there's the risk. It's probably more square where it had the fielder deep anyway, and not there, because that is more for a drive, which I think they probably want either player to do.
The other problem with the 50-metre boundary is that you can put a fieldsman out there, but if it's not within 5 metres either side of them, it's probably going for 4.
That was my thought. Can you actually protect that boundary? It's certainly hard to protect the boundary on this side, but yeah, that was a forceful shot, and a few boundaries now starting to flow. So both openers kept it very tight, but since the change we have seen, so Singh in his 7 overs went an economy of 2.6, and Antapreet Singh, after his 7 overs, went for an economy of 4.1.
What I'm sensing here, Peach, is that I think that the pressure levels on Wellington have just shifted a little bit. I think that the fact that there hasn't been a wicket taken by a bowler from the Kings yet, as a new bowls another quality delivery, haven't actually taken a wicket bar the 2 run-outs yet. Wellington have started to hit a couple of boundaries now. I think the pressure, you know, dial has just shifted a little bit.
Yeah, and Oopso into his mark. You know, the VC for the Kings, rushing through his overs.
Comfortable single there to Nathan Muir, and I must say he is looking more and more comfortable the longer he bats. He's now faced the 49 deliveries for just 17 runs, but he doesn't look in a whole heap of trouble, does he?
No, he's just cruising along. He's doing what he does. His tempo is this. It looks and feels like a Nathan Muir day.
Good to see. It takes 2 umpires these days to reset the stumps.
Is that a joke?
Working
is that
together.
the start of a joke, is it? How many umpires take to reset stumps? I don't know.
We got both.
Well, you need definitely the second one just to line him up, don't you? He's got to get... There he goes.
looks like David Wellington, the umpire at square leg, has hammer duty today. So
yeah, it's his job, is it? Maybe they take in turns. I'm not sure what the rules are or the etiquette with who brings the hammer. Wonder they've got the weighted bails too. You need them this time of year. Also got the Shield final going on at the moment. No run there. I thought they might have taken off as Manson hit that one to the left hand. Should say the right hand of Singh, and just stayed where he was. Well, Manson go down the ground. He's looking for it now. He does run, so I think he thought there was a single last time, but he was sensibly conservative after watching his two of his teammates wander off in disgust.
I think you're probably right, and he did approach that single with a little bit more authority, so he wasn't giving Muir the option at the non-striker's end there. He was off.
So we've seen 4 deliveries in a row go straight to mid-off, and there was a single in one of them. So there's an indication of the accuracy of Anu Yadama as he starts being good. 9 runs off his 3 overs, but the excitement's coming from this end of the ground with Sawa Kumar, the energy bunny, creating a couple of plain misses, but also being hit through the off for some runs.
Hey, you still here? Whereabouts are you? Oh, yeah.
The other great thing, I don't know if they're picking up, but we've got some effects mic just in front of us. It's a pretty common spot to walk around.
Yeah.
And there's the 2 fielders. Now they're on the leg. So most of the boundaries so far have come on the offside. And there's a forceful shot. And they've got some support out there.
Since he's come in to bat here, Isaac Manson, he's just changed the intent, I think, of Wellington. He's really looked to score. He's 24 off 23 deliveries now, and I think he's been key to that, just that shift in pressure from them. It's been a real, just been a real captain's knock for his first 24 deliveries. He's leading the way, is what I was trying to say.
Well, he came out and has scored yet to get to 40.
Yep.
And it was noise and energy to the Kings, but since then we're in the 20th over and the score's now tickled to 70. It's been a good partnership. And that's the aggression from Muir as he carves it to the leg side and finds the line.
It's a fine shot, and I think if we get a replay there, we'll see it's a bit of a hoik over the leg side, but it is a vacant leg side, I must say, to Sawan Kumar. Just the 3 players, only the 1 player behind square.
He's waited
on the
for
boundary.
it, hasn't he? There's a very much some anticipation around that shot, and there's a chap who might be keen on cricket who stopped his bus. There's a bus driver that's hopped down. He's watching the game. He's moving again and driving and gets the single.
Just like to see Jag Singh maybe just in.
I was thinking exactly
maybe just 3 or 4 metres.
He's very laconic, isn't he? Even when he runs between wickets. I wonder if that's a spot you can stop. There's rules around where you can stop as a bus because you can't get in front of the timetable, so you must stop. There's certain spots you've got to stop around.
That definitely is a bus waiting.
Okay,
position.
there's a bus waiting, so it's legitimate. So he's allowed to get out. We don't want to get anyone in trouble. Yeah, they're more worried about you being in front of time than the metro buses, because then that puts you off if you leave too early.
Puts a lot of people off if you leave too early and
yeah.
leave half a dozen at the bus stop.
That's a full ball, and that's been dispatched. That was the worst delivery of the day. And is that gate? There's one gate open over there. I have seen it over the years go through there a few times. It's nearly like the old Mercantile Mutual signs, or what they had back in the 90s. If you get to hit them.
That's a big full toss, that one, and Isaac Manson will hit that for 4 most days of the.
I reckon
most days of the week.
I think most would hit it for 4, and he did the job. And after 20, it's 2 for 80. I may have been trying to. No, I wasn't going to say. Wasn't trying to take the pace off. But it was interesting because they brought the fielder up from there because there was one right on that fence line, and they decided we needed to protect the offside. The fielder went out there and they bowled a full ball. So both players feeling very comfortable against that pace at the moment.
I think so. And Salman Kumar just hasn't, from this end, from the commentary end, hasn't been able to maintain that consistent line and length of the two opening bowlers, unfortunately. And it's going to give Jag Sig something to think about in the next over or two here.
Yeah, is he going to make a change? There's a little roller over the top of the fingers. It's Manson on strike. Close to a runner ball for him. Muir on a similar score, but he's faced twice as many deliveries, but equally as important.
We can see there in those first three deliveries that Anup Yadama just able to hone right in on a quality line and length again. The game's got a different feel from the far end as it does from the commentary end at the moment.
Yeah, very controlled. It's within some boundaries of understanding here. Nothing too short, no 4-ball, no wide ball, nothing short. Right at the body, and the batters have got to work hard to find gaps in the field, and here's a single to the leg side. Worked more forcefully, but there's a fielder protecting. Backward square. Now this is the end of the over, and we're going to go to a nice little message here from a very famous footballer to the Wellington Football Club.
Are you with greatness? Good luck today, or not today, but this weekend to the Wellington Warriors in their three-peat opportunity for a grand final. I've got greatness with me in the car that just wants to say a little bit of good luck to you.
Hey guys, first of all, congratulations. What a super effort. 3 grand finals in a row and a chance to win 3. That is an amazing effort. I was fortunate enough to play in 2 premierships myself, and what a feeling it was celebrating with my teammates afterwards. So good luck. I hope you have fun. That's the main thing. And well, I mean, what's a winning score, Rabbit?
Well, last...
In the air and wide of the slip. He's been moving either side laterally. Sometimes third slip, sometimes second. And that's what happens. You take the risk when they're in between, and it flew for 4. And just back on the Gaz Junior, I think was at the stage about to have a crack at Matty Blomfield for a famous over last year's grand final. He's got a nice G on his hat. You know you've made it when you've got your own hat.
Absolutely. And just on that catch opportunity there, that slipper's definitely straightened up from where they were earlier.
But you must be thinking, as a slipper, when there's one of you and you're floating, like you're moving all the time. Unless you got a mark on the ground, which I don't think he does. I mean, he's actually moved. He's moved again, so he's moving depending on the batter. Now he's moved wider, exactly where the ball went. Yeah. That one nagged back in from Sawa Kumar. Cramped Manson up, no run.
That was a nice delivery, that one. They actually did a little bit off the pitch, I think. It really sort of honed in from wide outside off stump to the top of that off stump period and surprised.
Yeah, that jagged back a long way. Hit and run. And even though he may not be the fastest lateral mover, he's got a very good arm.
He's had to do a bit of work down there at mid-off today. The ball
he's been in the game, hasn't he? He's in the spot too, because he's relatively wide, and I reckon he's fielded at least 15 deliveries so far as Nathan Muir back on strike.
This is one of those other things that shows the consistency of the Kings bowling today.
So the field's a little spread. The singles are starting to come, and there's another. It gets to the predictable stage for the viewer as we're into the middle overs of the grand final. And at the moment, you'd say it's relatively level. You could say a minor advantage now. He's bowled! No, the advantage is gone. Kumar with the wicket, the inside edge of the season's top scorer. And just as it started to turn, the worm goes the other way. And the Kings get a breakthrough. And the first wicket, John, to a bowler.
Absolutely. And it's just that little in-ducker again. Off the pitch, I think, the ball has just cut back at Isaac Manson there. And this time it hasn't gone close to the top of his off-peg. It has knocked it out of the ground. Fantastic delivery.
Well, he set him up a few deliveries before. We bowled that delivery, Manson. It was cramped, but it was a little bit further back. That one was a little bit fuller, and Manson's eyes lit up as he went for the big off drive. And in fact, it might not have even found the inside edge of the non-sticker bat of Manson.
You're right, it's gone straight through the gate. It is a cracking delivery is what it is.
That's as good as cricket as you'll see. It was an engaging passage of play between the season's best scorer for Wellington, or the competition's best scorer, up against a bowler who can get wickets but can go for runs. It's risk reward, and they've got the breakthrough, and probably you'd say it 3 down and nearly at the end of the 22nd over. The Kings are just back on top again.
You're absolutely right. Isaac Manson is the big wicket in the Wellington lineup this year. The Muir brothers have done some good work, but it's really been Isaac Manson, batting number 4, who has done a lot of the heavy lifting in some big games.
Have a look at this celebration. There we go, lift you off the ground. I don't think he needs it. He's up. He would have jumped off the ground, I reckon, after that wicket. That's a beauty.
Reece Quarrel into bat now, and was probably maybe one of the surprise picks for the Wellington side today. I believe he captains their 3rd grade side.
Yeah, he's not one that I thought would have played, actually. Not to take anything away, but he's obviously in there for a reason, to steady things a little bit, get some experience. Maybe they wanted a bit more variety with the hands, as that's knocked to leg, and that for a second, Quarrel was in a bit of strife because he wasn't backing up. And Muir knocked it and ran, but they get the single anyway.
Reece Quarrel had a fairly reasonable year with the bat. 3rd grade, scoring 127 against Rugby a little while back, and just recently, the end of February, 99 against the Risdon
Bit of a difference
side.
between 3rd and 1st, so he hasn't scored a half century yet in 1st grade.
There is. I think he's filling that number, 5 or 6 position that Wellington really have had a bit of a rotation of players through this year, including Nick Davis from I think he's down at Glenorchy these days, who made a couple of big scores and a couple of cameos from some other people. So he'll look to make his mark on 1st grade, that's for sure, today.
And straight away, left-hander on strike, and round the wickets, the bowler's strategy.
I think that's just consistent with the Kings' strategy today, trying to build pressure. That round the wicket line can cramp up some left-handers, and probably has done for a large part of. Hasn't been overly dangerous, to be fair.
No.
But really hasn't really given those left-handed batsmen much room to score.
There's that offside field, 2 points in play, backward point, and 1 just forward of point. And a bit of noise from a new. Well, I've been saying Yadama, you've been saying Yadama. We might just need to double check if that's the right way. One of them's right, probably. We're going to go back to the Gaz video, though. We've got the last few bits, so I think there's a little cheeky moment here with a bit of a sledge.
So good luck. I hope you have fun. That's the main thing. And what's a winning score, Rabbit?
Well, last year, Gaz, my son Matthew bowled 1 over, 13 balls. It went for 32 runs. They still won. Can you give him some little words of wisdom?
Yeah.
Sorry, Matthew.
Stop bowling so many short balls. Enjoy and have fun, guys. Good luck.
Good luck.
Full of ball. That's Chris Ryan, Matt Bromfield's dad, so maybe it's okay. He can have a little dip at him. But he was picking up Gaz at the airport yesterday as he was taking him to his nice little hotel in the city, and then Gaz is getting picked up again, I think, by Chris today and taken to the KG5 the heartland of sport here in the northern suburbs, and we're only 200 metres max maybe from that venue. We'll be hearing the noisy 5,000 people they're expecting.
Yeah, apparently. It was Matthew Bromfield's 2 overs last year was one of the highlights of the day. He did get a bit of tap.
I think he got a wicket, then it all went a bit pear-shaped. Yeah, he got smacked around. I think Jag hit him for a couple. The last time there was a Brownlow medalist, Jerry and I went to KG5 to watch that game when Acker played, and it was about 10,000. Duff filmed it, so there's a bit of linkage there. And there was stormtroopers. I don't know what they were doing, but it was bedlam by the end, I give you the tip. That's a little wobbler. And they found the gap on the off for a single. It was about eight. It was about 8,500 at the ground, and at the end, towards the end of the third quarter, there was people buying slabs of beer because it was just much quicker than lining up for a beer. So handing out slabs, it was great. I think there was some curious behaviours. People were just like, "Hey, just give us a slab. I'll give you $100." It was a lot of fun. I hope it'll be a great day today too for Glenorchy Football Club. We're here at the cricket though. An intriguing moment. Muir and Quarrel are in the spotlight as Muir, his job becomes a little harder again as he sees the captain and their best batter depart. Bowled in this last over from Kumar with a little beautiful inducker which took his stumps. And interesting, Muir batting out of the crease too here, John.
Look, he's quite a way out of the crease too. And you're right, the pressure on Nathan Muir here is right up, but we called it earlier. He does have a habit of making big runs when it really matters for the Wellington club. He's a Wellington faithful boy. And, excuse me, he's the man you want out there if the pressure is right on. You know, if you could pick anyone out of that list of Wellington batsmen, yeah, I'd have him out there, that's for sure.
100%.
Solid crowd.
Yeah, there's a few that'll come in. It's a nice little group just on a bit of a hill, a very small hill. It is probably about a metre raised. The soccer ground and the rugby. Is it a rugby ground over there as well, or just a soccer ground? I think this is a rugby ground, isn't it?
They do play rugby here, yep.
Not sure who's the home team here in the winter months. They're going for a quick single. So Quarrel squirting that one to fine leg. He was a little slow on taking off. And Muir was like, no, I'm getting down there.
It's on the rugby team is on the front of the stand there. We might ask Ben to pan around to the change rooms there and just grab the name of the rugby club.
3 for 93, 25th over.
You wouldn't believe it.
It's just Glenorchy, the Stag. I thought it was the Stags. Just Glenorchy, how boring. Glenorchy Rugby Union Football Club.
Thank you, Ben.
So they play the beautiful game.
Right on the money again there, Anoop.
Yeah, he's certainly probing at the moment. That's in the air, and that's going the distance, as Cake said many years ago.
Just another scoop shot from Muir over the leg side. He played one earlier down the hill and has played probably got a little bit more of the bat in that one. He hit it up the hill for 6 runs this time. Quality shot.
This is we'll chat a bit about what was behind that shot. Now and again he takes a gamble, doesn't he? And so far they've been good gambles. And that's the second he's hit across the line of a bowler who's been on the money. And then he just waits for the odd loose ball. And there hasn't been many. You can see his frustration after missing that try. But here's the 6. That's a good pickup. We'll get that at the distance mapping. That's a 59-metre 6. So not a long one, but you only need to get it over the line, don't you? Whatever ground you're at.
It will be interesting to see how the batsmen do approach Anoop here. Like, he really is bowling 2 deliveries, bowling a solid one outside of stump, or he's bowling one at the stumps. Not a huge amount of swing there. So when you come a little bit predictable, sometimes when you bowl 6 overs straight, batsman can get used to your line of length, and it just makes it a little bit easier to pick off.
He can actually change up his pace too. Maybe there's a slow ball in there. I always reckon that's a decent repertoire. You just got to nearly bowl it now and again to put some doubt in the mind of the batters. As Kumar to continue. Quarrel will defend. He's got, once again, this floating slip. They're a big fan of it. I suppose a squarish gully, a point deep on the line, a cover or a forward point, a cover point, and then a mid-off. So a much more aggressive feel to the new batter. And if he's going to put it there, Sawa Kumar, it's going to make it difficult for Quarrel to score unless he takes a risk.
Just wonder here if Jag Singh was getting ready to make a change from this end to bring the spin of Saji on, but considering that Quarrel was on strike, they've given Kumar one more over here.
In the air, dropped. That was catchable. Kumar's got both hands to it. It's going straight back towards
Dave
the non-striker's stumps, and he got a lot of his hands and fingers to that. It was a hard one because he was obviously going to the right. He had to stretch to the left, and they've got a stick.
I think that catch was just 4 or 5 centimetres too far to the bowler's left there. I think if that was just slightly closer, he had his hands in very good position.
Yeah, he did. He looked like he was ready. Well, not ready for it, but he was moving towards it. But it's maybe we need to go with just the one hand. That's a wide ball. Just staying within the tram lines. SCA Grand Final. You're on Duff TV, and we've nearly hit the 100 mark for Wellington.
A couple of Glenorchy faithful up there in the crowd. We can see they might disappear soon for the game. Here's a strong connection.
That's a confident shot for 4. Elegant drive from Quarrel. And he finds the line.
Kumar, he just is giving the Wellington batsmen 1 or 2 balls they can hit for 4 each over during his spell at the moment. He's bowling a couple of nice deliveries, but inevitably every over there is 1 or 2 that's available to be hit to the boundary.
Yeah, well, he's definitely got a game plan here, Quarrel, and he wants to get on the front foot and drive the ball. He looks really comfortable there, although he nearly got caught trying to hit one down the ground, but that's his get out of trouble shot, and a confident pat from the former captain.
We're going to see the bowling in from the far end by the sound of it. By the look of it. We'll see the spin of Saji come into the attack.
Krishnam Saji now. It's actually a little hard, so we've got player deep on the leg side sweeping. First one flighted. And then there's a little bit of protection on the off too, as I try and lean around to see all the spots are at ground level, so I'm just trying to lean to see if there's any backward point, but there's 2 on either side. And one of those maybe in the action, it's just gone to the infield.
Just one sweeper on the offside.
Yeah.
We've got it. It looks like it's like a forward point, or nearly a deep squarish cover.
Yeah, it's a square cover. It's maybe for the short one. I don't think it's for the drive. Frustrating. I'm curious on this one. So they've got the mid on the line. So I was going to say 30-yard circle. It is a 30-yard circle, but he's standing still. It's nearly defensive. It's a single every time. Do you just bring them up, or you go, okay, let's put them back? And I don't mind the idea of having them up to put some doubt in the decision from Muir to go, do I maybe go down the ground, hit it in the air? Anyway, it's Quarrel, the left-hander, on strike.
They have been back on the ring all day, the mid-off and mid-on fieldsmen. I would have much preferred them, come up 3 or 4 metres just to put that extra bit of pressure on. But to be fair, there hasn't been that many singles taken down to them, really.
Well, there will be now with the spin on. It's gone a little defensive. There was a bit more of a probing delivery.
Solid start there for Krishnan Saji. Not a real lot happened. Didn't see a real lot of spin off the wicket.
No, probably not going to spin these white balls, on these Syntho wickets bowling off, but it's all a bit. He did bowl a couple with a little bit of air, so I'd be curious to see if there's an aggressive shot, particularly by Muir. So we're 27 overs gone. Sawa Kumar to continue from the pavilion end of the ground. Muir on strike. In the air through the leg, there's a sweeper out there.
Interesting to see what the next change will be from this end, whether they bring back one of the openers early or whether they turn to one of their more part-time bowlers for the Kings in Nafri or Thavasis.
Yeah, the decisions as a captain, isn't it, to work out which is the what's most likely either going to keep runs down, annoy the batters, or maybe get us a wicket. All those things going through the head, and the front foot of Quarrel is where he wants to be at the moment. He's doing a good job. One nice cover drive in the last over. One drop chance, though, in that over as well, from one that was a little straight and didn't quite get to the pitch and time it, as Sawan Kumar attempted to take would have been a wonderful caught and bowled. But it's hit and run at the moment from both players. Now, this is where you get your money's worth as an umpire and also a fielder with the right left hand. And I think this is another reason why, I'm not sure the Quarrel, but I do like the left-handers in that break it up.
We had last week in the second grade grand final, we had Molesworth break it up nearly every wicket. They had 7 left-handers in there.
Did they really?
7.
There's that drive again. They've got the player in there and doesn't get past.
Quarrel really looks to be jumping on that cover drive, doesn't he? Every opportunity he's really trying to hit through that cover area. It's clearly a strength of his. Another shout out here to the Weily Kings list of sponsors.
Where did their third grade end up to? Just out of interest. I might have to look that one up. I'll look that one up because I don't think Quarrel played in the.
They didn't make the
semi.
I think.
No, okay. There's our first grade ladder with Wellington. So the 2 best teams of the comp. Rugby well beaten last week.
In the bottom half of the table, Wellington's third grade.
Yeah. So. Plenty to choose from though. Wellington that's a wide. Dr. Krishnan Saji just pushing that one down leg. Now Wellington, John, used to play in the old turf wicket comp. What was that comp called back in the day?
The Southern Suburban?
Yeah.
Was it?
Well, I don't know. There was
that's not right.
No, there was a church league. What was that? St Anne's and all those ones. And there was the Southern Cricket Association is an amalgamation of many comps that they're doing. Competition coming in a few years ago, which I think is really added to, particularly the top end, first grade cricket.
I should know that. I think I was president of this association the year before we merged.
And then you had, here would have been, I think would have been a turf wicket back in the day in Clare Street. There was a couple other spots with turf wickets. Advancing Muir, but hitting to Jagat Singh.
Still very watchful. Nathan Muir knows he has to maintain his wicket and, probably bat to very close to the end for Wellington to put on a decent score here.
Yeah, they've got a couple of hitters at the end. They not necessarily massively gifted tail end, I don't think. So they, once again, in some of the games that they've won and really dominated, it's been those top 4 that have made the runs. They've got a few that can. I mean, Phillips does some stuff. McConnell knows. I should say McConnell. There's a few that can still provide some runs for them, but Quarrel's here for a reason.
I think you're right, Peach, but I also think that Phillips has had probably a poor year with the bat. He's had better years. Nathan, you don't want to underestimate the veteran Nathan Copper, and Matthew McConnell also would have wanted to have made some more runs, and probably with the strength of their top order hasn't had the opportunities with the bat that he normally would have had.
But the moments in this grand final could be you haven't had much of a chance, but you can play like McConnell.
That's right.
Yeah, you could actually be the difference, that getting that score to 260, because we're at, say nearly the halfway mark in a way. We're past halfway mark of overs, but halfway mark of kind of the score. 230 won't be enough. I wouldn't have thought, unless they can get early breakthroughs.
Absolutely, and we've missed the bowling change here. We've had Anoop Kumar, we've had Anoop Yadama come on from this bottom end, replacing Kumar.
So he's going to bowl his overs out here. He's into his 7th.
Well, I thought they actually might have kept Yadama for the end to finish off with Jag Singh.
Yeah, maybe there's some too much predictability about him.
Maybe.
I honestly think, look at this off field. So there's 7 on the offside, and he's bowling just outside off to the right hand of Muir. Muir's going to have to take a risk, which he can do, by the way. The other option is Muir goes to leg and hits across the line, which we've seen him do. And there's one fielder deep mid-wicket boundary.
One backward square.
And also, backward square, which I think is the one they don't need. I don't think they need that backward square. You could nearly, because there's no need for a catcher at the moment. You've got to have a short third man, so that's in play. The points look right. The in-out field's right. It's that for a second. Great take by Ravi Patel in the stumps, and that one bounced a bit more. That's that little bit of extra energy he gets off the wicket.
I think this just fits the strategy of the Kings at the moment, just to build pressure. I think what they're trying to do here by bringing Yadama back into the attack is to squeeze that run rate to make the batsmen feel like they must take a risk either now or later on in the day.
Just Anoop's a danger, isn't he? He's keeping runs down. He'll get the odd wicket. And I reckon there's a replay just chatting to the keeper. I reckon he thought he could have had one there. Gokurakusam Saji to continue. As we see, a nice shot. The picturesque view. And that's a good length. That's a challenging length to drive. You'll have to use his feet and take a risk to take that one on. But there is opportunities here, John, to go down the ground for Muir. For Quarrel, I should say, if he wants to take that risk, but maybe just playing within himself at the moment. Well, there you go. As soon as I say that, he swipes to the leg. And it was a genuine slog to cow corner for a single.
That's just a sign of the pressure that is building. Quarrel's strength is clearly through that cover region, and he just has been tied down a little bit here and took the opportunity to really swipe Saji across the line there down to mid-wicket. Bowling a fantastic line here, Saji, really attacking the stumps and bowling really full, not allowing either batsman really to free their arms up square of the wicket.
Yeah, been very impressed. Nothing too full, not too much air, but enough, and that's the flatter one. He pushed it through, and once again, I think now and again Muir takes, I'm going to make a premeditated decision, and he definitely wanted to hit that one behind square. It's not a bad option either, but it was a very risky shot. In saying that, though, the ball's pitching outside leg, so in some ways the risk is the top edge more than anything. That's in the air, and there's a fielder The challenge for me at the moment, I'm looking through a fence. I've got the screen in front, and it's a fair way out there. And there's a guy in black as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, all good for the batter. Kumar out there.
Quarrel clearly likes that swipe over mid-wicket, played the last two deliveries.
Seems like that might be his attacking shot against the spin. He's not going to get too much to drive unless he uses his feet. That's a clever little tap around the corner for a couple. Maybe that's the plan for a little while from Muir. Just work the field, get the angles going, get the protractor out.
It is very vacant there. On the behind square, there's nobody. So Saji's only got to, get a little bit leg stump-ish, and, both batsmen will be able to just clip around that leg side for, one or two very easy runs.
Players don't sweep much, do they, in modern cricket at this sort of level? Maybe more so on the Syntho wickets, but it is a very sweepable line he's bowling because you're getting outside the line. He's probably not getting a lot of bounces. Don't think there's a lot of overspin, but neither batter probably prepared to play that shot.
Sure.
There's the shot of the lights of King George V Oval.
And the reserves would be running around about now, probably.
Yep. Yeah, and the girls on afterwards at 6 o'clock.
Right.
Got the night game. Where's that gone? Between his legs. And don't touch it. Don't touch it. I saw a bit of footage recently on some FrogBox with a chap literally blocking the ball and picking up and throwing it back to the bowler. The ball clearly wasn't dead, and the bowler appealed and he was given out for hand. The ball! Well, he's been not given out. He's tried to slog it and he's out. Quarrel gone for 10. And there was the shot he wanted to play, John. The slog across the line, and it didn't work.
Really disappointing shot there from Quarrel, especially considering the state of the game. He really has tried to punish that over mid-wicket from an off-stump line, a solid off-stump line. And what's resulted is he's clear missed the ball, and Anoop's taken his off-peg out. Just a wrong shot.
Casual from Anoop to that was expected. And now there's a little bit of pressure mounting on Muir at the other end as he watches another one of his teammates depart Eady Street. He's on 42. He's been there for 87 deliveries as Reece Quarrel trying to up the ante. And he found his stumps removed. I mean, that's just maybe that's the cleverness of Anoop. He's just working away, finding angles, doing little bits with his fingers, and that was a poor mistake and maybe another premeditated shot.
It would seem so, and he's the wrong bowler to take on that shot from, because he's bowled a very consistent line and length, at that off stump, and he's just had a rush of blood there, Quarrel, and probably ultimately let his team down a little bit, I think, because what we needed here was for them to dig in a little bit.
There is another theory, though, on the reason for the shot from Quarrel to try and give him some purpose on the decision, was they actually do need to keep moving. I mean, 300 is a pass score here, I'd say, on this ground in dry conditions with a white ball. And so unless you can keep the ball rolling and take some pressure off Muir, which maybe wasn't going to be Quarrel's job, that's a wide.
That was clearly the idea, Peach, but I just would suggest that a ball pitching outside off, honing in on off stump is not the one you want to be trying to
the decision wasn't
punish over mid-wicket.
No, I agree. Yeah, but the intent of keeping some aggression going and maybe forcing a bowling change, but it was against the wrong bowler. I think they're going to take on someone, not Anoop. That could be on a T-shirt, not Anoop.
Dylan Keating out to bat here, new to the club this year.
Yeah,
a fantastic year with the ball.
Never seen him play before, hence I haven't mentioned anything about him. I was waiting for you to come up with something for me.
Yeah, not a noted batsman, that's for sure, but had a great year with the ball, and apparently a real waterbed advocate, unusually these days. Loves his waterbed.
That's a very strange piece of information you've got.
Got told through the week that he loves a waterbed and loves to have a chat about it.
So if you meet him, does he like sleeping on a waterbed? He just likes talking about them.
I think he likes to sleep on it. He believes they're very therapeutic. And if you see him floating around later and stuck for something
well done.
Talk about, that's right.
Well, you see him floating around later, his waterbed is broken.
Ask him about his waterbed. You'll be busy for an hour, apparently.
Okay. G'day to the chap who delivered my wood yesterday too, who chatted to me for 10 minutes around conveyor belts. I had no idea what he's talking about. I apologise to him. I tried to sound like I was interested, but...
Is a very interesting topic, conveyor belts.
My education degree gave me nothing in that conversation, but it clearly was important for his job as someone who was making little bits of wood become smaller and then be put onto a truck. He obviously needed a conveyor belt, and it broke down.
Back to the cricket, Nathan Muir must be feeling the pressure here, Peach, now.
I'm really intrigued how he goes. He's still good in these moments, but I think he'll knock and run. Well, there you go, straight away into it.
I expect he'll plan to bat to the end, and I think Wellington probably have removed that 280, 300 mark from their minds now, and will hone in on, 240 really.
I mean, as you say, bat first, get runs on the board, stuff, pressure, all those things start to come into play, but it's been a fine performance from the Kings. At times I thought there could have been more attacking fielders in the first 10 overs when there was some movement through the air and some good bowling, and managed to find their way with wickets coming anyway from 2 run-outs and 2 players bowl. One was Manson, who went for a drive, and that was a good piece of bowling. And then the second one from Quarrel was steady bowling and a poor shot. I'd say Keating's got a nice little wind-up in his action here with a bat. I'd say he's predominantly an offside player.
Does have that nice high back lift.
Yep.
It does have a high score of 40 this year, Dylan Keating.
Well, if he does that today...
They'll be very happy.
Yeah. And Muir stays in, and anything's possible. That's aggressive. That'll travel the distance.
Lovely shot through the offside there from Dylan Keating. I think you're right. Clearly favours that side of the wicket with that high back lift, and Wellington will be really hoping for a bit more of that, especially down the hill, where it really does open up.
Yeah, this is with no wind today, you kind of look at your advantages as a batter and you think, well, if I'm an offside player and I've got an off spinner bowling wide of the wicket and I'm hitting down the hill, that's an opportunity to score, even with a very set offside field in the ring. Don't mind that. That was a clever bit of bowling. So maybe the one thrown a little wider was to draw him into something and miss time, but he didn't. But then the one that cramps up, and it's not really bringing in a player in the fielding side, but it brings in the front pad. But in the end, they squirted through.
I think you're right. It's a good strategy. Like I don't know much about Dylan Keating and where he likes to hit the ball, apart from the fact he looks from that over like he favours the offside. But maybe that leg stump line is the line to be bowling to Dylan Keating here, just to test out that leg side capability.
He's played for the Scuds, Keating. The Snug Scuds. They're the Scuds, aren't they? The Snug. Have I said that right? I feel like that's a strange word now.
I think it is Snug, yeah.
Snug. In the Huon Channel Association, which they were on last week, were they? Actually, I'm not sure.
They finished off last week with Slab Road, giving Woodbridge a real touch-up. Yeah.
Yep.
He's taken 27 wickets. Like, he's had a really good year with the ball, Dylan Keating, and he's got a big job now to do with the bat for his new cricket club.
Yeah, it's a nice drive, but definitely a favourite spot for him to hit. Will they get a couple? They do.
Look who it is. What's going on?
There's a lot of kids around today, isn't there?
There's a lot of kids.
Yeah, it's great.
It's a great family club, Wellington.
Yeah. And they're two contrasting establishments. You've got the Kings, which is kind of like this group of, and some of them are immigrants that have come to the country, and cricket's connecting them, and it's socially important, and those cultural familiarities. And then you've got Wellington that's kind of got this big club entity around. They're one of the bigger clubs in the Southern Cricket Association. Got a really well-known home base. I mean, the Kings are kind of, they're Weily Park because that's their home ground. So they're geographically, they're named after their home ground, but that was as much because I reckon that ground was available for them than maybe actually where they wanted to play. But it's a great facility out there. But anyway, we're going to have a drink here on the Southern Cricket Association Grand Final. Nathan Muir still there, 43 of 88 deliveries. Keating's come to the crease. But the big question's going to be, what's going to be the score? We'll be back in a few moments. We're at the latter stages of innings number 1. back into the action. 4 for 1, 2, 3. Just trying to get the VFL score here, John. It's not even live at the moment.
What time do they start?
They started an hour ago.
Yeah, right.
They've definitely run out to the ground because I can see a banner on Facebook.
Sargi starts after drinks there, right back on his really consistent line so far today. And again, as Muir pushes into the offside for a quick single. 16 overs to go here. I think what we'll see is Wellington really just try and consolidate for half a dozen overs here and really have a crack after that 40 over mark.
Yep. Yeah, it's all to play for in the next sort of few moments. Gokula Krishnan Sarji now continuing with his little loopy numbers.
He's done a good job in his first 4 overs so far. Has been very consistent. Throwing the odd delivery up.
Yeah, they're not sure. Do they kind of can't attack him because he hasn't provided many loose deliveries. There's been one nice shot from Keating through the offside. For the most part, though, he's very accurate. Oh, there we go. He's on the app. What was the score there, John? Sorry, I know we've got cricket season.
Devils are actually up by 15 points.
Yeah, the chat was this was a Coburg were the stronger of the two start-off teams that they were playing. They won that by 17, so
18 minutes into the second quarter.
it's about 3,500, 4,000 maybe at York Park, maybe a little bit more. That's a bit fuller, and Keating thought about a whack.
Jai Menzies, 3 goals in the first, not quite the first half yet, but started very, very well. Young Daniel Cooney too, I think, in his first game.
Crikey, we're on the screen, mate. Cooney kicked a goal early, I think, was a beauty. How come you're in focus? I'm not. What's going on there?
It attacks the good-looking people.
Attacks, does it? Okay. Yeah. We'll both be safe then. Muir on strike. We lost the FrogBox score over Jarrah down the bottom, the little ribbon. There we go. She's back on. And he required a little short navigation button.
Yadama in for his last over here, and it's been really impressive in his first 9 overs so far. Just going for the 24 runs with the one wicket of Reece Quarrel.
And I don't reckon they're going to attack him either. That's knocked to the log. So Jagat Singh with 7 overs. Antabreed Singh's bowled his 7 as well. Yadama, as we mentioned, into his last. Kumar. He's got 3 to go as well, and the off spinner with 5 gone. So there's going to be bits and pieces at the end to get that 5th, maybe, or as that's striven forcefully, but no run.
I think we're going to have to see one of Wiley Park's part-timers here.
Yep.
You know, one of the things with both opening bowlers bowling 7 in their first spell means it just gets a little bit trickier.
Yeah, the numbers don't add up
end.
at 14 overs from the openers. And a mistimed shot, that's not a bad option. Just drop and run.
You'd think, though, you'd see a couple of those overs now from the commentary end here after Yadama finishes his spell in 2 balls time.
Allow call from Muir to say no. Well, the
throw.
Stumps have been hit at the non-striker's end, and they've got a ricochet and a single. It's frustrating, isn't it, as a captain? You can't do much about that. There's 2 times when that one, it hits the player, it hits the stumps. I think hitting the stumps is okay because to get that run. I kind of think sometimes when it hits a player, it needs to be a dead ball, but hitting the stumps is okay because that's that risk versus reward. You're saying to the fielding side, throw the stumps down. You actually might get a deflection and get a run. Fuller, Nick, that's going to run away. That's an odd spot for the ball to end up from that sort of delivery, but it was a thick outside edge which ran all the way along the carpet for 4. Don't fist pump that. I think they did too. You don't fist bump an outside edge, do you? Or maybe it's just so much in the rhythm of players now when they meet and have a chat.
I think when you're 4 for 127 off 36 overs, you fist pump any opportunity you get to score a boundary, and it's probably the only way you know it was going to be hit for 4 in the end.
Yeah, he's gone past 30 runs too, and felt like it didn't deserve that.
He's bowled a fantastic spell of just really consistent line and length, picking up the one wicket from an ill-timed shot from Reece Quarrel, but it was 10 quality dry scoring overs from Yadama there.
Muir on strike. Will he attack this over? We're into the over number 6. Gokula Krishna Masaji. He's been very tight at 14. Got everything going on. We've got traffic. We haven't got the cricket though. There we go. We've got light planes, which is Jero's frothing over. Is that even safe up there, Jero? That doesn't look safe to me. And that's through. There's a fielder though out there recovering that one.
Sargi really doing a job for his captain here, just going for the 15 runs off his first 5.5 overs, and I fully expect to see him bowl his full complement of 10.
Yep.
From
There's
his end,
the one. Oh, sorry to interrupt you. There's the one that I think Keating wants to go for. Doesn't look as comfortable. His stance, his grip, his backswing, and everything about him suggest that's not a natural spot for him to hit, but it's the right spot to hit. Straight, in fact, mid-off. So long on's going back. So mid-on's going back to long on now, so they're actually curtailing that shot now for Muir. So they've got protection straight on the leg. And that makes Muir have to force. Good captaincy here from Jag Singh, making Muir think his way through these boundaries, and he needs to start hitting a few. We're in the nearly 38th over. That's wide. It's 1 though to the sweeper on the offside fence.
It is that one that Sargi just threw out there, you know, as a possible wicket-taking opportunity. I would expect that Nathan Muir will be a bit upset that he didn't put that away for 4.
I reckon Muir hits that either 3 down or 2 down, and he puts that for 6 probably even. He can hit that over the top, but at the moment he's got to be conservative. He's going to bat. He's gone from probably needing to bat to the 40th over for a score of 260, 270. He now needs to bat to the 49th over, 50th over for a score of 230.
Absolutely.
But runs can come quickly as a brightish on the mountain at the moment, but it's a little gloomy here for Wellington's score. It's not really ticking.
Looks like Kumar's coming back into the attack here after bowling 7 in his first spell as well, which I'm a little bit surprised about. I did think they'd take this opportunity to get one of their part-timers in for a couple of overs, but they might be...
Well, this was the time, so you'd get Keating on strike. Maybe they'll go from the other end. It doesn't really work mass-wise for me.
No, there's going to be a gap of 2 overs.
2 overs, yep. The challenge for having 6 overs from your openers still to finish.
Kumar in its first spell really did bowl a boundary hitting.
There's an appeal and he's out nicking to the keeper. It was a little feather, and Keating on his way, he's trying to drive a full one through the off and the little nibble, and the keeper does the rest. The pressure builds and builds.
I think we'll find that Keating just struggled with his footwork there. Just didn't quite get didn't get his front foot across to where the ball was, and ended up just really playing an airy shot, just nibbled the edge of the bat straight through for a very simple catch to the wicket keeper. Yeah, you can see there his front foot just stayed on leg stump. Keating gave Kumar a little nod of the head as the ball went through to the wicket keeper. And another big wicket, another well-timed wicket for the Weily Park Kings.
Oh, they're right on top now, the Kings. They're going at under 3.7 and over at the moment. And some runs are going to have to come. And who's going to support Muir? He's just shy of a half century.
We're going to really rely on the veteran Nathan Copper here to...
Yep, he'll stick around, won't he?
Known to the Wellington boys as Prong. Nathan Copper.
Have you got any gems about him?
No, I don't. We just know he's a rather intense individual, Nathan Copper.
All right, okay.
And
what's his thought on waterbeds?
Well, we might have to ask him later on. But what he has done is really supported the Weily Park sponsors down there at the paddy wagon. I think he's got his own stool, is what I'm told.
Yeah, well, he's standing up and chatting away before when I wandered out, so he knows everyone.
He does know. Another player had a very good year with the ball, particularly against the Weily Park Kings, which we will chat about later on. What he does bring to this side is he's very, very experienced. I don't think we'll see him doing anything too rash. Just trying to feed Nathan Muir, the striker, I would think.
Hang on, has he nicked that? He has, he's gone. Well, he's just turned that one around on you, John, because he went for a big slog through the off and a rush of blood and a nick and a second in the over.
Well, I couldn't be any more wrong. That's another shot there outside the off peg where he just hasn't got his foot anywhere near the...
That was a slog.
Anywhere near the pitch of the ball.
I mean, that's a slog second ball in, isn't it?
Anyway, the ball wasn't even near a drive full length, I wouldn't expect. Salman Kumar's come back into the attack, the excitement machine, and really put Wellington right back on the back foot here.
He's made you look foolish.
He has.
He thought he wasn't needed, but he's actually getting a little bit of movement through the air, isn't he? This is a surprise. We hadn't really seen a lot of sideways movement through the air other than the overs at the top of the innings, and suddenly there's some trouble. 6 for 135, 38th over. They're going at 3.6, and we'll see the wicket again. His eyes lit up, didn't they?
I think he just had the adrenaline going. I mean, probably what he's thinking is that Wellington need to get after it a bit here to get...
Maybe they're going, well, to win this, we need to get over 220. At the moment, they're on track for 210 at best. So maybe he did go in there with some intent. Phillips will be busy around the crease.
He will. Captain the club to the premiership last year, Kobe Phillips.
We'll see him sling some down later, and he may have to play a role with the ball, and he's one of the best fielders in the comp. So I don't know that we thought this would be the scoreline. 6 for 135. It's been, well, there's some kind of idea that sits within the Kings. I'm sure that last year was a missed opportunity. They first tied to a grand final, and Wellington came from 4th to snatch it, and they played so well that day, and maybe an opportunity. But this game is still on while Nathan Muir's at the crease, and Phillips will provide ample support.
They're a fantastic story, the Weily Park Kings. They dominated second grade 3 years ago, won the premiership in, 23-24, dominated first grade in their first year in the competition, and fell short in the grand final, and then appear in a grand final in their second year in first grade. It's a real success story. Yeah,
it's great, and that's just into the gap for a single. I mean, I've got to say, there's a
50.
And that's a half century. Muir off 99 deliveries, in fact 100. He's going at 50 off 100, and that's an important innings for him. And he raises his bat to the Wellington fans. What I would say around Jagat Singh's captaincy, very pragmatic. He's sort of set on a plan. He's stuck with that plan. He's made a few bowling changes at different stages, which have generally worked. His fielding positions have been close to spot on, other than maybe one extra catcher early, but even so, you'd say everything he's done has been a solid decision based on some sort of merit as well.
You're absolutely right, but what he has been is very well supported by his 10 teammates. You know, we've had 2 fantastic run-outs, which may have been caused by some, indifferent decision-making by the batsman.
There was another chance for a second, but the fielder fumbles the ball at point.
But the bowlers have, bowled a particularly consistent line and length for him too, so they've really made his job much easier than it could have been, that's for sure. Another quality delivery there from Sargent, just what the Weily Park Kings needed in this period of the game, for them to come in and bowl his 7 overs for just 3 runs and over. It's a superb effort.
A lot of balls just hit backward a point and on point, haven't they? Which haven't been able to get through the field, which is a little bit about good field position. They're fairly close, but also the speed lacking for the batters to really create some energy off the bat. Lakeside-ish, a single. So we're getting close to the last 10 overs. There's 10 and 1 left. John, your thoughts on where does Muir go and who does he go against? Because he's going to get 6 overs of the openers. Who does he attack? And where does he attack?
Well, I think he's been forced to now to, we spoke earlier about the fact he might, just bat until the 40th over and then really try to open up there. But with the loss of these 2 or 3 wickets in the last few overs, I think now he's got to really push that back to 40, maybe the 45th over before he has a go, a hard go at the bowling. But you're right. By the time if he waits till 45, he's got the openers to deal with, who bowled an exceptional line and length this morning. So I still think there's going to have to be an over or 2 from the part-timers. Maybe that's the opportunity that he really tries to take.
They're going to go, and they'll be okay. The non-striker was where the trouble was, but Phillips isn't going to get run down. So Sawakumar, he's into his 9th over, sorry. 3 for 41.
Problem that Wellington face here is they really need to score like at 8.5, 9 and over, just to get to 230, which I think they would consider well under par,
Yeah, 9 and over gets them just under 230. Around 230, and that's feels unlikely at the moment, doesn't it? But a couple of boundaries, Phil gets set. It's actually the intent at the moment from Muir in particular has to be just held back. He's waiting to explode. Maybe he waits for the 10th over and just goes for 10. Maybe he waits the 43rd, 44th over. Maybe it's Phillips that has to be more expansive, but not completely his natural game to play a 360 style and try and hit some sixes.
I think what's clear here is that Kobe Phillips just needs to get Nathan Muir back on strike exclusively.
Yep.
Not try to do anything silly, just get Nathan Muir back on strike and allow him to do the big
If he can face 45 deliveries at the end, he can probably score 90 runs. I mean, that's the reality. That's their best chance. It's a fair comment. However, funny things happen when you bat second and you're chasing a low total in a grand final, as you well know, John.
Certainly do. And that's the right idea there from Kobe Phillips, apart from the fact that it keeps Nathan Muir off strike for the next for the next over.
Yeah, it was the wrong time to get a single, but that's all right. It's 17 degrees out there at the moment. Muir's been out there for a considerable amount of time. He won't have any trouble. He'll be up behind the stumps in a little while too, talking away. Also involved, I'm sure, in some of the decisions with the bowlers and also where the field might go. But I hope you're enjoying it. The KFC SCA Grand Final. As the stage is set for maybe a bit of Muir brilliance at the end and some white Kookaburra balls being flung into the car park here over the top of Eady Street.
Wellington really would love it. Just a little cameo here from a Kobe Phillips or a Matthew McConnell.
Matty McConnell's the one that can whack him.
I think you're right. Someone can just come out and get 30 off 20 would be just super handy next to Nathan Muir.
So there's a few spots for some singles now for Phillips to work the field and bring Muir on to strike. Now let's try and work out where he's going to hit John with the off spinner. He can't go long. The mid on is back to long on now. There's two players square the wicket on the leg side. So does he try and hit over the off? He works to leg for a single. So conservative might get two here. He's going for a second. No one's going to outrun Phillips. If that was a little more direct with that throw, I'd say Muir would have been in a bit of strife. He leans over his bat and does a few stretches. He's looking a little limpy.
He's been doing a bit of stretching over the last few overs. I'm not sure if he's injured himself or he's just cramping a little bit. But Kobe Phillips is He's made that easy. He's a very good athlete.
Loves the long sleeves on the footy field, Phillips too. Now he's getting in the way.
I think Muir's I think his boundary options here are that scoop over the leg side for 6 when he pitches outside leg stump.
Well, there's the one to go, but then they're really reluctant to take that shot. He's going to go back. There's a chance to run out of the bowler's head. If he hits, he even could have been called for obstruction. But it won't be in the end because he was making it genuine, but he crossed the wickets. So they're the ones that you can actually kind of argue obstruction, but that was a moment. It would have been a disastrous run out. And Muir was struggling a little bit here at the moment, not just the fact that, is he fatigued? Because he was only jogging through for that one.
He put the big.
Then he put the big ones in. That was a strange one, and Phillips is saying no, and then he's just gone. He's just, well, I've got to go as well. In the end, Phillips actually made it. As he gets up here, Muir, I think that's a little bit of fatigue, is it?
Yeah, I wonder if he's cramping a little bit. Yeah. Someone probably wants to run a gator 8 out to him, I would expect. Another one. I think that Weily Park at the moment have set the field really. I think they're really happy with the ones. They've got 3 back on the leg side.
He's asking for a drink now. Yeah, he's asking for a drink. Yeah, he actually is crampy. I think you're right. Just those stretches look more like a cramp stretch. Probably hasn't hydrated correctly. Don't know what the plan was last night. Down at the paddy. Manson dancing across to the right and hitting it for a single.
Wonder if he went along to Gary Ablett's Sportsman Night with Gary did a Sportsman's Night alongside Nathan Ablett.
Yeah, I heard Nathan was in town.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a recluse, isn't he, Nathan, these days? Or has been in the past. Was he the one that after they won their grand final against Port Adelaide, just him and a couple of mates just headed back to Corio Bay for a beer by themselves? He didn't go anywhere near the celebration.
And then he retired, didn't he?
Pretty much, yeah. Well, good footballer. I kind of like that. I like people that are a little different and just kind of like whatever he needed to cope, because he was a player that was talked of a lot. But anyway, we'll stick to the cricket. There's Kanunji Mount Wellington with a little bit less cloud on top. But there's a bit of cloud hanging over the head of Wellington as they try and build a total which will be enough to challenge the Kings, who are looking to overcome last year's loss.
Kumar in for his last over now.
3 for 43 for Kumar. Do they take him on? That's squirted out towards the leg for a single. And the thing we're looking at, I can tell you, is the bottom left screen when anything happens, and that is the running between wickets. It's been curious. It's been the difference, John, and it was decision-making, less so fielding, but the fielding was good. Their decisions were poor at the top of the order from Muir.
They were poor, and Mark McConnell definitely
that was his,
absolved himself of any responsibility for both run-outs at the last drinks break.
Okay. Oh, you heard that, did you?
Straight from the man himself.
Right. So he's fully blamed the other person. So he sees 100% someone else's fault.
Yep.
Whereas I always reckon everyone's got a role, even if it's a defensive role, it's to say an earlier no or be a bit more decisive. I hope you're enjoying it on Duff TV. Southern Cricket Association. What is it, the biggest comp in Tasmania?
I think it is.
Biggest comp in relation to teams. It never used to be. It used to be the TCL, the Tasmanian Cricket League, which which is based through the Tamar Valley and the suburbs of Launceston. But this comp kept, that's a full ball. But the SCA kept gobbling up some other ones nearby and kept growing and growing and amalgamating comps, which I think is good. You don't, I mean, there's even a talk in the old days, or a few years ago, I thought of a Hugh and Channel, their grand finals, playing the Southern Cricket Association grand finals. There used to be an intra-series game many years ago. That's forceful shot from Phillips for a single. Used to be, yeah, I was going to say intra, but what's the word I'm looking for here, John? A representative game. Thank you very much. A representative game between the two.
Very strong competition, the Hugh and Channel competition these days.
And I think probably 10 years ago they probably would have won that more consistently, but the SCA has probably grown in its capacity to retain some ex-Premier League players. Right. So, sorry, Kumar's gone. 347. He has done his job. 4.7, 3 wickets. Massive performance from Kumar.
Came back really well in his second spell there. Took a couple of wickets just for the 14 or 15 runs. Has done a great job for his cricket club there. We'll see Saji continue from the bottom end, and then I think probably a really vital decision from Jag Singh here as to who to bring on from this bottom end, considering that Yadama and Kumar are now both bowled out, and they've got three to come from Jag himself and Andapreet.
So Jag will bowl at the other end, and then Saji's got the 2, so that's 5 overs. That's my maths there. And then 3 at this end. Yep. So there's a couple that need to be sorted, unless they do some complicated swinging players around. But unlikely. That's through a misfield. They're going to get a couple. Haven't been too many today. It's been a pretty solid effort in the field. Also hasn't been many near catches. Been probably 1 or 2. That one drop catch from Kumar.
That would be the only one. And that was tough.
That was a toughish one, yep. But what's been curious, there might be 2 runs here. Yeah, Phillips will get back. Good running from him, although they're going to throw to the... I don't think Phillips was in any doubt, but Muir grimacing as he was coming back for the second and shakes his head. That's kind of his style. He's always kind of got that sort of annoyance in his face. But he's moved to 61 and he's starting to certainly push and run fast here. So he's not taking any big risks with a big shot, is he, John? He's looking to try and score in 1s and 2s still.
He's played a lot of cricket, Nathan Muir, and would really understand the situation here. You know, if he gets out now, Wellington are at risk of being bowled out for 185.
Yep. But what's the risk though? They don't get to 200. Is the risk that that's such a low total? Even if they do lose early wickets, it's such a low total. If Sarwan gets going or Jag gets going, the game could be over in 25 overs.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, he finds himself in a position now where he just needs to plan to bat to the last ball of the 50th over, plan to get to 230, and if there's no point going too early.
Yeah, I think 230 is probably nearly out of their reach unless they go this over. But no one knows how to take on this off spinner in relation to trying to hit some boundaries and where to hit them with a long one is up to mid on. Deep mid wickets in place. So there is a gap straight down the ground, but he's got an over left. And we'll see if there's going to be a bowling change here at the commentary end or the pavilion end of Eady Street. Looking around to see who's taken a cap off. Is it the captain? Is it the captain's floppy? Is Jag going to come in and roll his arm over for his 3? He's even checking whoever's keeping the tally going. I've got 3, don't I?
So change of ends for Jag Singh here. So if he bowls his 3, there's going to be one left here at this end for him to decide who to bowl. Sorry, we've got some movement here in the commentary box.
Well, we've got an extra commentator coming in. We got an extra mic as well, though. Not sure. Where is it? There it is.
There we go. Jag into the attack there, and 2 runs immediately to Nathan Muir as we welcome Andrew Downton into the commentary box. How are you, Downton?
Going well. A little bit behind the 8 ball here, aren't we? Just probably, what's that, about 36 balls left, or 41 the leftovers, but
He comes in the bowl here just for a dot ball. You know Nathan Muir better than we would. What would he be? How would he be planning the next 7 overs?
I'd reckon he'd want to probably start the next over. Like Jake just bowls obviously pretty straight. They've still got, how many in the ring? Got 4 on,
Yep.
4 on the offside.
Make a slab extra out, couldn't they?
Yeah, just bowl. Yep. They're probably bowling exactly the way that we would bowl to them.
Yep.
That 4th, 5th stump line and just really change the pace up and keep her up. They bowled really well. Runouts didn't help.
What would be a comfortable score, Downs, to what would be the minimum you think he could defend?
220.
All right, so there's still 60 to get.
But who knows? Like, these guys could be none for 80 off 6 overs or 4 for 20.
That is true. Someone one who could go first ball, as he did the other day, or could actually hit a century off 40 balls. So there's some lot of risk in their batting lineup as well.
Extreme amount of talent, especially this fella, Jag. He's unbelievable.
Best all-rounder, certainly the comp. Full of 1, reaching for it. Points in play.
Just losing Mano probably was the key. Probably just when we lost him, we probably needed him in now because we would have definitely doubled our score from second drink break.
I think you're right, and that was the result of the two big runouts, really.
Massive.
Yep.
Now, but I'm curious though, where's the attacking shots coming from? Where is the spot Muir's going to aim for?
They haven't bowled anywhere near his hip, which obviously that's a strength. He likes to go over cover. He likes to go backward point. So he's got to go. Look, they're just bowling really they're bowling exactly the way we'll bowl to them.
He has given
4th, 5th something line.
Absolutely. He has given himself a bit of room a couple of times, and especially down the hill, crest the ball, pass backward point. But I think it's only been twice. And I think that's only been twice because they just haven't given him, the room to do it. And Saji, from bowling from this end, has bowled an exceptional line and length to all batsmen. I think he's been very, very good.
Unreal. He's just his control.
Yep.
He hasn't really looped them up, but he hasn't bowled any half trackers either. So he's just in between.
Right, you're opening the bowling down, and let's pretend you're thrown back out there. You've taken a couple of years off. What's your strategy against these magnificent opening batters that the Kings have?
Oh, surely it's wide. 4th, 5th stump, changing pace. Obviously left arm over. You just want to be just rolling fingers slightly, and hopefully one swings.
Yeah, not a lot of swing. They're a little bit early. Jag swung a couple, and someone did a little bit.
Balls are hopeless, fair to say.
Is it? Do you mean you mean the white ball's hopeless, or this package of balls that are coming out now aren't as good?
Every package of balls doesn't swing, they're hopeless, aren't they? You want every ball to swing.
Yeah, well, as a bowler, as a batter, maybe not. He's got Phillips on strike. What can he do as he advances and knocks it out to leg for a single?
He's just giving nothing away. Nathan Muir doesn't actually sweep. He relies more on length off his hip, and he'll hit you over the hill, and but he's giving nothing. He loves a backward point, but they've got 3 men point.
Can he go? Can he go straight down the ground here? Can he change his feet, go inside out?
He just goes one though.
Yeah.
Usually, that's great bowling.
Yeah, he's been impressive.
He's over the wicket too. Most get tempted to come around the wicket. If he was coming around the wicket, it creates that space where you can actually bat outside leg and then open up the offside. But he's giving nothing away.
Well, we've got Wellington have 3 balls left of Saji to get through, and I expect we'll see Antipreet or one of the part-timers come on from that top end. But I think we're expecting that there's 2 overs, maybe 1 or 2 overs from.
Could be go time. We need 10 or 12 and over. There's my boy Arch, just walking across the commentary box. Jack Pacelli.
Kobe Phillips, we can see here with just the 10 runs off his 22 deliveries. Do you expect his role is just to feed Nathan Muir the strike, or is he capable of hitting the boundary himself?
Yeah, no, just exactly what he's doing now.
Yep.
Except, yeah, I mean, there's no reason Nathan can't hit 100 here.
Absolutely. Well, I think Wellington are going to need it if
We can
put a score on the
message
board.
has just gone out now, but there's the legend, James Gore. Right and front and centre, James Gore. I mean, couldn't Wellington do with him right now?
Does love to get around the cricket match, the big cricket matches, James.
Yeah, he does. Old beach boy.
He is.
5 overs left here in the grand final.
This could be the over.
Yeah,
Is
I
Jag
agree.
finished?
Yep. No, Jag's
No,
got 2 to
Jag's got
go.
Yep.
Yep. So Jag with 2 to go. Antabreed Singh with 3 to go.
That's interesting. I probably would have bowled this over if I was Jag.
I think
This
they,
could go for 24 here.
Yeah.
Well, they could, but I think they
he-
had
he
to
can't,
make.
He can't bowl this over, I don't think.
No, they had to make. He had to bowl the 1 over from this end, so that he could finish. So that Antabreed could finish
right.
this
He'll
end
come back
and he
around
could
the
come
other
up the other end. Yep.
So it is Singh into the attack. Antabreed with
Okay, so
3
you
overs.
lead a single here, and then Nathan's go time.
Well, let's see if Andrew Doughton's got it on the money. Is Antabreed back into the attack? He's been away for about 90 minutes, and the first ball knocked to leg. So right on cue. They might get 2. He's going to come back for the second. It's relatively comfortable.
You're definitely not running Kobe Phillips out.
Well, you're not running Kobe. You might run Nathan out, though.
Definitely.
He looks like he's cramping, or there's some little niggle going on.
It could be an old.
Yeah, it catches up with us. It mentioned
Father Time definitely has a lifespan.
your left arm. How many overs do you reckon you bowled over your career? I mean, is there
I'd
a
hate
stat?
to think.
Yeah. Let's hope it's still okay in your older years. Everything works okay. That's an inside edge-ish and a single.
Everything works exceptional except for any day ending with Y. Feet. If it's not that, it's the Achilles. If it's not that, it's the knees. No, it's just steady.
Only
This could be
one-
go. Like, I'm thinking he's got to go cow, he's got to go big.
There's only one fieldsman out in the offside, and I wonder if he'll really try and punish him through the offside.
Oh, no, he's
How
going
he
to
go?
go.
That's who he's
Yeah,
going.
he's going to the short boundary. Well, not they're both short. But he's going down the hill towards Eady Street. And Singh is up for the challenge because he's trying to nibble the ball back in off the seam potentially, and the eyes lit up at Muir.
Again.
Look at that.
Fourth stump line.
That ball just do a little bit too. Still in the,
just tailed
like in
in
the
a bit.
45th over.
Yeah, just wobbled in. Let's see if Muir can launch one. He's going across. There it goes. That's a bash and a crash.
That's his zone.
And it's done the job, and he's second 6 to the leg.
So I think they missed a trick here. I would have bowled Jag this over because then he would have respected him a little bit more. So
Because, it's one
Yeah.
less over to go still.
So
Isn't it? 46 over.
4 balls gone. There's no reason he can't hit another 12 here, which is danger zone for the Kings.
Well,
We nudge up to 215, 220, he'd be winning.
let's see what he can do. He's done again. Same again,
Oh,
this time a
that
little
was there.
bottom edgy. It was
Right in the slot, that. He'd be sick on that. Yep, there he is.
He doesn't look too happy.
No, he's sick on it. He should have put that on the kebab house roof, to be honest, that length.
His old mate there. He's
James Gore-like,
That's
right
right.
there.
He's heard about the Goose McConnon running hill runs, and
Tell you what, he's ripped.
Duff finds anyone doing stuff, doesn't he?
It was Duff like back in the day, wasn't it? Cindy Bay Seagulls.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to be run out.
Oh,
no,
no.
he's got back in. What was he doing then? Kobe. Yeah, no. Duff had the barrel chest.
Yep, could imagine.
It's the end of the over. He
There
looks
he
like none of us. I'll give you the tip. He's got my long legs anyway. As we've got 4 to go here in the SCA Grand Final.
So Jag come down the hill. It's going to be pretty tricky. I'm thinking anywhere around 210 would be
It's
very, very
something.
good.
At least, Andrew, the Kings have to think their way through the innings. Otherwise, if it was, the 170 was at one stage probably on as well. They could have just smacked their way there in 20 overs, but they're at least made to think their strategy.
so the field is spreading here. So they're clearly happy to give the 1 away on the leg side. Nobody in the ring on the leg side. No one behind square, and there really hasn't been anyone all day. And a strong offside field.
So Jag to continue, squeezed into the gap. That'll race. It should fall short. They'll get a couple. And some energy from Clennett Hire.
Just good. Oh, and they'll go. No, they won't.
They won't. No.
Hamstring. Yep, there it is.
Gee, that's well run. That's 3 runs.
Very good. Tell you what, so Kings got 200 against us last year. I don't know if you guys remember, but it was nice and balmy. I think maximum was about 12.
Oh, I think it didn't get above 10.
At Bridgewater, yeah, it was. Shane Pacelli, the legend.
It was a supreme bowling effort last year from Wellington, led by yourself down. It's just, you're right, bowling that wide outside off stump line where the Weily Park batsmen just couldn't quite reach it, if anything else. Really frustrated the Weily Park Kings last year.
4th or 5th stump line, that's all it was. Yep. And changed the pace, and I think he struggled last year in the grand final. So hopefully the same again. But
yeah, he struggled to get real rhythm. He had a couple of moments where he whacked a couple of boundaries, but for the most part,
I think he kind 20 odd. Or mate, actually,
he made a half century.
He did too. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. But it was off a lot of balls.
Struggled for timing all day.
He just didn't get any time, and he'd one over where he hit a couple of boundaries. For the rest, he was kind of caught a bit like Nathan Muir's innings in some way, that he just kind of got caught not at his normal pace.
Yep. Well, just from good bowling, I think.
Some good bowling and wickets falling
here,
around
right?
him.
The Kings had done their research. So it's just like he's labouring a little bit, Jag. Not happy with something, wrist or elbow or something.
I think he's just a laconic character.
Yeah.
Downs,
You reckon he's so laconic he looks injured, Doubt, do you?
Just he's a pretty laid-back cat.
All right, so we're nearly down to 3 overs. It really is time to hit. What will Phillips do? There's still wickets in hand. That's the thing.
That's down the hill. That's 3.
Maybe going to get to the line. It's very close.
Oh, it is too.
It's just makes the journey. And a Phillips nick gets him up towards 18.
Doing his job here, Kobe Phillips. Took his time early. Knew it. I think he probably understood the situation when he came in. He couldn't afford to get out.
Yep.
And has really, guided the ball down for the 3 earlier this over, and now edged one for
that was
4.
a guide. Was a guide, was it? You happy with that? We're being very generous, I think.
The Newtown dad, we'd call it. First moved down in 99, and legend Ian Rice introduced us to that exact shot.
I think everyone in every
Newtown
club,
dab.
everyone's got a dabber, don't they?
That's a dab,
dabber
and effective. Even better, just takes a bit of sting out of their attack there. Just ball going under the net.
So Phillips might be about to launch, although 1 ball left. He might be best not to take the strike away from Muir for the next over. Sing in for his second last, and he annoyingly gets the single, so he retains the strike.
Done that 4 or 5. Sorry, Pete. He's done that 4 or 5 times now. Kobe Phillips has taken the single off the last ball of the over. I just worry whether it might be the difference, between Wellington getting that 220 score.
Yep.
Getting 215.
3 overs left. 10 and over, 220. He'd take that grand final. I was actually pretty shocked at winning toss and bowling first.
Yeah,
to be honest, in a grand final.
Us through that.
What about, last week we saw Montague Bay and Molesworth do the same thing, and Molesworth coming out on top, batting first because they got sent in. But when in doubt, you always bat first. Any grand final, as we know.
Yeah. Talking to Jag after the toss, he really wanted to take advantage of the conditions, and 4 or 5 overs in, it looked like he'd made the right call because the ball was really significantly moving.
Yep, it was a bit grey.
But by 7, after the 7th over, I think the ball probably really did stop
this is the
hooping around.
This could go for 24 here.
So Antipreet to continue his last over. Looked to be whacked. There was one that went to leg. He's bowling to Phillips. His first
2.
one.
No,
get
just the one.
No, I think they need. I mean, there's 17 balls left. They need to get as many into Phillips, away from Phillips into Muir.
Yep.
Muir
so that length will go, Nathan.
All right, we'll see. We'll see the crystal ball. So there's one spot square the wicket. It's going to be hard with that length. It's going to have to be a little straighter.
That's not a bad wrist. He won't be going over cover. Yep.
So goes to
Push.
that player. They'll have to go for a 2 here, and they do.
They want to be a good throw.
So it's
Yep,
a 70.
excellent.
So from that end, that's an 80-metre boundary right to the corner, just under 80, about 78 metres. So it's not a huge hit. And you can see in some effort from Nathan Muir to try and suck a bit of oxygen in.
He does have, you can see the way he's batting, he does have that wide mid on to mid wicket in mind, doesn't he?
Over
Yep.
that front. Yep.
Yes,
Same
sir.
length will go here. Oh, that's a
That's
diff. Is that no ball?
No.
That's 6.
I don't think so.
That's car territory
Yep.
on Eady Street.
Yep,
so
there it is.
look it
Bang.
out. And he gets a tickle. That doesn't help the cricket ball.
He's on for 100 here.
And Phillips has a chat to Muir as he moves to 80, as they'll have to retrieve a ball.
It's poor bowling, I've got to say. At this stage, he was bowling so well, just at
The
fourth
dog,
or something
has
line,
the
just
dog
lining
got,
it in.
sorry, Downs, has
Yep.
the dog got the ball? No, the dog didn't pick it up. Put a bit of slobber on it.
That would be very Australian, wouldn't it?
So it was dipping down. It's not a no ball. But it was one of those ones which had the right trajectory and it got the
There you
height.
go. Did we get the car? Just have a look. No.
I think it went
he
under.
just missed the
Did it
car.
go under?
It's not the first car. Wouldn't have been the first car to be hit here.
No, if you're going down Eady Street at the moment, and there he
Well,
is.
there he is. Yep.
Still going.
Duff. Very Gore-like, though. James Gore. Same frame. The old beach legend.
But he's broadly, he knows the camera's on. He's gone, I want to get a bit of airtime here.
What do you think about the score here, lads? It's just creeped up a bit.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, it's
What are we
230 were what John and I have been predicting for 10 overs. So it's only
Okay.
it's still going to be below that, I think, unless there's, well, a few more full tosses there. They're a chance.
One there. Oh,
That's
He's
another
gone again.
bounce, and there's a
that's in
fielder
the
out
gap.
there,
Oh, 4.
and it's
In
found
Muir.
a very small,
He's
narrow
on for a ton here.
passage.
It's a great shot. On
Great
the
shot.
on the score downs, I think that it's not a score that Weily Park will walk off being
No.
worried about somehow. And they have a deep batting
They bet to
order.
11.
Yep,
Absolutely.
that's right. So they'll back themselves to chase 220-230.
At just-
But runs on the board in a grand final.
So I'm just going to jump in,
Yep.
John. Down
Yep.
to Muir jumping across the crease, nearly to the offside. He's nearly under the hill.
That's
Where
right.
would you bowl? I mean, I know you bowl the other arm, but
Yep.
what's your strategy?
Straight at leg stump.
Yep, that's what I would have thought.
But he was baiting him
Yep.
to do that. So
Yeah, because he's moving so early against a bowler who's not bowling fast.
no, but he's just not on today's thing. Run for 54 now, of 8.5.
Yeah, his opening spell was pretty solid though, but yeah, the last couple
Yeah.
here, there's no slower ball in his.
No, that's not a bad
repertoire.
result though, Dot there. So Jake to bowl his last.
To Muir.
So 2 overs left in the grand final.
Penultimate. Never use that word commentating.
Well,
Always
I-
wanted to use
yeah,
that.
I always avoid it. You might mispronounce it. It's
Got a big
unnecess-
red
you
there.
don't use it in daily talk though, penultimate, do you? It's not like I don't say, that's my penultimate beer. You never know, you might have another one.
You just never know. Depends on the
that's
time
exactly
and,
right. That-
circumstance.
Yeah,
It's one of those words where people are just trying to make themselves look smarter than they actually are.
yeah, that's
Correct.
exactly right.
Just shout out to Wellington sponsors. Just saw them come up and obviously
There they are.
there they are. Yeah, old Broods and Muller. They're travelling beautifully. The Harcourt boys. As is Beck Thomas. RCBO.
Right, so 12 balls left, legitimate deliveries. That's been squeezed through the off, and they'll get a single. So
Yep. Well, won a ball here, still 220-ish. Bad result.
So Jag bowling his last.
Bowled. Can't do a lot with that.
You can't. It's good delivery, that. Honing in on that middle leg stump line. Hard to hit that for 6, that's for sure.
Yeah, not easy.
Muir 8 shy of a ton. He'll be very happy if he brings it up with a maximum. Is it this over?
Oh, it's just no width.
They're going to get
No.
2? No, they're not.
No, great fielding. Not sure who that is in the deep. Is it?
That is Thavasthas.
Yep, fantastic fielding. Tacked it straight over the stumps.
The fielding and the throwing has been
fantastic.
strong all day.
Yep.
Yep.
And again, yep. Just another single. Like 6 off's not a bad result because then we can attack the other end.
So is that the strategy? Just make sure Muir's on strike for the last over.
220, 225. Grand final, game on.
So Muir with 2 balls left in this over.
He won't want to throw it away here. Just be a
No, he wants to face that last over, doesn't he?
Right.
That'll help. That's in the air. There's a fielder coming around and it misses.
Great shot.
His left arm and races for 4. Rana wasn't quick enough then. Racked it a little late. And a handy boundary.
Worst ball, he could actually bowl a Muir right now. Right knee height, full toss, bang.
Just over pitch. Looked to be honing in at that Yorker length, didn't he?
Got to say, got to be on the fence as a fielder though.
Yeah,
on the line.
Yeah, Rana was deep. He was a bit slow to move then, but yeah, he was in on that one. He might have stopped it. Will he get this one away as well?
Yep. Single, perfect.
He'll cane the strike. 6 left, 98. Muir. Phillips doing the job with his feet running fast. We've got an over left.
Great batting.
I think that is really just clever batting from Nathan Muir. He could have really tried to pound that through the offside for 4 runs, but really took the opportunity to get down the other end to maximise the last 6 balls of the match to a bowler who he just hit for 14 or 15 runs in the last over, I think.
Probably his worst over probably the year almost. Like he's so tight, he's so hard to get away.
So no wicket to Jag in the spell.
Almost first too.
Yeah, so that's unusual. He didn't get many opportunities either. One went past the outside head early doors. He had a couple ones that drifted in, but no real lost opportunity for him.
So where to from here? 223, 10 off.
They need 10 to 15. They need 15 off. That's suddenly getting close to 230.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks better than.
Hopefully it's just back of a length for 6 here.
So they've got long on back as well. And there he goes to the leg, into the gap. But there's a fielder there.
Good fielding.
They've got them set. There's Rana again.
Yeah,
on the sweep.
Wow.
So Phillips now.
Looking fit, Rana too.
Yeah.
He's in from the boundary there too.
Yeah, he's another.
Interesting.
I think they've all come in. They've all just come in for Kobe Phillips.
Yeah, they don't want to let.
15 metres.
And, I mean,
great
that's
tactics.
Don't mind that. Yep.
Oh, would have been wide that.
Phillips does the job, but Ming brings Nathan Muir to strike, the former captain on 99. Got his 50 or 50 deliveries, so an indication of his last 49 runs has come from 35 deliveries, so he's certainly up the ante.
Interesting not bringing the fielding. I probably would.
I think it's about the big game. It's about the game, isn't it? Slogs it. Is there a fielder there? No, he got it.
Bounce.
And a ton to Muir in a grand final.
Excellent.
He's in some pain, I can tell you. There's some cramping or something going on in his body, and he raises the bat. And the crowd applauds. And his last 50 runs coming off 36 deliveries. He's putting his team in an opportunity to win this grand final with some kind of score.
That is a serious knock under sufferance, and not only one of the best blokes, but one of the best things you'll see in a grand final under sufferance, knowing what he's been through this week. Push.
It's just been a good over from Singh.
Great over.
They're going to get 2. I could nearly thought, would you keep Muir on strike? Just take the single and 4 balls left. See if you can hit a few sixes.
I don't have to keep.
He does, but I mean, you can only win now, can't you?
You got a masseuse out the back at the Wellington Cricket Club?
Not that I know of, but if I do, I wouldn't mind my calves being rubbed.
Does that help with the drinking later? That's in the air. That's in the air. He's going to be caught. Should be caught. Easy catch. And a late wicket, and comfortably taken by Noop Yada. And Phillips did his job. 29 off 35. And there's 2 balls left, and Muir has the strike.
Did do a great job there, Kobe Phillips, but just, playing that shot in the second last ball of the game puts Nathan Muir at the non-strikers in again, so it's probably not the result the Wellington Cricket Club really needed. He just needed to punch that down the ground for 1.
Sorry, I got confused about the rule change from 4 years ago.
Yeah.
The old
change. You only do 1 game a year, Peach.
Yeah, one game of cricket a year, yeah.
Got to say, though, Matty McConnell, big red.
Yeah, he's been waiting there. He's been sitting over there. I mean, I've seen him whack some big boundaries.
could be 6 or out. He's got to go.
Well,
Obviously, he's been tailing into the right-hander, so Singh might just... well, obviously, he'll start on probably middle or off and just be going away. His hitting zone is over cover. So to be
comfortably
interesting to see
taken.
what they're doing here with the field. Be putting everyone else out in the offside because he doesn't really go leg side, especially the way Singh's been bowling and tailing it away.
Yeah, he's going round the wicket too, Antrapete.
They've got everyone out as far as they can go out.
Yeah, they've got as many
Bar
out.
Samoa
out-
Kuma there,
out.
the excitement machine is really trying to push up there at mid-on.
So 2 left. Tally, which is okay. A couple of lusty blows makes it a little bit better.
Pass mark grand final, I'd say. Yep, cover. Over cover.
Over the
Yep,
top.
that's his zone.
He'll get a couple probably.
Just 2. And 220 would be a great score. 2-2-1 to win. 100 not out to the legend who is Nathan Muir. And what do you think, guys?
Well, it's over. 220. Yeah, it does sound good. 2-2-1 for victory. 7 down. Phillips went late. And there is Nathan Muir. A ton in a granny. The former captain of 136 deliveries. He played a fine knock. His last 50 runs coming from 36. A fine performance though with the ball from the Kings. But to go through the scorecard, McConnell an early run out. Muir likewise, both poor decisions. Manson looked really good at run a ball 32 until he got one through the gate. Quarrel came in up from 3rd grade. Probably played a risky shot at the end. Keating looked okay, went early. Copper with a big slog, probably unlike him. And then Phillips in the end was a good little partnership with Muir. And they're getting plenty of applause as he exits the oval here at Eady Street, a score of 220. The bowling, Jagged at the top. 3 maidens, 41 off his 10. Antapreet Singh, he got the 1 wicket in the end, 61. Yada, he was magnificent. 1 for 31 of his 10, a really key player bowling from pretty much the one end the whole time. Sarwan Kumar swung around, ended up getting a couple of wickets in the middle, 3 for 47 of his 10. Gakko Krishnam Saji, 10 overs, none for 38, was key from the top end of the ground, from the mountain end. He bowled 10 overs in a row, made it very difficult and held both batters down, but fine innings from Nathan Muir, a ton in a granny.
So good.
Sorry, Downs. I think that what we've seen today is just a really consistent quality bowling effort from the Weily Park Kings. You know, they bowled very few extras. They bowled a really consistent line and length and really restricted Wellington to a score that's probably short of par. I think I respect your dedication to the Wellington. 220 in a grand final is runs on the board. It'll put the Weily Park Kings under pressure, and we're really excited for what we can see next.
All right, we're going to head now to the presentation of Southern Cricket Association. Some highlights from the Prezzo. Yeah, presenter. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. We'll make it exciting. Downs, thanks for coming in, mate. We might chat to you later on. We've got a second innings coming up for a chance for the Kings to redeem themselves from last year. aerial, and that will get the scoreboard ticking away an early boundary and an early strike from Muir.
You'll be pretty happy to get away there, and you can see there that ball really does fly down the hill to the shorter boundary, and I think, you know, that's just nice. Lets the ball go.
Oh, Lowry Patel behind the stumps has snavelled that one and taken the bails off. The right-hander, Muir, just making a bit of movement. It was a good shot. There's a run on. He's going to be close.
I think he's out.
I think he's gone. Muir is being run out trying to knock that ball through backward point. The fielder went to his left. It was a brilliant pickup. Throw straight to the keeper's hands. The right-hander, Muir, just making a bit of movement. It was a good shot. There's a run on. He's going to be close.
I think he's out.
I think he's gone. Muir is being run out trying to knock that ball through backward point. The fielder went to his left. It was a brilliant pickup. Throw straight to the keeper's hands. They're trying to keep the pressure on, get him to make a mistake. It's patient stuff here from the Kings. There's a nick. And it flies exactly. That was exactly what they wanted. It's exactly what they were bowling for. And it just missed the fielder's right hand.
I think you're absolutely right. That is exactly what they want. They're looking at
it's at the southern end. I should say the easterly end. That's through. That's controlled. That's the shot of the morning.
That's a lovely shot there from Nathan Muir, and you're right. He's just leant back and controlled.
That's a bit too full. It just squeezes through the gap and it races down the hill for 4.
Absolutely what Mark McConnell's waiting for there is the ball to be over pitched, and he just caressed that through the offside. Former Mighty Dunedin.
He is a McDermott
cricketer.
dog player, yes. There's a chance for another run out. And he's gone. And that is extraordinary. Both opens have been run out unnecessarily. And the Kings, they've got 2.
Former Mighty Dunedin.
He is a McDermott
cricketer.
dog player, yes. There's a chance for another run out. And he's gone. And that is extraordinary. Both opens have been run out unnecessarily. And the Kings, they've got 2. Does it bring the LB into play? As he does go forward, he cracks it through the off. And with a flurry.
It's a great shot, just over pitch there from Andrew Preet, and Isaac Manson has taken full advantage.
That smack to leg. That's going to go the distance. 10 off 2. Manson away.
And that notches up Manson's 50th 6 for the year.
Makes us wondering there at the moment. Are they going to sit right behind the bowler? They're moving. That's in the air. And it's through the gap for 4.
And again, he's just given himself a little bit of room there outside off stump Muir and just guided that.
And that's in the air. And that's just wide of the fielder and another boundary. What a start for Manson. Angles down and also there for the prevention of the quick single. So it's a good field on the off at the moment. Is there some attack in that? That's hit. Will that get through? Yes, and there's the risk. It's probably more square where it had the fielder deep anyway and not there, because that is more for a drive, which I think they probably want.
Good to see. It takes 2 umpires these days to reset the stumps.
Is that a joke?
Working
is that
together.
a start of a joke, is it? How many umpires take to reset stumps? I don't know.
We got both.
Well, you need definitely the second one just to line him up, don't you? He's got to get... There he goes. Partnership. And that's the aggression from Muir as he carves it to the leg side and finds the line.
It's a fine shot, and I think if we get a replay there, we'll see it's a bit of a hawk at the bus stop.
That's a full ball, and that's been dispatched. That was the worst delivery of the day. And is that gate? There's one gate open over there. I have seen it over the years go through there a few times. It's nearly like the old Mercantile Mutual signs, or what did they had back in the night?
Well,
in the air and wide of the slip. He's been moving either side laterally. Sometimes third slip, sometimes second. And that's what happens. You take the risk when they're in between, and it flew for 4. You could say a minor advantage now. He's bowled. No, the advantage is gone. Kumar with the wicket, the inside edge of the season's top scorer. And just as it started to turn, the worm goes the other way. And the Kings get a breakthrough. And the first wicket, John, to a bowler. You could say a minor advantage now. He's bowled. No, the advantage is gone. Kumar with the wicket, the inside edge of the season's top scorer. And just as it started to turn, the worm goes the other way. And the Kings get a breakthrough. And the first wicket, John, to a bowler. That's in the air, and that's going the distance, as Cake said many years ago.
Just another scoop shot from Muir over the leg side but considering that Quarrel was on strike, they've given Kumar one more over here.
In the air, dropped. That was catchable. Kumar's got both hands to it. It's going straight back towards. That's a confident shot for 4. Elegant drive from Quarrel. And he finds the line.
Kumar, he just is giving the Wellington batsmen 1 or 2 balls they can hit for 4 each over.
Nearly, because there's no need for a catcher at the moment. You've got to have a short third man, so that's in play. The points look right, the in-outfield's right. It's that for a second. Great take by Ravi. The ball clearly wasn't dead, and the bowler appealed and he was given out for hand. The ball, well, he's been not given out. He's tried to slog it and he's out. Quarrel gone for 10. And there was the shot he wanted to play, John. The slog across the line, and it didn't work.
Really disappointing shot there from...
It's aggressive. That'll travel the distance.
Lovely shot through the offside there from Dylan Kenny. I think you're right. Clearly favours that side of the wicket with that high backlift. And Wellington will be really hoping for a bit more of that, especially down the hill, where it really does open up.
Don't mind that. That was a clever bit of bowling. So maybe the one thrown a little wider was to draw him into something and miss time, but he didn't. But then the one that cramps up and
2 balls in 2 balls time.
Loud call from Muir to say no. Well, the
throw.
Stumps have been hit at the non-striker's end, and they've got a ricochet and a single. It's frustrating, isn't it, as a captain? Fuller, Nick, that's going to run away. That's an odd spot for the ball to end up from that sort of delivery, but it was a thick outside edge which ran all the way along the carpet for 4.
Kumar in his first spell really did bowl a boundary hitting.
There's an appeal and he's out, nicking to the keeper. It was a little feather. And Keating on his way, he's trying to drive a full one through the off and the little nibble. And the keeper does the rest. The pressure builds and builds.
Doing anything too rash. Just trying to feed Nathan Muir the striker, I would think.
Hang on, has he nicked that? He has, he's gone. Well, he's just turned that one around on you, John, because he went for a big slog through the off and a rush of blood and a nick and a second in the over.
Well, I couldn't be any more wrong. But that's doing anything too rash. Just trying to feed Nathan Muir the striker, I would think.
Hang on, has he nicked that? He has, he's gone. Well, he's just turned that one around on you, John, because he went for a big slog through the off and a rush of blood and a nick and a second in the over.
Well, I couldn't be any more wrong. But that's a 4. Dominated first grade in their first year in the competition. And fell short in the grand final. And then appear in a grand final in their second year in first grade. It's a real success story.
Yeah, it's great. And that's just into the gap for a single. I mean, I've got to say, there's a
50.
and that's a half century. Muir off 99 deliveries, in fact 100. He's going at 50 off 100, and that's an important innings for him. Back to long on now. There's 2 players square the wicket on the leg side. So does he try and hit over the off? He works to leg for a single. So conservative might get 2 here. He's going for a second. Well, no one's going to outrun Phillips. If that was a little more direct with that throw, I'd say Muir would have been in a bit of strife.
Muir's 2, I think his boundary options here are that scoop over the leg side for 6 when he pitches outside leg stump.
Well, there's the one to go, but then they're really reluctant to to take that shot. He's going to come back. There's a chance of a run out of the bowler's head. If he hits, he even could have been called for obstruction. But it won't be in the end because he was making it genuine. But he crossed the wickets. So they're the ones that you can actually kind of argue obstruction. But, oh, that was money. Is Antiprede back into the attack. He's been away for about 90 minutes, and the first ball knocked to leg. So right on cue. They might get two. He's going to come back for the second. It's relatively comfortable.
You're definitely not running Kobe Phillips out.
Well, you're not running Kobe. You might run Nate.
Tailed in a bit.
45th over.
Yeah, just wobbled in. Let's see if Muir can launch one. He's going across.
Yep.
There it goes. That's a bash and a crash.
That's his zone.
And it's done the job, but he's second six to the leg.
So I think they missed a trick here. I would have bowled Jag this over because then he would have respected him a little bit more.
So Jag to continue. Squeezed into the gap. That'll race. It should fall short. They'll get a couple. And some energy from Clennett Hire.
Just good. Oh, and they'll go. No, they won't.
They won't. No.
Hamstring. Yep, there it is.
Gee, that's well run. That's 3 runs.
What will Phillips do? There's still wickets in hand.
That'll
That's
help.
the thing.
That's down the hill. That's 3.
Maybe going to get to the line. It's very close.
Oh, it is too.
It's just makes the journey. And a Phillips nick gets him up towards 18.
Doing his job here, Kobe Phillips. Took his time early. Knew it. I think it probably does have, you can see the way he's batting, he does have that wide mid-on to mid-wicket in mind, doesn't he?
Over
Yep.
that front. Yep.
Is
Same
it?
length will go here. Oh, that's a
That's
diff. Is that no ball? That's 6.
I don't think so.
That's car territory
Yep.
on Eady Street.
Yep,
so
there it is.
look it
Bang.
out. And he gets a tickle. That doesn't help the cricket ball.
He's made one there. Oh,
That's another
again.
bounce. And there's a
that's in
fielder
the
out
gap.
there.
Oh, 4.
And it's
In
found
Muir.
a very small,
He's
narrow
off for a ton
passage.
here.
It's a great shot. On
Great
the
shot.
on the score downs, I think that it's not a score that Weily Park will walk off being
No.
worried about somehow. And they have a deep.
So Muir with 2 balls left
He
in
won't want
this
to throw it
over.
away here. Just be a
No, he
single
wants to
one.
face that last over, doesn't he?
Right.
That'll help. That's in the air. There's a fielder
That's
coming
4.
around and it misses.
Great shot.
His left arm and races for 4. Rana wasn't quick enough then. Reacted a little late. And a handy boundary.
Worst ball.
I think it's about the big game. It's about the game, isn't it? Slogs it. Is there a fielder there? No. He got it.
Bounce.
And a ton to Muir in a grand final.
Excellent.
He's in some pain, I can tell you. There's some cramping or something going on in his body, and he raises the bat. And the crowd applauds. And his last 50 runs coming off 36 deliveries. He's putting his team in an opportunity to win this grand final with some kind of score. Does that help with the drinking later? That's in the air. That's in the air. He's going to be caught. Should be caught. Easy catch. And a late wicket and comfortably taken by Noop Yada. And Phillips did his job. 29 off 35. And there's 2 balls left. And Muir has the strike.
Did do a great job there, Kobe Phillips, but just, playing that shot in the second last ball of the game puts Nathan Muir at the non-strikers in again, so it's probably not the result the Wellington Cricket Club really needed. He just needed to punch that down the ground for 1.
Sorry, I got confused about the rule change from 4 years ago. It's a little bit better.
Past mark grand final, I'd say. Yep, cover. Over
the
Yep,
top.
That's his zone.
He'll get a couple, probably.
Just 2. And 220 would be a great score. 2-2-1 to win. 100 not out to the legend who is Nathan Muir. And what do you think, guys?
Well, it's over. 220. Yeah, it does sound good. 2-2-1 for victory. 7 down. Phillips went late. And there is Nathan Muir. A ton in a granny. The former captain of 136 deliveries. He played a fine knock. His last
We just got to take wickets regularly. Which one? Here we go. Oh, sorry.
And welcome back, everybody. Duff TV, Aaron Roberts in the commentary box. John Anning's going to be joining me in a moment. We've got the second innings chase here for the Kings. 2-2-1 is the total. Kumar and Binda are at the crease. The chalk is being used. And McConnell, as ever, waiting at the top of the mark with the white cricket ball, ready for action. So just to go back over what so far has happened today. Weily Park winning the toss and electing to go into the field. And a ton from Muir. 2 big run-outs at the top kept the score restricted. At the moment, we've got a below par score. We've got sunny conditions, a little bit of breeze, and we've got McConnell with the ball and Weily Park with Kumar about to take strike. First delivery of the second innings. So a slip in play, a very deep slip. McConnell will get the ball away from the right-hander. The sun is now beaming. Canani Mount Wellington is basking now in the sunshine, whereas previously it was covered with some light clouds. 2-2-1, seams below. That's a big swing as we expect. As Kumar winding up early and trying to deposit that somewhere down onto the main road. John Annie, have you got yourself sorted, mate?
Yep, I'm ready to go.
There we go, high to the air. Here's a chance. This is the moment. Miles in the air. He's gone. We thought it might happen. He went for a duck a couple of weeks ago first. And he's been told to head to the change rooms by McConnell in a rather ungracious move.
Interesting shot selection there from Kumar, but that's the way he plays. He goes hard early, and the Wellington Cricket Club have the wicket they wanted real early.
I mean, Kumar, he went for it, didn't he? It was there to hit, actually, in the slot, but such an uncontrolled swing of the bat. It went a long way in the air, and Matty Bromfield has taken the catch. He's in the action early.
What a huge moment in the game today. Salman Kumar, the excitement machine, 450-odd runs at a strike rate of 150, has gone for a duck, and all of a sudden, the Weily Park Kings are under a little bit of pressure.
Suddenly, that just changes things, doesn't it, with an early wicket?
All of the Wellington faithful over in the change rooms in the break were saying 220 in a grand final is a big score to chase.
You would say that if you're the team that's got the score on the board. But
absolutely.
If I was the Kings, we're going below par, we're on top here. But now, an early wicket. And away the dismissal happened. A skied ball. It was ungracious at best, and then a bit of a send-off from the bowler. It was polite, maybe some no words, but a point to the screen, a point to the club room.
Fair to say, Salman Kumar won't be watching the Duff TV coverage of that dismissal.
No.
Overnight, I wouldn't expect. Into the creases, Ravi Patel, the wicketkeeper, did a great job behind the stumps today. Yeah. I think he spent all bar 1 over up to the stumps.
Yeah, the first over, that was it. That was the only one. So McConnell getting ready. The slip now into a more traditional spot. The wind just picking up. Now and again, there's a bit of a gust of breeze, which I don't think is having a big impact on the game at the moment.
Another big wicket here for Wellington is Ravi Patel, has scored his 289 runs this year at a fantastic average of 57 and a strike rate of 111. So they'll watch them celebrate if they can get him early here.
Yeah, there's that. It was so much going on with that swing from Salman. The head went up, the arms went up. That's a nice shot. That's a lovely way to get away with a boundary. Nicely timed up the hill through point for 4.
Just a bit too much width there from McConnell in the early over. And Ravi Patel has taken full... what's he done? He's taken full advantage of the short wide one. Nice open stance from Ravi Patel. Look at that. Looks like a batsman wants to hit the ball.
McConnell trying to sneak that one back in. Just steadied itself.
Fair to say that's the ideal over from McConnell there to start the innings. If you offered him, 1 wicket and 1 boundary in the over, he would have taken that 100 out of 100 times.
Those that are joining us, Kobe Phillips 29, 32 to Manson. Not much par that besides a Nathan Muir ton. 100 not out of 136 deliveries with 6 fours and 3 maximums.
Matty Bromfield there taking the catch, dropped an absolute screamer.
Yeah,
last year up at Weily Park.
Yeah.
Would have been nearly catch of the century.
Yep.
And fair to say he'll be talking about that catch
Yep.
far into this evening tonight.
Yeah, would have seen a replay of it going, I nearly had it. Wellington now having a chat, the umpire, to Muir. Are they checking numbers, players? What are they checking? Pointing to the wicket. Curious conversation. Obviously, we're judging from a distance what it might be about.
I think we've definitely got to throw the challenge out to Martin Duffy up on the scissor lift today for about the stump cam, stump mic for next year.
No, don't give him any ideas. He'll try and make it happen. Just imagine the cords. We'd have to dig a hole and make our own stump. We'd have to
We'd have to have someone on the beat machine, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure, yep. Particularly if it was a stump mic when you're wicket keeping.
There is a few conversations going on with the umpires at the moment.
So Robin Binda on strike. Muir's now chatting to his mate. The Muir's.
Muir runner on strike, isn't it, I think? 26-26.
Yep. So Keating's going to come into the attack. Their import from Snug. And Beck Thomas has got a sign over there. A little cricket ball in the O. Thomas is connected very strongly to the cricket club.
The cloud cover here at Eady Street has cleared in the halftime break. So the Wellington opening bowlers here don't quite have the same overcast conditions that the Weily Park Kings did in their first spell of bowling. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get the ball moving at all.
So it's windier as well than what it was earlier.
Wide delivery. The scorers do have Robin Binda opening the batting here, but that's definitely 2,626 on the back of the shirt. Old Beach did a number on us last week, having 2 number 22s causes a little bit of confusion early in the game.
Work to leg for a couple. In fact, that's travelling some distance.
That probably is Robin Binda there, and it's the statistician who provided our stats today.
Right.
Might have made
I'm going on the team sheet.
Might have made a bit of an error.
Yeah, going on the team sheet. I expected him to be at the top. There's a southeasterly blowing at the moment, so it's favouring. Well, at the moment, Keating's running into a breeze to get an idea. So from this, Sam Binda's kicking us, Keating with some small breeze down towards the mountain end of the ground. That's another wide. So the early wicket of Sawa Kumar, his 3 balls resulted in a duck and a high ball to Bromfield. He took a comfortable catch off the Matty McConnell 3rd delivery. Inside edge, I think, or was it a big appeal from the end from Keating? Maybe high as well. It was certainly on track for the stumps. No,
Great play here. Just
probably no edge.
no edge, but just tailing in probably only just the slightest in towards the off peg there.
Looked like Keating was the most enthusiastic about it. The others weren't quite as keen.
Nice shot from Binda there. Binda's been the batsman for the Weily Park Kings this year that the big hitters have batted around. You know, he's made the 458 runs at a solid average of 35, but importantly has faced 635 deliveries for the year. You know, so he's the man that really the Kings need to settle in, bat around as they chase down the target of 221.
Maybe across the crease then, Ravi Patel. Looking to work to leg. It's a dangerous ploy until you set. He's faced 4 deliveries.
Looking like another batsman favouring that leg side. Crisp shot there to cover. Good to see Nathan Muir taking the gloves here after having some issues with a bit of cramp or a slight injury on his way to a quality 100, and he's just see him now taking in a few fluids.
Just in the VFL game, Tassie up by 2 points with a few minutes to go at York Park. I realise most people actually watch this after the fact, so that's not a very useful stat. Some notes being taken at the moment. I'm not sure what they'd be writing. Is it a charge out there? Is someone in a bit of strife?
I just wonder if they might not have been happy with the send-off that McConnell gave.
Look, it's difficult to say. It was very boisterous, weren't they, as they came together, which I would be as a team as well.
Absolutely.
That is super normal and fine. And I think an early wicket in a grand final, the first over, yes, you want to be boisterous. And maybe there's some words. There was nothing from the batter. That was certainly observed from me, but McConnell did point and stood there in amongst all the Wellington players with his arm pointed towards the change room, which is it's a pretty easy ploy. It's 11v1, isn't it? Slower one, and it's been pushed for a single.
He's very casual to the crease, McConnell, isn't he? Doesn't overextend himself. Doesn't put any great energy through the crease.
Nothing unnecessary, is there?
Just looking to nip the ball away, I expect, from the Kings batsman.
That's about as wide as we've gone today. 2 casualties nearly missed the grass, or nearly missed the syntho.
It did swing, though. It did move significantly away to make it a very easy decision for umpire David Wellington.
Brandon Leary about to have a shot on goal from directly in front, and he's handballed it off. Tassie up by 8. McConnell in the air, just short. So it feels like it's going to be some sensible stuff from Weily Park. That's through. There's runs, a couple. Just a hand on it has prevented that from getting to the fence.
It's a nice shot there from Patel's, really looking like a batsman who wants to get after McConnell here. The one thing in regards to the weather, the breeze has picked up considerably.
Yeah, it's up to 25 kilometres an hour at the moment, gusting at 35, and it's coming from behind it's coming directly over the top of the clubhouse here. So long off as it is now is where the wind's coming from. That's a tricky delivery to face, and you can see the exasperation on Ravi Patel's face as he thought, I shouldn't have bladed that one.
He's making the ball move here, McConnell.
Well, that's his one trick,
His
isn't it?
short
He
run,
can swing,
indeed.
and he can also straighten one down the line too.
Ravi Patel batting on leg, really looking to open up that offside into the wind stroke. McConnell just throws him up a tasty tempter.
I
there,
reckon it went straight on the blue line too, didn't it? Yep. That's right on the edge. That's the end of the over, so we've gone 3. The early wicket has gone already. Sky ball from Sarwin, and McConnell has that breakthrough, 1 for 8 for him.
Expect the Wellington faithful will be up and about over there in front of the change rooms, considering the early wicket, the excitement machine, Sarwin Kumar.
Tassie by 8 points for Duff. That's more for Duff than anybody. 8-point Tassie victory at York Park. 2 in a row.
Started well, the lads.
Gets the other, well, I was going to say a line teams, but unaligned teams, I should say. Keating to continue from the mountain end of the ground.
Not much movement here, certainly not as much as McConnell's getting, but I think he's bowling up the breeze.
Yep, into the breeze, up a bit of a hill.
Yep.
I think, maybe it's not.
I think that's downhill.
It's downhill, I should say. I was going to say, I've only bowled from that end once. I think his wrist position suggests and his action suggests he's going to bring it into the right-hander. That one actually may have just held its line. It's slapped for a single and cover point on the fence.
That's a bit of experience there from Wellington to have that deep point fieldsman out early.
Yep.
We saw the Weily Park Kings have that cover point on the ring basically all day, and they did a sensational job actually with one of the 2 run-outs early.
It's a bit about, I think, there's a little bit more pace in Keating and McConnell to a degree, although I'm sure Jag Singh could have bowled quicker when he was younger. Keating's a little bit sharper. That does mean you've got to have a bit of protection. There's a chance for a run-out. Well, we saw run-outs in the last innings, and we nearly had another in the second.
Good old-fashioned bit of grand final pressure.
Oh,
there.
wow, how about it? Muir's now reaching for his back. Is there going to be anything left? A little fist punch from Ravi Patel. There's that nice engagement between the 2 teams, and the batters are coming together and they're having a chat as well.
But I think Robin Binda was interested at all in that run.
No. He got halfway, and then Binda did go for a bit. He got halfway. I mean, he ran 1 1/3 in the end, nearly, I reckon.
It's the last thing the Weily Park Kings need here is a run out.
Yep. So 2-2-1's the target. We feel it's a bit of low par, a little bit of low par. However, grand final, Wellington know how to win them, know how to squeeze them, home ground. Tricks of the trade is what Wellington have in a grand final. They're going for a 3-peat. And after getting a wicket in the first over, they're on their way. In the air. And away for 4.
Risky shot there from Patel, but he really does look to be trying to open up that offside to blaze the ball through the boundary. And the second that passed by the fieldsman, there was never any doubt it was going to the boundary. Did he get a finger on it, I think, or did he go well over his head?
No, it's over his head.
No, it's well over his head.
Well over his head. In the end, there's some safety about that. It's very likely that style of shot's going to take some catching. It's his 3rd wide for Keating. Full credit to the Kings bowling, John, wasn't it? Hardly an extra, only a few in the end.
Only bowled 9, I think.
Yeah.
Only bowled 9 wides, and I think that Wellington, I think, bowled 4 already. So it could be it could be one of those interesting little factors that make 220 much easier to chase.
Yeah,
if
it's a fair point.
If they put on 20 extras.
Field, and I'll get a single. That was a wide one. Now the wind has actually probably picked up, so I hope you're safe up there, Duff. Had a few grand finals over the years where the infrastructure has been reached are we in a safe spot to keep Duff high up above on the scissor lift. So McConnell to continue a slip in place. Smack through the off. There's a fielder on the fence. Or I should say on the white line.
Second time for Ravi Patel's driven through the offside, only to be picked up by that roving fieldsman out there on the boundary. It's been a good move. Healthy move so far for Wellington.
Because it hasn't taken away from catching positions either, has it? And they've still got a bit of protection on the leg as well. It's no gully is what they don't have. And that's the fielding position. They've gone, okay, well, we'll take a risk. Is a gully going to be a catching position? We do need to keep protecting the runs, but I would have thought, John, that gully's still worthwhile.
They've got a wide sort of half between gully and backward point there.
He's nearly nibbled it. On the move was Robin Binda losing some balance and not making contact.
I think probably what they've recognised in that gully position is that the king, some of the king players really do favour that offside. So they've pushed that gully very wide to nearly a short backward point area.
That's been flicked away for 4. Is it 4? No, it's gone the way. It's gone all the way for 6 as Robin Binda gobbles a loose one from McConnell.
It's a nice shot from Robin Binda, but really from a bowler with Matthew McConnell's lack of pace, it's a bit of a gift leg stump on the hip. Got exactly what it probably deserved.
There's a shot again, a wonderful whip away behind square. A similar spot again, but it's been pushed for a single. There's a good amount of people in at the moment too. I think a couple of fans have got some friends out there. They're giving them a little bit of beef at the moment. That's through the off. That might just get through. And past Phillips as fast as any. And a boundary.
He's timed that beautifully then and just got it backward of square enough to be just out of the reach of Kobe Phillips. And that's a really nice over for the Weily Park Kings, scoring an even dozen.
Yeah, it's put a bit of thought back into McConnell's mind because he's bowling wide and full, which was a line that worked, and that was probably a little too wide, I'd say, and results in 4.
Patel there just picked up on McConnell's line nice and early. You saw him move over to that offside nice and early. And allowed him to open up that behind square line that he really looks to favour.
It's a promising start after the early wicket in the third ball, though. 1 for 0 after 3 deliveries, but Binda and Patel have steadied the ship. They've put on 31 in the next 4.5 overs. And the target of 221 still looms in the distance. So still just the one slip in place for Keating in the backward point. And this time there's a deep mid-wicket. That is 2 players out now square of the wicket, John. So deep mid-wicket and a deep cover point, both on the line. So it's kind of nearly saying it. He's nearly catering for either an aggressive shot or the loose ball. Not necessarily giving me great confidence as a bowler to see one either side of the wicket.
There is, he's bowling a consistent line outside off stump here, Dylan Keating, but probably just a little bit too wide to be dangerous. He needs to probably just get the ball, 20 or 30 centimetres back closer to the off stump, really try and make the king side play. He's had a fantastic year with the ball. Like stated earlier, 27 wickets at an average of 20. Dylan Keddie and does take a wicket every 4 overs. So that's a better line. It's been a quality year from the new recruit. Has bowled 20 no balls. That's a significant number for the year.
Maybe there's a few that have been hit.
We're very wide out off stump and generously not called a wide, I think, from Paul Doran.
This would be Paul. He would have done the last 4 or 5 grand finals, wouldn't he, of the first grade?
Several. Very good umpire in both the football and the cricket, Paul Doran. Highly respected.
Fiery on the field too, just quietly.
Yeah, he did. Just a little bit of white line for
Yeah, a little
good
bit.
guy
Yeah.
off the field.
Yeah, good lad, but yeah. You're going to get one off the hip here for a leg bite.
Looks like a nice guy, Ravi Patel. He doesn't mind a fist pump with the Wellington boys and apologised there for getting in the way a little bit.
Yep, him and Muir had a couple of nice, gentle moments.
We do have a bit of a fraternity, the Wicketkeepers Club.
Anger. Oh, you mean like amongst each other?
Yeah, that's right. It's a hard job,
Yeah, no, it is. Keenan to continue. Not quite timed. So where's the wicket coming, John, at the moment? I feel like it's got quite comfortable for the Kings. They're settled in, the odd boundaries coming, and more importantly, compared to when they were bowling, there's the odd loose delivery, which they've been able to hit away.
And that's the key. I think the line that the Wellington bowlers are bowling at the moment is quite wide outside off stump, which is nearly, playing to particularly Patel's strength, and is far less threatening, I think, than a hard off stump line. They're able to free their arms up, and they're getting a boundary and over, nearly, which just takes the pressure off.
So there's been 3 4s and a 6 so far in the first 6 overs. Haven't missed too many opportunities to find the line in the early stages, but still within reason here at the moment is McConnell to continue the wicket taker.
I don't think either team are going to feel like they're on top just yet. The Kings have hit a couple of balls in the air, which will have Wellington, right waiting for that opportunity to come.
That is a very slow delivery from McConnell. It's like his arm's gone to sleep between the last over.
I'm not sure if it's the camera angle, but it does feel very gentle in terms of intensity, doesn't it? Like it's just his run up, his action, and the ball comes out exactly as you would think it would.
Yep. That was nearly past third man, or short third man if you like, or a straight gully. Yeah, he's given him a leeway. I can see why McConnell's disappointed with that, because it was 50-50, but to be fair, he's been given a 1 or 2 others which have also been 50-50, so the benefit of the doubt going to the batter.
I think McConnell might have known he tried the in-swinger there, and when the wicketkeeper took the ball, it wasn't so wide, but certainly when it passed the batsman.
Well, that is a wide.
I really feel like McConnell's really trying to bowl very close to that wide line and make these Kings batsmen reach for the ball, and just not quite sure it's been overly effective as a strategy just at the moment. We've got 2 players out on the offside there waiting for the drive as Patel clips around the corner down the hill for 4 runs.
Well, that's about as perfect and most annoying as you get. So balls are getting substantially wider each delivery until he's finally called for a couple. Then he tries to redirect, he goes too far and also too full, and clipped away through backward square where there is no fielder. It was a good shot.
It was a good shot. He's clipped that probably off stumping
Yep,
in the end.
yep.
And I think you're right that McConnell threw the 2 wide ones out there, bowled the 2 wides and just overcorrected just enough.
Well, that could have been put away. That was very respectfully hit a bit on. I thought that could have disappeared to Eady Street, but it's remained inside the cut surface.
I think Robin Binda would probably like to have that again, but also having said that, it's, you know, thrashing that away for probably not his go in this side, so he's probably done the right thing.
Yeah, and he's got a boundary off the over, 2 wide, so he's got his 6. They only need just over 4 and over to win, and they're already in front of the run rate. So there's no need for the bash and crash strategy. And obviously, as you say, Binda, not his style, and plenty of good batters to come for the Kings. That's he's certainly trying to move the ball in, isn't he, at the moment? They maybe even cut it in, but the action not working at the moment from McConnell.
He's throwing it a long way outside off stump. You can see by the field that's set with the 2 players deep that that's definitely his strategy. He's just starting the ball far too wide. That's a much better line and length there in his last delivery.
So a little bit of trouble with accuracy, but the ones that are on the money aren't too bad. But McConnell appearing a little frustrated. His 4 overs have gone for 27. However, he has picked up the crucial wicket of Sarwin at the top as he tried to dispatch one somewhere into Montrose.
I think importantly after that wicket, when the Kings were on 0, Peach, these 2 batsmen have just crept up really quietly and really effectively to 40 runs off their 7 overs, you know. It hasn't been bash and crash. We've just seen some quality cricket shots and quite a few extras, to be fair.
Yep, the extras, they help. Only 5 boundaries so far.
But they've done it in a low risk fashion, which is great for them. They'll be very, very comfortable on the sidelines.
So they need 4 and over. They're going at nearly 6.5.
I think, and to be fair, I think that with 221 on the board, the run rate was never going to be the issue today.
That's nicked, and it's flown over the top of the slips for 4. Some rash in that from Ravi Patel.
And again, Ravi Patel tries to open up the offside again and really slashed that through the offside and probably got what was a bit of a lucky thick edge over the top of a reasonably vacant slips cordon. We haven't seen many slips in play today.
They've got the more traditional slip spot, don't they? He's right in first at the moment.
And that was well over the top, but I think there's no, you know, they're certainly not looking for that fine edge, that's for sure.
Now he's nicked again, and it's gone wide of Muir, and it's going to race away for another boundary. That was legitimate edge, and that was a chance maybe, but look to the right of Muir.
Well, I think, and we've just been talking about the lack of slips today. That would have been straight down a second slip's throat, I feel, and I just can't believe that both sides have gone, you know, with
they've got to
the
bowl
lack of
them
slips
out,
cordon.
and they've got to bowl them out too, don't they?
Here it is here.
You can see him open up the hands as well.
That would have gone straight down second slip's throat.
Daniel Muir would love some sort of specky just to redeem himself from his run out. I feel like he's contributed today. So Muir maybe took one step to the right. Keating frustrated. That's gone. 3 in the over. That was more authoritarian.
That's a cracking shot from Ravi Patel. And the whole time he's been at the innings for his 18 deliveries, he's really looked to open up that offside. And he has made a fantastic connection with that behind square. And that's only just short of 6, I reckon.
He might be 1 because he's coming so far across the stumps, John. They actually don't bowl the fourth and fifth stump line. Maybe it needs to be a bit straighter.
And straight away, Wellington have pushed Mark McConnell down there to a deep backward point, which might be a ball too late.
So 3 on the trot from Ravi Patel, and they've made the change with the field. No sweeper on the leg side, 2 on the off, covering the expansive strokes of the bowling of Keating. And there he goes. He bowls straight, and no run. Geez, it would have been nice if he had to whip that one over mid-wicket. That would have been frustrating for Keating.
It was a nice delivery there from Keating. He's right on that good length, coming back at the batsman just over a middle and off line. Not much Ravi Patel can do with that. Again, Dylan Keating there attacking the stumps a little bit more than the previous three balls in his over. Sorry, his first 3 balls of the over. I wonder if he's just going to throw this one a bit wider outside off stump and really invite Ravi Patel to try and slash over the back of backward point again, down to one of those 2 fieldsmen.
Yeah, will he keep some self-control, Ravi Patel, not play at it with 2 out? That goes. The fielder's out there, and just a single.
Just a little bit shorter than he would have liked, I think, Dylan Keating there. Ravi Patel did open up again and slashed the ball backward of point, but certainly not catchable. Straight to Mark McConnell, deep backward point just for the 1 run. Good over for the Kings.
Yeah, really good. 13 runs off at 1 for 53 after 8.
They'd be really happy on the sidelines, I think, the Kings with this start, losing Kumar in the first over for 0. They've been able to maintain a really solid run rate of over 7 runs and over here without a whole heap of risk, I think it's fair to say. Anderpreet Singh there, he's been taking several videos on the sidelines there. Good to see him come in soon, one of the Kings' many quality all-rounders, I think.
Is he going to bring the phone out, do a bit of live streaming? He does realise
I'd be
he's
surprised if he
already live.
does, to be honest, but you never know. Come out with a selfie stick.
Yeah. They got the GoPro on top of the helmet like you do sometimes.
They had the drone up earlier, the Kings.
Phillips into the attack. The slinger.
It's an interesting move.
Gero reckons he throws grenades, not because they're dangerous, it's his technique. That's horrible.
That was
horrible.
That was terrible.
Horrible with no H. We've got some nice effects, Mike, action guys. A couple of drunk blokes, maybe the left.
Just to our left of the commentary box there.
Yeah, that was another wide probably from Phillips. He's helped out by the batter, giving a bit of a tap on it.
Quality cricketer, quality sportsman, Kobe Phillips, and I did hear a rumour during the week that he's been talking himself up that he, in the semi-final, he actually did turn a ball. He's not known for turning the ball.
Okay.
But he actually turned a ball.
Well, that one's going to turn because that one came with the fingers okay, and it was a bit more flight in it. It's very hard to turn it when you're bowling so fast, but now and again, if he flights a little more, he can certainly get one just to do something.
Oh, that's generously not called a wide either.
What's he doing? That's got to be a wide.
That's over.
Is it because he's not as fast? I mean, that's bizarre.
That was very, very...
Well, how's that not a wide? I can't quite understand. Yeah, the batsman's moved across, but he's moved across because the bowler's slower. There must be different rules for slow bowlers. Maybe the line needs to sneak across. But anyway, I'm not an umpire, and I'm a long way from the action. It was a maiden in the end from Phillips. He rushes through his time, and probably going to see a bowling change at the other end as well. Might be Kane, maybe.
Kane Dean has had a fantastic year with the ball this year, taking 21 wickets, and he's one of the more accurate bowlers in this Wellington lineup. Doesn't bowl wides, doesn't bowl no balls generally.
He bowls little mediums. I imagine Muir will come up to the stumps. Yes, it looks like it.
He's a tall young lad, Kane Cane Damage Dean, they call him
Okay,
at
all
Wellington.
I do like people with two first names. Well, I suppose there could be two last names.
Well, it could be two. He's got both going.
Yeah, he's covered all the bases.
Loves his Hawks. The Damage.
That's through for a single to the sweeper. They've got the ring set, and they've also got the field very tight at the moment on Binda.
It's very offside. Only the
Yep.
two players on the league side at the moment.
So he's taking a risk if he tries to slash Dean through this gap.
I think that's what they'll probably try and do here. Kane Dean's a bit taller than the other Wellington bowlers, so I reckon they'll just try and use his height here to get a bit more bounce and just try and get one lofted through that offside for a catch here somehow.
And a couple of good changes here so far, with McConnell receiving a little bit of tap and losing a little bit of his normal control. The second and third, I should say the first and second change bowlers have come in and straight away shown good control, although you could argue Phillips' deliveries would have been a wide. And that's the end of a maiden. In fact, no, there was a couple of singles off it, I should say. So Binda on 17, Ravi Patel on 30. And steady as she goes, we're 10 gone here in the response.
It's a great start there from Dean. Just didn't give the Weily Kings batsman that room outside off stump that Dylan Keating certainly had afforded them in the over before, and that McConnell really struggled to hone in on. Good move here also. I think that Kobe Phillips' first over was probably a little bit indifferent in terms of his line, but to take the pace off the ball this early to the Kings is a great idea.
So Phillips has some protection on the leg side fence, and that's nearly gone there. How's that missed the stumps? Bottom edge from Ravi Patel. A little undisciplined because it's very hard to hit Kobe Phillips across the line with a swipe.
I think he'd love to have that shot again. It wasn't a great shot, and he'll look to correct that certainly next time he's on strike.
You won't see Binda play that. Five on the off in the ring, one on the line, protecting a deep cover. Two on the leg side in the ring, and then the deep mid wicket on the fence.
Binda's really doing a great job here, just as a foil to Patel's aggression.
That's been punched. It's a good shot for a single. So the wicket, is it? They've got to bowl them out, surely, John. They can't weasel this game down, particularly at 5.5.
No, like I said earlier, the run rate was never going to be the.
That's a big one. That's going the journey.
It's a much better shot there from Ravi Patel. Still took the ball across the line, but his head was a lot stiller, and actually controlled the stroke as opposed to just throwing the bat at it, trying to punish the ball over mid-wicket.
Yeah, there was some control, and it wasn't. And he's bowling. That was a long way outside off. That's just a cracking cricket shot, and it covered the distance. Really sweet timing, and in the end, it wasn't far off for 6 either. So before that, 2 runs off the over to the 4 runs. So in the last 3 overs, there's only been, up to then, there was 4 runs off the last 18 deliveries, 17, and then a 6, and then a 4, I should say. So big boundary. Also put some doubt in Kobe Phillips' mind if he thinks, okay, they're going to try and hit me to leg. Do I change the field?
I don't think that. I mean, I think even if Wellington do put another fieldsman back down the leg side, it's not necessarily going to stop this Weily Park side from trying to hit it over the boundary. They'll be very. The downhill hit is actually with the wind now, so it's not going to take a massive hit to to clear that boundary down the hill.
That's a fair point. Nice line here from Dean. There's a bit of risk if you want to take him on. He's not bowling many deliveries back of the length. They're all pretty full, which is forcing the batters to get in their front foot.
Looks to be awkward through his run-up, does Kane Dean, and really if one of the Wellington coaches would get a hold of him, I reckon he could pick up a couple of yards somehow, but somehow managed to bowl very accurate line and length.
Yeah, it's a bit slow at the end, isn't a lot of energy through that run-up.
Simon's just gone over at KG5, that's right. The champ, G Ablett, will be 10 minutes away from kicking off.
I mean, if they were really polite here, the Kings, they'd rollick along and we can nick over and see the second half.
Absolutely. Quick single taken there by the Weily Park Kings. A direct hit would have been super interesting. I think he was probably safe in the end, but nice bit of fielding from Isaac Manson. Fine athlete. Ravi Patel through the offside, and a lovely piece of fielding there from Nathan Cropper.
So not that anyone's interest besides me and Duff, but scores are level against St Kilda. In fact, Saints are up 15-minute mark of the last quarter. They lost by 33.
Wow.
So finally Brisbane have a win for the year. We are carrying all the action here. It's 1:65. We'll stay on the cricket. I'm not sure if anyone's got any interest in footy. We love our local footy here on Duff TV. And at the moment, though, we're all about cricketers. Ravi Patel, he's doing a fine job. And it's nearly the perfect scenario here, isn't it? Ravi Patel, 37 on 33. He's found the fence. He's played some aggressive shots. Binda holding it all together. The glue of this partnership at the moment in this innings.
Wellington have sent that fieldsman back to the deep square leg position, so it will be fascinating to see here if Ravi Patel still does try and attack the boundary or whether he just does try and score one or two through a very vacant now in a leg side field.
So last over, Ravi Patel slapped one well outside off stump to that deep mid-wicket square on the boundary, which is where John mentioned there's a fielder. Well, he's looking for him again. In fact, he was looking beyond him. That was a big wind-up. There's some risk associated with it, isn't there, against Kobe Phillips, who bowls so flat. That's over the top. That's a great cricket shot. Might be covered off just on the fence. Brilliant bit of fielding from Blomfield. It's his second nice bit of work today. He'll be bowling at some stage. That was a different strategy, but in saying that, there are two outside on the off covering that space.
They have spread the field very early. I'd had a feeling that it was the fielding restrictions were 15 overs. It must be 12 these days, is it? I thought it was 12 in 40 over cricket, but somehow Wellington have been able to.
That's a very good point. I thought we were another 3 overs to go too. I mean, maybe we should get it across the rules before. That's a horrible ball. No, that is a wide.
He's attacking that off the pitch line.
But he's making initial movements too, Ravi Patel, which is kind of nearly throwing Kobe Phillips a little wider. That's gone square. It's racing away for 4. The hand from the fielder. And it squirts under the fence.
He has hit that hard, and the veteran on the boundary line there, McConnon, just couldn't quite reel that in. It was a great shot, actually. He hit it just far enough behind square for it to reach the boundary.
Yeah, he's timed it well, hasn't he? Very handy boundaries now are coming off the bat of Ravi Patel, who's finding his rhythm. That's going, the journey, that's going. Goodbye, goodbye.
That was a bit of a gift by Kobe Phillips there. I think he's just struggling with his line here. Ravi Patel is coming across his stumps there. Really confusing Kobe Phillips with about where to bowl. He's bowled a couple of wides wide outside off stump, and when he's straightened up, Patel has belted him through the leg side twice now.
Very unusual for Kobe Phillips to lose his radar like this. So he's bowled it. Let's cover it off. He's bowled a wide, which has only just hit the, nearly hit the grass on the off. He's now bowled straight, full. He's bowled one which was a little wide of off stump, which was defended. It's been all sorts over from Kobe Phillips. And Ravi Patel's moved to 49. Smacks it down the ground, and he's dropped.
Oh, my word.
Holy trousers. Muir's dropped him. And a half century.
Not the way that Ravi Patel wanted to bring up his half century today, but what kind of day is Daniel Muir having?
Well, did I miss something? We are behind a fence, and I looked up. We've also got a monitor in front of us. But that had to be a catch. They didn't run either, by the way. So it wasn't a half century. I apologise for that. Oh, they did run in the end. No, they're sorry. Well, that's so much going on. They ran on the. They did end up running, because I saw him at this end of the ground. They stood there. So Patel with a half ton, but an unusual way of bringing it up, and absolutely zero applause. So no one knows he's got a half ton. And I can tell you there's plenty of fans over there. Well, he might know. He's on his phone. It's a funny old moment. That's suburban cricket at its best right there.
What it is one of the easiest catches Daniel Muir's ever put down in his career. I guarantee you that.
He kind of got caught. He kind of went to the ball in his midriff there. Those ones, I mean, you usually take them, don't you?
I think you're being generous, Peach.
And whereas the run-outs were the big factor in the innings for the Kings when they were in the field, we'll see this one more time. It was a pretty strange spot to hit it too. It was very wide. I mean, that was going to be called wide again. He's actually hit it to leg.
I reckon the fact that Patel's really pulled that from very wide outside off stump, the ball just didn't get to Muir. Like, I reckon it took longer for it to get there than he would have expected.
Maybe. Whatever it is, he missed a catch he would usually take, and Kane Dean to continue from the mountain end. You just feel like that sucked a bit of life out of Wellington.
Well, they're already under a bit of pressure, weren't they?
That's in the air. And that's gone. No, he's dropped it again.
Wow.
And I think he's hit it for 4. He's parried it over the line. And 90 seconds of madness from Wellington.
Ravi Patel is just living very dangerously, and it's working, isn't it? Like, Wellington clearly under a bit of pressure, and Mark McConnell would take those 9 times out of 10.
And Mark McConnell knows that's a catch that he would usually take. It was hit firmly. You know what? That's a sign of someone who picked it up a bit late. That was humming. I'll give fair credit. That was humming towards Mark. But you're right. You take those in first grade there. You take them in second and third.
If you tuned in last week to the coverage for the second grade grand final, Ian Marshall joined me, the Wellington president, in commentary. And if he didn't say 12 times that catches win matches, we've never had a truer moment than the last, half a dozen deliveries.
Yep. So Phillips might have to be dragged here. Does Blomfield come on from this end of the ground, the eastern end? Well, that's gone through as well. I mean, it's only a single, but Muir again in the action.
Sometimes you have bad days in cricket, it just happens.
Yep.
I wonder if there's no coincidence that the 2 blokes who were run out early in the Wellington innings have both dropped a catch in the last couple of overs. Confidence goes a long way
absolutely.
in a game of cricket.
So, end of the over. 3 gone for Dean. Been good. 11 runs for him. Could have had a wicket in that over. He's bowling the exact line that his captain wanted and the line that the field was set for. But unfortunately, the fielder couldn't do the job, and I reckon Blomfield's coming on. Yes, he is. So 1 for 84, 14 overs gone. 20 to Binda, who's been at the other end for this last, it feels like last 5 overs, but whereas Patel's been providing all the actions.
He's doing his job beautifully here. He's just allowing Ravi Patel to be the aggressor, have his bit of luck, but Binda's really been the anchor. You know, that has allowed Ravi Patel to be a little bit more expansive.
So the run rate's gone over the last 5 overs from 5.7 to 6, but it's been done with a little bit of risk, I must admit. But at the same time, it's been done for some, I would say, some pretty sloppy bowling from Wellington.
Matt Bromfield here would have been champing at the bit to get into the attack, I expect.
Yep.
He'll bowl some little nibbly away swingers.
Yep.
Well, that was an in-swinger.
Well, there was a slightly slingy delivery from Bromfield. Copped a sledge early from his dad to Gaz Jr. He's got his twins cruising around here, I assume, somewhere. That's gone. Racing away from a top edge for 4. A little bit of energy in the Bromfield delivery, and that just meant it flew further and faster.
It's exactly where Ravi Patel wants the ball bowled, to be fair. Short outside off stump, and he just slashes that away for a quality 4 runs. He's been wanting, in fact, he's played very well through the leg side all day, but he's shaped up like he's really wanted to play through the leg side quite a bit, and that's money for Jam. That's a lot better from Matthew Bromfield.
Yeah, it's tough to come in these middle overs, so you're well behind. So your team is, I would say, a long way behind in this match. They actually now need a wicket. But there's no well, then they could have had 2, or at least Ravi Patel out twice. And now a new bowler comes in, is expected to keep it tight, but also try and get a wicket with a field which is spread and mostly defensive. So do you play to the ego, John, and so keep it tight, or do you throw something up? Do you get a true gully back into place? Bromfield can move the ball away. Can you go and get a slip in place? How does Manson find a wicket?
I think you're not wrong that it feels slightly defensive, but a batsman like Ravi Patel is going to hit the ball in the air. So I think all of those fieldsmen on the offside are going to feel in the game.
Well, that's in the air, but it's away from the fielders. It's going to lob inside, and they'll get a couple. I'll tell you what, Ravi Patel wasn't running very fast, but he was pretty comfortable going back to the striker's end, but he's not overusing any energy. He's moved to 61.
I wonder if he thought that was going to be 4. It did just plug a little bit in the ground, but I expected he thought that was going either over the boundary or
well, he just stood there after he hit it as well.
Watch the ball plug here. Yeah, just a little 9-iron with the backspin on it.
He's bowling 2 types of delivery at the moment, Bromfield. Full, very full, which is a good delivery. And then his other delivery is a little wide outside off, and it resulted in a few runs. There's 6 off, 4 dot balls in it though, that was good. Patel marching away, and the score clicks over to 90. We're gone 15. They'd love a wicket before they have a cup of tea.
They would love a wicket here, and I'll tell you the bowler they need to get into the attack pitch is Nathan Copper. Nathan Copper's played Weily Park twice this year, taken 3 for not many both times.
Okay, well they need 3 for not many right now.
Sure do.
Maybe 1 over before the drinks would be useful.
I'm not sure they're taking Kane Dean off. He's done a fantastic job.
Yeah, I mean, you could nearly bowl
overs.
Kane Dean out at this top end. He's been very difficult. His extra height probably makes it a bit harder, but accuracy's been spot on. There it is again. One thing I will say, having watched Wellington and only umpire 1 cricket game a year, It's the SCA Grand Final. That's the only time I get off my couch to do cricket, John. Wellington never give up. There's a spirit amongst the team of that'll make them fight this game out.
And so they should be. Weily Park have been guilty in the past of, like I said earlier, is trying to win the game in fast-forward mode, you know. So they are a team that give you the opportunity to take their wicket. So one can lead to 2 or 3 very, very quickly if their mindset's just not quite right.
Their best batter to come as well for the Kings. He's in next.
Sarwan Kumar with 470 runs at 148 for the year might have a thing or two to say about that.
But I think you could broadly say that the best, the best is to come.
Absolutely. It's just still bowling a really good area here is Dean. Not giving Patel the room to slash the ball through that offside, and you can. Isaac Manson's clearly got the confidence that he'll keep that offside line with only the 2 fieldsmen on the leg side. Patel caressing that through the offside, giving Dean the respect he deserves, I expect.
So Robin Binda's been at the other end, just plying his trade.
Another great over there from Dean, doing a great job for his cricket club, but probably not as threatening as you would like to see a bowler at this. Certainly at this stage of the game, where Wellington really do need some wickets, but certainly isn't going for any run. So he's holding up his end, that's for sure.
So just a repeat of this innings so far in the response, chasing 2-2-1. Weily Park, Kings. So Sarwan Kumar, the dasher at the top. 3rd ball in. Slogged at McConnell, and Bromfield took the catch. It went high into the air. It was a very good catch in blustery conditions. And since then, it's been all the Kings as Robin Pinder and Ravi Patel have steadied things, and in fact have accelerated as Patel's gone past a half century. He's on 62 off 52 with 10 fours, 1 6. Binder's already got a boundary and a 6 as well, but he's just plying his trade, knocking the ball around and not taking any risks. Good crowd in. There's probably 100 people or so enjoying a coolish, summery, autumny bit of everything today. Bromfield's 2nd over. Got that 1 loose ball in the last over. That's probably his only bad delivery in that first over. That was whacked away by Patel.
Just wonder here if Patel's really just trying to see these last 4 balls out before drinks. I'd hate to see him play a rash shot here and, you know, walk off the ground before the drinks break.
Yeah, it is. It's some unpredictability about him, though, the way he bats, so Ravi Patel. So they'll have to recoup at the drinks break, Wellington. Work out where their strategy is to work their way back into this game, because at the moment, 130 runs with plenty left. Oh yeah, you're right. That was wide. And I think he's been give that one a bit of tap earlier, but on occasion he just defended it down. So I think the Kobe Phillips is hurt. They'd use this bowl Kobe Phillips out, wouldn't they? Keep one end going, get his 1 for 30 off his 10 overs. That's his short spell and his inability to get his radar on at 3 overs. He went for 20. He had a maiden in there as well. His first over was a maiden, and then the next 2 overs went for 20 runs, including a drop chance.
Just struggled to find his radar, Kobe Phillips. I think Ravi Patel was really the instigator of that by just moving around the crease in a really confident fashion.
Yeah, really decisive stuff from Ravi Patel. He's at the moment got the Kings on track, but a surprise could be around the corner as Bromfield delivers, and we'll have a delivery of a drink. 1 for 92, a good maiden from Matty Bromfield. Patel stays on 62 and Binda on 21. The early wicket has been long forgotten by the Weily Park Kings, and they're marching towards redemption. We'll have a break. Wellington are still in this game. It's a grand final. Just under 130 runs for victory is what the task is ahead of the Kings. We'll have a break here on Duff TV.
But your Dave's forgotten his hammer.
That's 100% what he's done. He reckon the umpire has got his hammer. Welcome back. We're giggling because one of the umpires has wandered off, everybody. Dave Wellington's wandered off, and we can only assume he's the one who has to carry the hammer today out of the two umpires. So Paul goes, hang on, I'm the experienced one. I've done grand finals before.
And I think he forgot the ball.
He did. He forgot the ball.
Yeah.
Where's he put it, though? Where would he have put the ball?
He
Wouldn't that just stay in your pocket? Has he gone to the toilet and left it in the toilet?
I don't know.
Did he leave it at the bar? I mean, where's he gone to get the ball? That's maybe he didn't get the ball. Maybe it was something else. Maybe he was having a great conversation out there. Nathan Muir's coming over and having a bit of a chat to him as well. It's good sportsmanship between all the players and the umpires. A little better than a couple of years ago, John, when we had some serious shenanigans.
Oh, didn't we? Including a raging ice cream truck.
I forgot about the ice cream truck. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, we're at Abbotsville Park, and out of nowhere, an ice cream truck was doing 60 around the oval with no bell going. He was causing a real kerfuffle. And I don't think any ice creams either. No. So he had no ice creams, no bell. May not have been an ice cream truck, but he was going well past the speed limit that you'd see at a football ground with kids and anyone else around, and a few drunk Claremont supporters. Oh, little one outside the edge. It's the bat of Robin Binda. Rightio. So they're going at just under 6 and over, John Anning. They need a lot less than that to win the game. So it's clear now the strategy for Wellington is to bowl the Kings out. That's been topped high, handsome and delicious. That is the longest hit on the ground. It's 84 metres from that end. That's gone, I'd say, 95 metres. That's a bomb.
And where's Robin Binda pulled that? Sorry, Robin Binda pulled that from. He's been very, very careful about where he's hit the ball today, and he has just crunched that over mid-on for a quality 6 runs.
I'd have to say that is the shot of the day. And maybe that's a bit around Dean. He kind of knew where Dean was going to put it.
Yep.
As I said, 84 metres from exactly that, and it's gone an extra probably 7 or 8.
Hit those sheds on the floor. That's a really good hit.
I reckon that's put a dent in that roller door. He's gone again in the air. It's just wide of the field. They need something. And they scramble through for a single.
And what a sensational way for the Kings to kick off this second session of their innings. Already on top with the bat only losing the 1 wicket. 99-run partnership after being 1 for none. And Binda's put one into the shed. What a fantastic start. One run away from a really valuable century partnership here to Robin Binda and Ravi Patel. It hasn't been without their chances. Ravi Patel has offered up 2 reasonably simple chances, it's fair to say.
One very, very simple and one simple.
When he was hovering around that 50 mark. But they've done their job for their side here. They've given them a fantastic foundation for which to chase that target of 221, which is looking at the moment very far below par, that's for sure.
3.8 and over is all they need by my quick calculations to win this match as Bromfield's first 2 overs. And will they start to be a bit more aggressive against him?
Gets through the crease nicely, Matthew Bromfield. He's a bit slingy, isn't he, through his action, but he gets to the crease nicely, gets through his follow through.
He also runs around a lot, so after he's delivered the ball, he often runs kind of energetically, gets back to the crease. He's also got by far the longest run up of anyone out there today.
He's a naturally high energy individual for anybody who knows him.
That's exactly the spot. So I actually think it's off peg is where you want to bowl, particularly to Patel. It makes Patel have to make a call to go, I've got a more of a slog and swipe across. I know it's Binda on strike, but that's right on the money. You could even go a little shorter, a tad shorter, but not too much shorter. Binda, though, control.
Just brings in that extra level of risk, doesn't it? You know, it's the you miss, I hit type philosophy.
Perfect again from Bromfield. But a wicket is what they need, and a risk is not what Binda's doing at the moment. He's keeping things controlled after that boom in the first over back from the drink. Yeah, the wind's nearly swung around to a southerly at the moment, which means it's still favouring this end of the ground. So it's coming from kind of this end a little bit, but more across the ground. But it's picked up again. And as always, Pots and Pans Jero Martindale is flying around trying to fix problems. Ben Duffy on the side camera, Martin Duffy on top of the scissor lift. Peach and John in the commentary box. Loving every minute of the SCA Grand Final. It's our annual outing and opportunity to have 6 hours in a van together.
Matthew Bromfield popping in a full toss there that I think Robin Binda might have liked to have put away. That's the second full toss that Binda hasn't quite taken advantage of today. As he waits for Bromfield.
Comfortable single to the sweeper. Phillips on the fence.
That's for the
Speaker?
Yeah, like speakers for the.
Yeah, it is well for the speakers. Oh, a young girl, no, that's fine. There's a young Wellington supporter there. They've even got paint on. She's been face painted. She's got the French flag on. What's going on there? Is blue on top of the French? Anyway, she leant right down in front of the effects mic and had a chat. Is that the... Yes, it was.
And we did just miss the 100-run partnership did come up in that over, which deserves some recognition for the two batsmen at the crease. They've done a fantastic job here. Robin Binda, I'm not sure Ravi Patel's faced the ball since drinks, has he?
I don't reckon he has.
No.
Yeah, Binda's been predominantly at that end. There's been a couple of singles.
Robin, doing there, continuing his offside line. I actually reckon that's a harsh call from Paul Doran. He's calling that last delivery wide. Dean right back onto that off stump line, which he's been very consistent with over his 5 point.
Now, do they take a risk here? They bring McConnell back just to try and sneak a wicket. I mean, they've got to get 2 wickets in the next 2 to 3 overs.
I think they've got to bring on Nathan Copper. I think he's
well, maybe he's the X factor.
Yep, he's the man who's done it in 2 games already this year against the Kings.
Yeah, 14 wickets for the year for Copper. Plenty of experience in those.
Absolutely.
Those hands. That's gone high. I think it's going to get over the infield pretty comfortably in the end. Bromfield will chase. That might have
got
gone
over the
way.
boundary.
Well, it went a lot further than I thought. So the southerly is kicking in and it's pushed the ball the distance. And Binda's gone big twice.
It's a good shot there from Binda. He hasn't tried to overhit it. He's just hit it up into the breeze and let the nature do the rest, I think.
Let nature do the rest.
Yep.
Well, there was a full... That's a knee-high full toss, isn't it? And that's a swipe from Binda. And a very effective one. So 85-metre hit. And maybe Binda wants to head across to KG5 and see Gaz Jr. run around on the sacred turf. So what, North Hobart up early, are they?
North Hobart 8 points up early in the first quarter. Just the 2 goals to Glenorchy and 0 to the champ.
Okay. Well, he's probably playing deep. That's the end of the over. We've gone 21 for 107. Binda on 35. Patel has been marooned on 62, but he's only faced 1 delivery since we had a cup of tea. And Bromfield to continue. firmly struck. It's might go the distance as Phillips comes around his left hand on the ball and stops a couple. In fact, it's not Phillips, it's McConnell.
It's McConnell.
McConnell doing the job. McConnell.
The veteran.
His floppy hat's got a similar hue to it.
He's done a fine job here coming to the attack, Bromfield. Just allowing the ball to tail in at the batsman, not giving him a great deal of room to free their arms up. Just wonder if Ravi Patel is deliberately being a little bit more selective with his stroke play here since passing 50. We haven't seen anything rash from him, which might be the quality of the bowling.
Yep.
But he just might have shifted his mindset. You know, you pass 50 and have a big score available to you.
No, his mind's free, I reckon. No, I think bowling's been really good. It's been a different style. There's been nothing short that's squeezed through the gap. Sorry, there's Kobe on the other side of the ground, sweeping. So they're closing in 110 runs.
Clearly quality batsman Ravi Patel has only had the 7 innings this year and did score the 250s and one even 100 in those 7 innings. So
3.7 is the run rate required. That's flicked. And that'll go away for another boundary. And that was an interesting, maybe even a scoop in the end.
I think that's a real modern cricket shot. He's nearly got under that and just allowed the ball to fly off the face of the bat in that modern scooping type action. And just with that extra pace of Matthew Bromfield.
That's a ripper of a shot, isn't it?
Yeah, the ball travelled lovely down the hill.
Yeah, and he turned his body to get some power in the shot. Bromfield's extra pace allowed it to travel. Oh, a little bit of an extra bit of bounce from Bromfield there.
Just got through his action. He was going to leave the ball there if the fields, but no. Be a real bowler's move to walk straight past the ball and leave for someone else to run 10 metres in, pick it up for them.
Absolutely, that's what you should be doing. Particularly if you've got a headband and a ponytail in. And headband and ponytail are red and blue as well. I'm Matty. So once again, John, I'll ask you the question for the third time since the drinks break. Where are the wickets coming and how are they coming?
I think the wickets are coming from a mistake from
all right, I'll pose you. You
batsman.
can't wait for a mistake. How do you force a mistake?
I think you bowl Yorkers to these guys. I think that they both batsmen have taken advantage of any type of width or length, and I think that the Yorker, we haven't seen many Yorkers bowled yet. And we've had a visitor into the box, and I'll say it for the third time, they need to bring Nathan Copper into the attack, who's done it twice against Weily Kings this year.
Okay.
Yep. And I think on cue...
Is he in? The Cop's in. No.
He's into the attack. That's him.
Is.
But I do think the Yorker length, there's nothing wrong with the Yorker length, Peach, and we haven't seen it much at all today.
So the veteran will come into the attack. He won't be over happy with his very short-lived innings. Had an uncharacteristic early slog. That's in the air. There's no fielder there, and that'll race away for another boundary. Not that short, but picked up so early by Ravi Patel.
I'm not sure. I think that Ravi Patel all day has made those not quite so short balls look very short. He's been able to punish them over the top of square leg for the innings. And again, Wellington have probably made that move to put a deep fieldsman out in the leg side, a ball too late.
There's the risk that Copper can bring in to see if he would deliver at pace.
Already looks like Ravi Patel likes the look of Nathan Copper here, and I think that only makes a wicket more likely for Copper.
Okay, so they're rolling the dice here, Wellington. They're going to try and maybe win a wicket, if you like, buy a wicket.
That's going to go 4 down the hill.
Well, it might just be cut in. No, it's not. There was a decent chase in the end from Manson, but The captain couldn't drag it back, and if anyone was going to lure that ball back from the line, it was going to be Manson.
That's what can happen here at Eady Street Oval, is that the ball will pick up pace outside of the ring, and it becomes very, very difficult to rein in. You never quite feel like you're gaining any ground on it.
So this is probably the worst case scenario for Copper. So he gets partly loose ball hit to a spot where you probably would generally have a fielder, and then a drive where there wasn't much space and it rolls away for 4. And all they need to now do is just knock a couple around and they get 10 for the over.
Well, travelling along beautifully at 6 and over here, the Weily Park Kings, and under absolutely no pressure to accelerate the run rate at all. They can just bat. They can just bat and wait for the ball in their zone.
Yeah, but
Punish it when it comes.
Yeah, wait for the loose delivery, but also if they want to, they can just take this game on now, can't they? Under 100 runs for victory for the Kings, their second season of A-grade cricket in the SCA. Last year's runner-up is...
I just wonder, as we hear the siren for the first quarter in the Gary Ablett game over at KG5, I just want the Weily Park Kings got knocked off by Sorrel late in the season, who weren't one of the strongest sides in the first grade competition, chasing a low total, and I don't think they'll take these last 100 runs for granted. I think we'll see a considered effort from the Kings to make sure they finish this game with some sort of authority, as opposed to quickly, as opposed to really trying to accelerate from here.
Just to recap, the win of the toss to the Kings. 2 early run-outs to McConnon and Muir, and then the Nathan Muir ton. Some support from Manson and Phillips, and a score of 2-2-0.
Looks like the captain's taking the ball himself here and really going to try and grab this game by the horns and make a difference.
Well, 2 slow bowls at both ends. He's capable of squeezing some wickets out with his flatties, and that's been hit in the air. First ball, Bromford underneath it, and he gobbles it up. And he turns and celebrates, and is there a little gap, a little bit of light? And he's not wanting to leave. Patel can't believe it. He's just hit absolute trash straight down the throat of Matty Bromfield at mid-off.
And I think you're right, it was a rubbish delivery from Isaac Manson. He knows it. He's given Ravi Patel a fist pump there, and Ravi Patel looks very, very upset with himself. He looks a dejected figure as he walks off the ground here. But he's done a fantastic job for his club. Here he's scored 75 off just the 66 deliveries and created a very solid foundation for the Kings to really push on here in a fantastic 125-run partnership with Robin Binda.
Maybe that, well, you didn't tell me about that strategy. Bowl absolute tripe and get a wicket.
Well, it's amazing.
That was the strategy number 5.
Amazing how often it works. Rubbish short outside off stump. Yeah, it would have been a wide. You're right. He's done a good job. He should hold his head high.
Yeah, fine innings. Yeah, he gave a couple of chances, but in the end, a fine innings. And the main thing that he did was anything that was loose, he made sure he got on top of, and he put it away. But then probably the loosest of that, the worst ball of the lot, he hit it.
You've got to feel for him. He's still replaying the shot in his head. I reckon he's replayed that shot about 8 times already.
He stood after the dismissal too,
Yep.
and I thought at one stage, there's something going on. Is there a no ball? He was that disappointed. That's about a length. And Isaac Manson nearly parrying onto the stumps.
That's probably how Isaac Manson envisioned his first ball coming out, I reckon.
That's the better ball from Manson. And for a moment, I thought it was lofted near mid-on and Muir. But it's gone over his head and away for 4.
And Jagjit Singh to the crease, asserting his authority immediately on this game with a quality lofted on drive over mid-on. Was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, languid in some way, but powerful in the other. He's probably trying to hit a tad straighter, but with mid-on and mid-off up, and they have to have them up due to the run right now at around 3.5 for victory.
Isaac Manson trying to buy another wicket with that one.
What's he asking for? He's speaking to someone. That was a wide, yep. Well, that was only just wide. That's going to be probably 2. Connell doing the work on the boundary, but that was in the air for a while. just to the left of backward point.
Well, he's been very inconsistent with his line length here, Isaac Manson, but he's making things happen. We've seen a wicket, a boundary, and a not a chance, but a ball hit in the air in this over already.
Now he's bowled a full one, which was driven by Jag Singh.
Uppishly played there from Jaggy there. I wonder if this slow bowling strategy is the way to go for a little while.
Well, the runs are going to come, but the wickets also might come. Yep. That might be the strategy. We've gone 23 overs now in the SCA Grand Final. And there's 88 runs for victory, 89 in fact. As we'll see the wicket of Ravi Patel with a slap. And you can just see him standing mid-wicket. I'm sure of how he's managed to hit that to mid-off.
He could have actually hit that anywhere, and he's decided to try and muscle it over the top of cover or wide mid-off instead of slashing it backward a point like he has done all day. And you really did have to feel for me. He looked at the ejected figure.
Yeah. And at the other end, Robin Binda just still there, 40 off 63. Into the ground. Probably a single. No, they'll stay where they are.
Sitting there, still waiting to come in, still on the phone, hasn't sat down yet.
Well, I feel he might be nervous, Entropy, but I feel like he's that or he's about to sign some signatures.
Wonder if Nathan Copper's just pushing the ball through just a little bit quicker here than he did in his first over after being taken for 9 runs.
Yeah, there's a bit more pace in that one. He is bowling. The breeze coming in kind of into his face. It is the right end to bowl, you'd think, but you could also see him bowling at this end and having the batters hit into the breeze down the ground, but not many are doing that. That's a little wide. That's clever bowling. It's quite through. And there's a chance to run it at the bowler's end.
I think he's out, is he?
No, I don't think he is. I think he got his bat down. Well, it would have been a disaster.
Oh, I thought the bat went into Nathan Copper's foot there and didn't clear the line.
Oh. That would be controversial.
Would be.
Well, that's.
I think it did go into his foot, but into his back foot, which was well behind the popping crease. Yeah.
Good job from the umpire. Tough one for Paul Doran to call too. He would have been obscured where the bat was. That's benefit of the doubt stuff, isn't it?
It's a fantastic piece of fielding from Dylan Kearney, it must be said.
Yeah, he's been decent in the field. I still think I'd only bowl one more over advance. I know he's the captain. He can bowl the next 9, but one more over here if he can squeeze a wicket. Otherwise, I think they need to take a punt at something else. McConnell maybe. But you're right, it's changed the rhythm having the slow bowlers on. There's more risk being taken. The ball's flighted up. It's tempting. That's tempting. That's coming towards us. And a couple of bounces and over the line.
Really does like to target straight down the ground, Robin Binda. He's played a couple of quality cricket shots down the ground.
That's
now.
just smart batting though, isn't it, John? With the mid-off, mid-on and mid-off up, it's a safe spot to hit straight. He's not doing it with a straight bat either. He's slightly going across.
Just seems to be targeting his areas, and I think, again, I'm just not sure Wellington have their plans quite set here. They the Weily Park Kings are hitting a boundary, and then Wellington are moving a fields into where the boundary goes to as Bromfield comes down to mid-on. They seem to be reactive instead of proactive at the moment.
Yeah, I suppose they're the challenge is that under 3.5 and over now. Victory. They can pick and choose when they take their risks, and they can do it with the field up. When the field goes back, they could be a little bit more contrite.
I think you're right. As Binda hits the ball outside the ring to the onside for one run. I think the fact though that Robin Binda today has hit all of his boundaries pretty much down the ground, and they had no fieldsmen down here, but they still maintained the 2 square fieldsmen on either side of the wicket. Might just show that their thinking isn't quite clear.
Yeah, the interesting one at the moment is square leg, and also to Binda, you could even argue if you want to win this game, do you go bring up the point as well?
Yep.
And if you're going to have a play, have them straight to make him take away his get out shot. Or when I say get out, I mean his get out of trouble shot. He's won that, and he's hit them slightly leg, most of them too, haven't they? So he's hit 3. They've all gone slightly leg of the straight side of the boundary. That'll get through as well, and that will get the fence. That was a loose one. And Isaac Manson, if he had have managed to hold it together, would have been an okay over, but another boundary off it. And that finishes his second over. He's 1 for 17 off 2, so the experiment of Manson coming on now, which most likely he would have probably bowled anyway, but coming on at this stage was probably 50-50 at the moment with the wicket, and now some runs.
And Binda's brought up his 50 there, and a really solid 50 it's been too. Off the 70 delivery, he's done his job really well. He's just held up an end while Ravi Patel was taken to the attack earlier in the day. He's held up his end and still scored his 50 at a reasonable clip for the state of the game. Just back on the field settings, I think, Peach, just quickly, I think the deep mid-on fieldsman to Binda, as Cobb comes in to jag for a dot ball, just puts a level of doubt in Binda's mind, to play those shots, and makes him try and do something just a little bit different.
Yeah, long on back now to Jagat Singh. He hits it in the air, he's out. So there you go, Copper Magic. He picks up Singh, and a big wicket as the captain goes. Just see a bit of energy.
This is exactly what Wellington needed to do, is take that first wicket of Ravi Patel, and then get another one very, very quickly. And as Weily Park's best batsman walks off the ground, the energy around the Wellington pack there should be very, very high. If they can get another 1 or 2 wickets here and plant that seed of doubt in this Weily Kings long batting lineup, anything can happen from here in a grand final.
100%, another wicket here, and it's turned completely. 3 down for 143. While Binda's there, you feel like it will be a victory for the Kings.
A very soft dismissal had to be said there from the captain, Jagjit Singh. He didn't really, it was training stuff. Hit the ball, the fieldsman didn't have to move, hit it straight into his midriff. Very soft dismissal.
So Matty McConnell's gone for just under 7 over. Keating, who opened the bowling, went for 6.5. Kobe Phillips, 6.5, or just over. Dean's the anomaly to a certain degree, 4.5. Bromfield went for 4. And now Copper's come on and he's got the wicket. And is the X-Factor veteran going to find a way through the middle order of the Kings?
It brings me here, Rana, to the crease now. Just the 5 innings for the year. Only played the 7 matches, just the 5 innings, but he's averaging 32. So he's another one of this very long, high-quality batting lineup that the Weily Kings have. They won't be feeling under too much pressure just at the moment. Might be a very, very different story if Wellington can manufacture another wicket here quickly.
It's the nice flight and the nice bit of length at the moment from Copper too. That's provided the batters to make some thoughts around it. That's not a pen.
He has varied his pace nicely here, Nathan Copper, in his 2.5 overs to date.
Yeah, because I've got the binoculars out to really zoom in. His flight is spot on at the moment. Rana, nerves of coming in a grand final in the Muir when he still have a bit of a total to chase. That's a bit fuller. And that's going to be out. The worm has turned and Nathan Muir salutes. And Copper's got 2.
I don't know what Rana's upset about here. He's hit that straight to the only man out there at deep mid wicket. That's just I think it just shows that he wasn't quite aware of what his job was to do.
Yeah,
right
with
now,
Binda there. I mean, Binda was, well, maybe they're trying to get in a hurry here and finish this off and keep the momentum going, but all it's done is brought Wellington back into this game. That was a slog with a play. Look, that was the one shot not to play probably, unless you're going to hit it along the ground. The extra bit of flight from Copper was good.
And I hate to say it, Pete, you asked me where the wickets were going to come from. I said Nathan Copper.
You did say Nathan Copper. The Copper's back.
It just shows the value, I think, of a veteran cricketer. You know, his first over went for 9 and probably wasn't the best over he's bowled. He's come on and bowled 10 balls after that, 2 for 1.
Yeah, but he's a good off spinner. He's broadly, he's got good release point. He gets a really good pivot. He's got a little bit of flight. You don't need spin. You just need flight and a little bit of guile.
Yep.
As we saw from their own Singh, I should say not Singh, Sajic also did a similar role. Probably deserved another couple of wickets. The difference is that Wellington didn't take Singe on, whereas the Kings have taken Copper the spinner on.
It's the way they play.
Yep. And this is why we love them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's never a dull moment, that's for sure. And it's a testament to their quality. Another very high quality batsman in Anup Yadama comes to the crease under just a little bit of pressure. It's not a great shot, that, as we see the replay of Rana's dismissal. Like, he's hit it crispy, and I'm not sure what he's hanging around for.
Yeah, all he did was instigate Cop to kind of want to near him. I think, once again, just the disappointment and the pressure that's been built during the week, maybe in their own minds, is now coming to fruition.
Big job now for Binda. The pressure on him has just turned up a dial a little bit. Now he really needs to settle in and be there for the next 40 or 50 runs. I expect just to settle the the anxiety levels of these Weily King batsmen. Yeah,
stay for half an hour. You get him up. He just hangs on for a bit, and they'll win this comfortably. They'll win it before the 40th over. However, if that's not the case, it could be done by the 40th over, bowled out.
You must have the earpiece in Manson's ear, because McConnell's straight into the attack.
Yep, this is the right move, I think. It is the right move now. Will Binda, because he was taking some risks against the spinner, and he was by far playing the spinners by far the best. I think this is the right move. Binda onto 51. Yadama now will face his second ball.
And that is we've got a stacked offside here for the new batsman.
Yeah, so there's one on the fence or on the line. I keep saying fence. There are no actual fences. Sachi whips it to leg. What a glorious tickle. More than a tickle. And that's a boundary and a sloppy delivery. McConnell's day with the ball outside that third delivery where he managed to get a wicket. Hasn't been the best.
It has been indifferent. It shows the shot shows the quality of a batsman like Anup Yadama. He's just caressed that backward of square down the hill for what is a lovely, lovely 4 runs. Lovely shot.
They've got to stay composed, don't they? The Kings, to know that they have the faith and the competency and the ability to still win this game, because you can't give Wellington a sniff, and they've given them a decent sniff at the moment with those 3 wickets.
Absolutely, you can feel the energy levels of Wellington just rise now with those 3 really quick wickets.
And suddenly McConnell's got his radar on. He's much more tighter at the stumps. They've also tidied up their extras too after the first sort of 5 overs.
Yeah, you're right.
Only 11 at the moment. Well, there you go. Right on cue. Thanks, Matty. Now there's some Bronx cheers for some, I think they're Kings fans, I'd imagine. There'd be a good couple of dozen of them all huddled in on the little embankment as McConnell off about 6 steps. And a nudge to the leg for a single. Well, that over from McConnell, who's one of their strike bowlers, 7 runs off it, including a wide. So without too much risk, they can just plug along. The odd boundary will definitely come. There's boundary balls and there's quality batting. Keep their heads and make good decisions. But can Copper provide some more magic? He's got 2 for 10 off his 3 overs.
He's had the golden arm so far and has done it all year against the Weily Park side. Now, actually, I think now he's probably taken half of his wickets, I think, for the year against Weily Park. A Weily left arm orthodox. I think this we call the off.
Yeah.
Left arm off spinners, don't we?
Yeah.
The left arm orthodox.
Wow. We tend to use that for left arm. There's no more reason to call them left arm orthodox and right arm orthodox, but I think it's an old-fashioned term before the leg spin bowlers were doing their thing.
I definitely feel the Wellington side here that Yadama is strong through that offside. They've got 5 fieldsmen there in a real in-out fashion, roaming around that offside, really trying to block off any boundary.
Yeah, they've got enough coverage on the leg too in case there's a little knock across the line, and Yadama is probably more likely to do that than the other batters. He's got some more ability to move the ball through the leg. Watchful. There's a little hole backward of square. There's no one behind square on the leg side. If he wants to turn one around the corner for a couple. I do like the offside field though, so there's 2 sort of a backward point and a standard point and then a cover point. So they've really got that chocked down, and then I'd say nearly a catching cover.
Yep.
I like that too. There's cover there around about. And he's not. That's not an in-out because he's not walking with the bowl. He's actually ready. And he's going back now. And there goes cover point to the fence. So they've gone a bit more defensive with 2 balls left. Interesting. Because he's on top here, Copper. And Yadama, who's just come to the crease, is looking to play within himself at the moment. The one boundary was a flick through the leg. That was the worry. That was the worry. Anything straight was going to go there into the fans of the Kings.
It was the ball he couldn't bowl, wasn't it, with the field set the way it was?
The one ball, and it was 5 excellent deliveries, and then that one. And once again, they need less than 3.5 and over, down to about 3.2. And he bowls one middle and leg. In fact, it probably wasn't even quite middle and leg.
Really unfortunate way to finish there. When you're only needing 3 runs and over to bowl 5 fantastic deliveries right where you want them. It's that one loose one that goes to the boundary for 4, immediately gives the Kings exactly what they need.
But it tells a story. So that the piece is that they didn't get enough runs probably to keep enough pressure on them for long enough. So one mistake results in an easy boundary, and that's it. They've done their run rate for the over. So prior to that, it was going to be a maiden. And suddenly now, they easily get their runs for the over from 1 delivery. And it was only a small mistake too from Copper, but that's the edge they're living on at the moment, Wellington. And Binda gets one wide outside off.
Kobe Phillips back into the attack here. I just wonder if Isaac Manson was a bit worried that McConnell just couldn't quite find a consistent line in his one over back into the attack.
Yeah, fair enough. I think Kobe Phillips can sneak the odd wicket. Just bowls, I mean, it just interests me so much, Kobe, as a bowler, because he bowls that one so wide, but it's so hard to score off. And then he'll throw the odd one up. Now that one there is the one he throws up. It's still also hard to hit because there's still not a lot of pace on it. And it's very hard to hit down the ground. And then he bowls just really is a fast, flat half tracker and rarely gets hit.
Just wonder if they get a little bit more bounce than people necessarily, being that round arm, just wonder if they get a little bit more bounce than people expect them to, which makes it just a little bit harder
Maybe,
for the batsman
yeah.
to take
It's certainly something about his action which it appears to make it challenging for the batter.
Well, that's out. That is out.
That's gone. It looked very adjacent. Yadama is gone. Phillips comes back in, and a great call from Manson, and a much better line and length from Kobe. The straighter one and the slog from Yadama in the end probably wasn't the best shot.
Yeah, Kobe Phillips just looked like he slowed that one right up. And I think we'll find if we get the replay that it pitched on middle and was probably hitting the middle and leg as well as we see the replay here.
Oh, yeah, that's
absolutely
as out as you're going to get. And I don't think Phillips is the sort of individual to charge down like that unless he thinks he has the wicket. I reckon that pitched middle and leg and was hitting leg.
And I think when Anoop Yadama re-watches that replay back, he'll be very upset with the shot. He couldn't possibly have tried to hit that any more across the line if he tried. And the ball was dead on middle.
You know his technique he should have used? Binda. Hit it straight down the ground.
Yep.
Just hit it straight. Nothing fancy. And now that scorecard looks a little average. 52 to Binda, Patel 75. And then no other player has got past double figures. A stacked batting lineup which still plenty of runs to get, and they only need 3 and over. My question now to you, John, as opposed to where are the wickets coming from for Wellington, where are the runs going to come from someone other than Binda?
I think we've still got to, I mean, we've said it a lot today. Weily Park do bat very, very deep in their batting order, and they do have Binda still at the crease, and I think his plan now will have to be to bat until the end and just allow some runs to flow around him. And we do have Krishnan Saji and Andapreet Singh to come in, who do have healthy averages in this competition this year. So it's not panic stations yet for the Weily Park Kings. However, the pressure is increasing.
But if you look at the dismissals, the last few dismissals, so Yadama, slog.
Yep.
Rana, slog. You just see this delivery. Singh, not a slog, but risky shot.
Yep.
Patel, slog. Now, that's the way they play, and that's the way they win, that's the way they lose, and that's okay. But it's made a little bit harder. In the air, that's going to get past the field in a handy boundary. And they needed that. And Andrew Doughton joining me in the commentary box now. Is it starting to get a bit of pressure coming on Dounce? And also, the worm has turned a bit back towards Wellington.
Yep, pressure, and hopefully, well, without commentators' curses, we need one. Drop catches earlier, just kill you, don't they?
And they were very gettable. Funny what grand finals do, but Copper's been fantastic today. But that was a handy boundary. So the runs aren't the issue. It's the wickets at the moment for Wellington is what they need.
Yeah, 20 overs. Look, we're not got to bowl them out.
Come on, Dad.
All I say is, if anyone doesn't do it, Kobe will. He's a big match player.
He does like pressure, doesn't he?
He does. He's taken fifers in grand finals before, and if anyone doesn't do it, be the Cobes.
So Manson took himself off. That was the right move. McConnell bowled an over. Then Phillips comes back in and gets the wicket. It was a slog. And
How many overs left?
the field still spread. And an easy single out to the sweeper on the fence.
That's the thing. Look, they can do it in singles.
Do they?
Three
But
wickets.
that's not the way they play, though, is it? They kind of want to rush at it.
Absolutely. If you get 3 dots, we'll get a wicket. That's all I say. They're just, at the moment, just look a bit ruffled, as in Wellington.
Hello, it was Bub.
Yeah, it's quite asleep, you know.
So Phillips just wants Matty Bromfield just to go deep. He was slightly in from the line. He's now right back on it. No, he's being inside the line on a ground that's only 50 metres wide.
Cobes does, though. He'll get through this over in about hopefully about 90 seconds. That's the key.
Yeah, he doesn't muck around, does he?
No, just get there.
And if I was a batter, I'd be holding him up now and again.
Correct. That's what we did.
That's a nick,
Out.
is it?
Oh,
Yeah, I thought I heard a noise as well. Kobe thought as well for a second. That's the one that he does. It's the one that just bounces a bit more.
Well, I wouldn't play for spin with Kobe, but yep.
Yeah, you're going to
not
get a
bad.
quick single. Strange bit of fielding.
Yep. No, it's
To do the
D.
underarm.
Muir. That'd be Daniel Muir.
Yeah.
No, it's Isaac
No, it's
Manson,
Manson.
actually.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah.
D. Muir is known for his underarm antics.
Okay, well, Isaac need to throw that overarm because that was a chance for a run at the batter's end. Full of one.
Out.
No, hit the
Oh,
ground. Come on, you got to keep neutral here as much as you can, Downs. That was bat into
does.
the bat, maybe bat into.
Maybe graze the ground,
Yeah.
I reckon.
So there's
Yep.
something. It feels like something happening every delivery at the moment. Robin
Commentators
Binda.
curse here.
Yeah, Robin Binda on strike.
Oh, that's a bad one.
He's certainly put a
For
lot out
one.
there today.
That's what Kobe does, though. 3 off.
And that's the over. So we're 32 gone. It's
Feels
getting
pretty tense,
tight.
though.
Yeah, at
I can feel
100%. Yep. And you can just see there's different conversations currently happening out there. As Muir, Phillips and Manson all coming together, they have a conversation. I think they're trying to work out. It feels more energy from Nathan particularly. He's
Yep.
getting in. He's looking at strategies to try and work out how to get this victory, how to get another wicket.
Yeah, Binder's the key. You get Binder out, I think we can go through them. As in Wellington can go through them. But if not, you know, I think they'll sail. If anyone knows, it could be Copper. Copper plays another league, you know, against the International League as well, against these guys fairly often.
Hence,
So
hence his good record against them.
absolutely correct. So he knows exactly, the fields are set, he knows exactly where to bowl against each one of these players because he plays with them and against them. So
Well, he loves his cricket, the veteran. He's
it's a
picked up 2
weird
wickets.
field, but you know what? It might work.
So 2 on the off deep.
Oh, see that? Floated up.
And long off and long on aren't yet back. So mid on, mid off still inside the ring. And there's a sweeper on the leg side for a
It's a
little bit
weird
of protection.
field, but what Wellington does
could you
do...
bring in the sweeper on the leg side?
No, we outside off. Be fifth stump
Problem is,
right there.
the one bad ball he's bowled got tickled around the corner. So
Yep.
I feel that should be square of it. As long as he doesn't bowl too straight, it's very difficult to beat this field.
Fifth stump line. Just keep doing what you're doing. Right there. Change the pace. Very crafty. Very crafty the old chop. Nathan Copper. But it's working. And so the W field as well. So that works well for Wellington. Pardon the pun, but it does work well.
Phillips coming
at
across
Eady Street, and they'll bring one more over because
like
they want
this.
him to go across.
This is a good. I reckon this is excellent from.
I'm
Manson.
tipping LBW because he'll try to go fine. A bit straighter.
He's just
There you
holding
go.
himself. I mean, the thing is, they need 3 and over, so they don't need to take any risks whatsoever. But once again, the mind of the batters. needs
Also,
to be
getting
changed.
through and over in probably less than 2 minutes, and that's what we do well, is in Wellington.
There's
there it
the
is.
straighter one.
Oh,
and he-
floated it up. Perfect.
It was well played in the end.
So he could have gone a bit. What he's trying to do there is try to float it up so he goes a bit finer because there's no fine leg or 45. So good piece of bowling. 2 off. See that? Just tried to angle it in. He could have gone finer, but chance of LBW as well.
So Muir had a.
Pickle juice, you
How
reckon?
did he? Oh no. Just a
Not
little
quite.
gin and tonic, is it? It's the tonic anyway, with some sparkling water. What was he like at half time, Andrew? Was he okay?
Sore.
Yeah.
Yeah, sore, but you know what it is? It's just, he's a warhorse. You look at him now, he just looks sore and
Yeah.
battered, and you know what? He'll be back.
Yep. Do it all again. Anyway, he's got plenty
So,
more to do
he's
today.
a great man. DB James there. Pommy Brown.
Yeah, I know. Pommy was he 13th man today?
Yeah. Look, end of the day, you can't fit 13 to 11. Our Burgess stiff not to be selected as well.
Yeah, so Quarrel was brought up, wasn't he? Although he's played a bit of first grade this
He's
year.
played a fair bit. He's been in and out. He's probably, I mean, if it's basketball turns, swing man.
So a bit of a role player. Yep.
Yeah, he had a couple of hundreds this year. And good leader off the field as well. Great man.
I've got to say, he looked the right player to come in, but then he actually played a poor shot to get out, which kind of came from nowhere in the end.
Yep. I think he felt the pressure a
Yep.
little bit. He'll learn from that.
So Phillips going through, he's into his sticks. He's got 1 for 24.
Drinks after this over, so, or maybe one after, but Kobe doing a great job, as he does in grand finals. He's got a great record. Grand finals, I think he's taken 2 fivers in grand finals. Don't quote me, but, oh, that one turned.
Yeah, he's actually managed to, he's moved a couple off the straight today.
Yep.
It's that low action. What's he like to face in the nets?
Horrible. Just slides.
Yep.
Slides on. But on another note, unrelated to cricket, Devils had a win.
Yeah, I did. We watched it. I was watching while I was
Unbelievable.
commentating, so they won by 8 points. That was great.
Unreal. How good's
Yep,
that?
Yep. So they beat 2 of the unaligned sides. And Coburg were, talking to the couple of players, Coburg were probably a little better than the Borough. So I think the Borough put a pretty good fight on. So, I mean, the idea was to win 50% of their games, the Devils.
Was that the goal, was it?
I think that's their unofficial goal. So, and that'll get them 9th. It predicted to be 9th. That's their prediction. So,
Wow. Okay.
So they're about
Long way to go.
They're about where they're at this stage.
Yeah.
They've got a couple of away games before they come back to Ninja in a few weeks.
Here's Copper again.
So there's this field. I do
Yeah,
like
W.
it though, Andrew.
That works.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't explain it because it's not a traditional sort of field.
Well, it looks better, though. They've got the single with
There's a W.
the long off coming back
It's
into
like
the circle.
a forward point gets there, but they got like a extra cover, and then
Yeah.
this guy behind point for probably that one if he gets past there, but Muir fields it.
Yeah, for those that can't see it, there's a backward point on the boundary which is nearly behind.
It's a weird field,
which
but
is nearly behind the
it
fielder in
works.
the circle. But
Correct.
on this ground with the downhill slope, I can certainly see
100%.
that it's nearly like an in-out field style, and there's the pace as Anjaprit Singh was looking to launch.
Very crafty. Very crafty. He knows his guys inside out.
But the only thing
And a
at
competitor.
the moment, the breezes are southeasterly coming over the club room. The only thing is they do have the breeze. They want to take him on down the ground. Will they use their feet?
It's just that line he's bowling. It's just you can't get to him to go across the line. That's exactly what Copper wants right here. He wants him to go over long on. How much space is there? Probably 50 metres between mid-on and mid-off. There's probably 50 metres straight. But again, Copper just getting through the over within probably 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, exactly what is needed right now.
There's a flighted one.
Oh, LB. He's going to give that.
Yes, he has.
That's out.
And there's Muir energising them again. And Paul Toran had no doubt, and for us,
Yep.
he's got to get off the ground, Andrew Pete. He's just be really disappointed. They're 6 down now, and suddenly this has swung back in the favour of Wellington.
Commentator's curse.
And Andrew Pete still now taking his helmet on and having some conversations, and the emotion and the build-up and the disappointment. There's Jag Singh now coming on to have a chat to Binda. And a big moment is another again. It's Copper with his third. Going wide of the crease, it floated. I mean, it
Hits him on the full.
It looks plumb from here. Interesting, he was probably going to be run out, but I think, to be fair, deep down, subconsciously, I think he knew. It's a sad wander off the ground, though, and we probably will take a break. It's Drinks. What a moment, a late wicket.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, and there is
Fantastic.
the scoreboard. Only 2 people. Robin Binda holding firm for now. 6 for 166. We thought at one stage this game would have been over in the 40th over. There's still 14 overs to go. We're going to have a break here on Duff TV, and it is tightening up here in the SCA Grand Final. Back in a few moments. We are building towards a climax that we didn't think we'd have at the last drinks break. Andrew Doughton's just nicked out. He's going to get a little bit too nervous. We had to kick him out because he's going to start cheering soon because he brought a wicket late. And John Anning back in the box. And John, you're one of the great sniffers. You've been sniffing around. You've been wandering around getting an idea of what people are thinking about the stage, and controversial-ish last wicket maybe. It was hard to tell.
Yep.
Hopefully we can see another replay, G-Man, of that LB shout. But I thought initially, was it going to be given? I don't think the batter was that impressed. And sorry, someone's about to cark it out the front here by the sound of it.
Not impressed is an understatement. The batsmen look very up, very unhappy there, Peach. And the Wellington crowd, they are up and about over in front of the rooms there.
And why wouldn't they want to be is the spinners in, the all-rounder. Another one of them is Binda, the glue.
Done a great job so far, Binda, that's for sure. He's really held this innings together, and he's got a lot of work to do from here. That's an understatement.
Yep. Got Krishna Saji now into the crease. The nerves is the thing that's turned. The excitement in Nathan Muir indicates how far up Wellington are at the moment, and they are on top. However, it's not a big target still, and they don't need to take any risk. They can literally bat out 14 overs and they'll win. If the Kings bat 14 overs and they're all both there at the end, particularly Binda, they will win reasonably comfortably. However, if the wickets keep tumbling, it's going to be Wellington. Probably helpful to have a left-hander on strike too. He's going to change it up.
You're absolutely right about the fact if they bat the 14 overs, they win the game. Their problem is the wickets, and they do have a long batting lineup. We know that, but this is the last of their probably recognised batsmen. It does get a little bit thin at the very, very bottom.
Yep, and there's a few guys that are probably just play in that sort of role. They sort of bat in the bottom, don't really bowl, due to the fact they have so many good all-rounders that can do the job. So they've got a few bits and pieces players, no disrespect, to finish off their 11. And they're going to have to win a game. They're going to have to win a final.
They have to win a final about an up and about against an up and about Wellington side too. Their energy is right up.
And you can guarantee Muir is involved in some conversations. That should be put away. And there's a sense of just that tension that happens as the new batter comes out. He gets a full toss. It should have been put through the covers.
He's a solid batsman, Krishnan Saji. He's not one of the Weily Kings' more dynamic batsmen, but is capable of holding up an end. So this is a really important partnership.
Down the ground, that'll run away. Phillips will chase. In fact, sorry, not Phillips is chasing. It's Keen. The Dean Kane. The Kane Dean. 4 runs.
And that had to be put away. That was very, very full toss.
All right, so Manson's got some decision to make. As the destroyer, the copper, is doing the job. And I suppose you'd keep Phillips on for a bit longer as well. There we go. That's where Duff is, right up there. It's gone under the van. They're just next to you. So Isaac Manson's trying to direct Dean on where the ball is. He's having a smoke. What's going on here?
You could have pulled that up, Jerry, and gone and got that for the lads.
Yeah, no, they need to do the work. Jero's in production. He's not in ball retrieving.
Nathan Copper really has turned this game around. I'm not sure who called that earlier, but it was a fine call.
Look, I don't know.
From the commentary box.
We'll go back and we'll listen through the highlights to see if we can get an indication. But he's, and Doubts was saying that he plays against these guys and with them. He certainly has some understanding of their strengths and weaknesses. But it was the field that I think created some confusion amongst the Kings batters. And that's nearly hit the grass. That's about as bad a delivery as he's bowled. Maybe it was a little teaser to Robin Binda. Remember, he's still there, everybody. If you're a Kings fan, he's on 58. There is just no singles out at the moment. That's a challenge. In saying all that, there's a boundary coming nearly every over, and they need less than that. So it's the rotation of strike, which has been such a battle for the Kings in these middle overs.
think Robin Binda might have to get down to Saji here and just say, how about backing up a little bit?
Well,
He spent the last 2 balls leaning on his bat.
You're right, because there was a single in that one, wasn't there?
He's still leaning on it.
He's got the old-fashioned lean, doesn't he?
He hasn't moved for 3 deliveries.
His feet haven't moved. He hasn't physically moved. Is he okay? That's a bit more flight. In the air, through the gap for a valuable boundary. A little bit of risk, but the reward is always there once you get past the infield here at Eady Street.
Robin Binda just doing a fantastic job of taking this game on his shoulders here for the Weily Park Kings. He's done all the hard work early when the ball was moving around a little bit. And while the wickets have been falling around him, he's kept a very, very calm head. And that's a lovely stroke through point for 4 runs.
It's a better than lovely strike. That's a wonderful cricket shot. And that's created so much energy through that action then, Binda, to probably hit a boundary when most would have probably defended it. And a couple of boundaries here and suddenly the energy will go away from Wellington. It's so tight right now. It's right on the threshold. If you were going to put some weights on one of those old school weighing machines, it'd be exactly even at the moment. We're at dead level.
It's turned into a fantastically competitive game of cricket, hasn't it?
And Andrew Doughton was right. About 220 was spot on for a competitive total.
Hasn't he thrown that one up?
Yeah, but this is what I like. So it's forced to change. The left-handers forced Copper to go round the wicket.
Over the wicket.
Sorry, over the wicket, I should say. As I was saying that, I thought that was wrong. I think he much prefers the other angle. That traditional way of a left-arm bowler bowling to a right-hand batter. So Phillips to continue. Manson holding, or been giving him the keys to win the game.
He's been much better, Kobe Phillips, in his second spell than he was in his first. Much more consistent in his line and length.
Well, now he wants to get going. Sajid sent back quickly by Robin Binda.
There's probably an easy single there. Just their decision-making here about when to run and when not to run is probably a reflection of the pressure of the game. But
yep, absolutely. Yep, there's some doubt in the mind. It's like it's not natural to feel confident just to push and run still and trust your partner.
Yep. They have missed 2 or 3 runs in the last couple of overs though, which might just prove very important at the end of the game.
This is a spot where I think Sajid needs to just slow Phillips down, because he hit straight back to him and sped him up even more.
Nice.
Once again, a maiden doesn't hurt the Kings at all. A maiden does not hurt them. Their run rate isn't a necessary an issue at this stage. And Binda's able to hit the odd boundary. That should have been knocked wider, but unable to get it past. And 5 dot balls from Kobe Phillips. Well, there's a single there, isn't it?
This is what I mean. I think their decision making has just been compromised the last 2 or 3 overs, and it's just the pressure of the game. The game really is on a knife's edge at the moment. It's really 50-50. No one feels like they're in front.
There could also be an element of that's not part of their style of play. That the push and nudge is certainly in a style and in a characteristic of a certain style of play. And it doesn't feel either of these two are interested. A quick single.
Sure.
The sun is beaming though on Eady Street in another classic SCA Grand Final. I hope you're enjoying it. Wherever you're tuning in to Duff TV on the stream, and we've got some field changes as deep backward or probably forward a point on the line, mid-wicket deep as well.
I think another consideration here for the Kings is I just wonder if they're looking to see off Nathan Copper's spell here. I think both of these batsmen might be more comfortable with a bit of pace on the ball and gives them far more opportunity to score.
I like this field too because Long On's back as well. So it's pretty much taking Binda's one big shot out of the game, and it's allowing a couple of things that might bring a wicket, but it's also allowing 2 overs with no runs. Look, Copper could just roll in 11 deliveries here.
Binda looks to be upset here about the number of fieldsmen outside the ring, having a chat with umpire David Wellington. It's a free hit. Is it?
I can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the fifth?
Is
5.
there one over here?
There's
cover?
5. You're allowed 5.
I wonder if he's concerned about the guy, the Whitey Schmidt off. No?
No.
Think it's okay? They did bring one in, though.
One did come in. It is hard from where we are. We can actually see the whole field. It actually nearly worked into that space. If they had got through, that would have been 4, exactly where the fielder had come in. Is it the leg side? How many fielders got to have the leg?
No, you can have up to 5.
No more than 5, but there's no limit, is there?
No minimum. No
minimum anymore, is there? That's actually never been a rule. I think I just made that up.
You did?
Yep. Excellent. Yeah, max of 5 though on the leg.
Another result of only doing one game of cricket a year, Pete.
Yeah. I don't even know the new AFL rules, so I've got a game in a couple of weeks. I probably don't know what I'm going to call. Just make it up. My daughter wanted me to commentate a football game in the backyard yesterday. So Christian Sudgy on strike, the left-hander. Copper with a couple left in his over. What a spell. Sudgy's been good. He's come in, he's not taken any risk. He's found the odd single. Doesn't look like he's got a whole range of scoring shots, but he's not limited out either. And it's actually slowed the pace down of Wellington's advance, was it? Because it was rushing towards another couple of wickets, but Sudgy now has allowed Binda just to whack a couple of boundaries. And he's been able to do that as well. That's better. So 2 singles in that over. In the end, 3 singles in that over. And Copper, 9 overs now. He's picked up 3. He's the game changer at the moment for Wellington.
Just back to that fielding confusion earlier, Peach, in that over. It's got a message from Andrew Smith, who I expect is
he'd be right.
Tuning in live on Duff TV from Sydney. Where they're allowed 4 out, 5 after the 40th, apparently.
But did they bowl a delivery while the 5th was out?
Well, I think we counted 5 out, didn't we? Or
yeah. So what is that? Does it result in a free hit?
I would have thought so, but it wasn't. So we might have miscounted.
Maybe. So it's only 5 out when Binda stopped and had the conversation, but maybe one of the fielders had moved out in between the delivery.
That's right. Probably better off just to
learn the rules. We should just learn the rules.
Maybe.
For that one game of cricket a year. It's also used for a pub quiz, isn't it? The other option is we have a bit of a direct line to people that know the rules, and they tell us the rules before we make the mistake. So Phillips has slowed things down a bit here. And what I mean by slowing down, he hasn't slowed down his over rate. He's slowing down the pace of his deliveries.
And it's worked for him in this second spell, that's for sure.
And there's a bit of protection for him too. That's in the air. That's going to be Bromfield, was it? No. It's a 4. And he nearly took another classic. Nearly another classic. Oof. Now that would have won the premiership probably. You could have said that. It was Binda whacking to leg, was short. It was a brilliant effort. Has he even got a hand on it? He must have got a little touch maybe.
Watching it live through the fence, I thought he caught it.
I did as well. Oh, I did as a result. Binda to 69 now to 70.
And just a really important boundary, I think, for the Kings here. Every boundary they score, it just relieves a little bit of pressure, and they're able to get one every 2.5 overs at the moment, which is just keeping them right in the game.
Yeah, it's at the moment it's averaging about every 9 deliveries a boundary, and they only need under 3.5 and over.
Sargi doing a great job here, just sticking with Robin Binda. He's been at the crease since the start for the Wellington Park Kings.
And his bowling effort has certainly played a role.
Absolutely.
Sargi in this low total, 38 he got off his 10 overs. So there's 3 and over with 11 left and 4 wickets in hand. And I'm sure everyone will enjoy KFC besides me at the end of the day.
Conference in the middle here, we can see on the screen here between, I think, Wellington's last 3 captains.
Yeah, they've been
in
chatting.
The first grade side.
Constantly been chatting over the last little while. In fact, Phillips has been involved in some chats as well.
So this would be 3 of their 4 last captains.
3 of the 4. If Kobe had to come in, they would have got all 4.
Yep, Kobe did captain the last premiership.
Robin Binda on strike. He holds all the cards at the moment. As Copper's last.
And that's the spot there that Robin Binda might target if he decides he needs to score a boundary. Is that backward a point? They've got the mid off, the long on, the long off covered, and deep cover and deep mid wicket. So it's really backward square on either side of the field. That is the simplest boundary opportunity.
So I'll take a punt here. They need Binda out to win this game. Bring Long on off and see if he's going to take him on. But maybe he'll be smart enough, Binda, to stay within his limitations. He flicks it around. It might be 2. No, they're not interested. The other thing I would say, the run between wickets between these two has been a little bit subdued.
Yep.
Not really pushy. They've missed 4 or 5 singles. The running between wickets with Kobe Phillips and Manson and co, both those with Muir at the back end, probably got an extra 15 runs.
Absolutely.
And maybe that might make the difference.
Absolutely.
Maybe it may. The little things, the little 1%ers from Wellington today, take out the 2 terrible run-outs, which weren't good examples. Copper rolling over the wicket.
I think we'll see Sargi here just dead back these last 2 balls and just see Nathan Copper out of the attack.
2 overs where he picked up a couple of wickets. It's about 40 minutes ago now, turned the game. It's a nice shot from Sargent on the knees and sweeping to the man on the fence on the leg side. A little bit of flight to finish it off from Nathan Copper. What a 10-over spell from him. 3 for 34. And he got Wellington back into the game with some key wickets. Firstly, Jagat Singh, the captain, he got Rana pretty much quickly followed up, and then Antapreet Singh LB just on the last drinks break.
It's come back really well, Nathan Copper bowling his 10 overs straight after what was probably an indifferent first over. They did go for the 9 runs, proceeded to bowl his next 9 overs for 3 for 26 or 25, I think it is actually. Really
20.
solid effort. And this is Kobe Phillips' last over too, so we're going to see a double change here.
Yeah, Bromfield's probably have to come back on again. Maybe Dean could be used. I mean, they've got Keating and McConnell up their sleeve. They may not go to McConnell. Do they go to Keating or Dean?
I think you're right. I think we'll see both of those lads come back into the attack. They're probably by the most consistent line and length of any of Wellington's quicker bowlers. And at least that consistency allows Isaac Manson to set a field he's got some confidence in.
Yeah, and this type of batting from Sajid has allowed the offside field to creep up. So if he wants to, he can work Phillips across the line and get an easy single to square. Or he can try and hit airily like that. Like that!
Oh, wow.
Another drop. And will that be the story for Wellington? Well, right on cue, he went airily to try and gather some speed over the fielders. Hit it straight to the fielder. It was an awkward one. It was coming at pace. And then that's been whipped away for 4. maybe that's a turning point. That bit that gets them over the line.
Talk about rubbing salt into the wound. Kane Dean puts down a somewhat tricky but reasonably easy catch at this level, let's be honest.
Yep.
And then the ball after, Sargi manages to clip the ball around the corner back of the square for 4 runs just to really rub it into Kobe Phillips, the bowler.
So Sargi's the third player from the Kings to go into double figures. He's got 2 70s and now the next best score is 11.
That's the end of a good spell there from Kobe Phillips. He didn't probably have the best of the time in his first 3 over spell, but certainly has come back very strongly in his last 7 overs and really unlucky there in the last week.
So we just sort of replayed, sorry John and Kate, you have to sort of replay that catch, and Dean's fairly tall, but I mean, they're the ones, because of the awkwardness of trying to take it in your body, your hands, they're nearly the ones where your fingers pointing up, the Ricky Ponting style, which really I only favour certain fielders. I'd nearly catch everything with my fingers pointing up because it allows more space between you and your body, and it doesn't cramp your hands. It allows for give. It does take a bit longer to get your fingers up, and you've got to be natural at it. So, but that's the only thing I'd say around Dean.
I think you're being very generous. He should have caught it. That's the fact.
Yeah, well, just describing things as maybe reasons why certain things didn't happen. And now he's going to have to make it up for with the ball. Dean in. People are taking a piss out of me in the commentary box. There's a tiny little bit of sun which is flickering my eye, and thanks John for fixing that. It was just there. It was just coming through. Actually, it might have been bouncing off this. I'm not sure.
Might have been too. I've had to deal with the sun all day in the baby seat off to the left here. You've got the crown seat there, the throne.
Yeah, well, okay. We've got a bit going on. I've got buttons to push and people to push.
Kane Dean here into his second spell.
Hang on, just be careful. You were in the big seat last week. I gave you your apprenticeship. You were taken off. I gave you the L plates for a couple of years. I was taken off last week.
Thoroughly enjoyed it too.
Yep. Oh, that's been worked nicely. That's a good cricket shot. That is a loose ball and feels like it's turned again back towards the Kings.
Sarge's doing a fantastic job here. He's really held up an end and has now just started to accelerate just a little bit and get in the odd boundary, every 9 balls or so.
You know what he's done? Well, he's not taken too many risks, when unnecessary risks as well. He's waited for the ball that suits him to hit for 4.
I think actually what Kane did this over is bowl 3 balls nearly in exactly the same spot and allowed.
In the air. Oh, that was just wide. It's a couple probably. No, just the one. Yeah, you're right. He probably got some predictability about where he's going to bowl next. That one actually hooped a little bit.
Good thing about that, they do have the right-hand, left-hand partnership at the moment, and there is a lot of movement from the Wellington fieldsmen every ball that time they turn the strike over here, which is, I don't know, it's always a little unsettling for a fielding side, I think, especially when the pressure's on like it is now.
23 runs, aerial. That's just short, though, the fielder.
I think you're right about the pressure switching here. That Wellington now with only 22 runs to defend the title now is the pressure is right on them to take another wicket.
And Keating was lurking at backward point. Still a good over. That one boundary. They need a wicket. It's going to come from somewhere. Maybe it's one of their openers to come back in. Maybe it is the fielder Keating. We'll see how we go. 22 runs for victory. 8 overs left. 4 wickets in hand. This is the key partnership, and Bromfield will come in from the pavilion end of the ground to find a little bit of magic. To maybe, it's only 1 wicket. They just need literally 1 wicket here. Wellington, they're back on. They're back on track.
1 wicket certainly will increase their energy levels and get that adrenaline adrenaline pumping, and that's when anything can happen, especially with this unpredictable Weily Park Kings cricket side. Bromfield's back into the attack, and if there's one bloke who would love to take those last 3 wickets in the Wellington side, it's him.
Yep, he'll do a cartwheel, I reckon, if he managed to get one. Oh,
wow.
That's a horror. Well, he's lost his line there, and he'll have a free hit. That was a no-y and a boundary.
And nearly at this stage of the game, with only 22 runs to defend, a free hit like that's nearly worth double. You know, a free hit that goes for 4 gives Sargi here another opportunity to smack one to the boundary.
Now I think the umpire's trying to let them know that. Well, what was the signal there?
One over the shoulder.
One over the shoulder. Right.
And he's put it away.
He has put it away. And it is rolling downhill now, and that's how the ball was travelling. And our Weily Park Kings on their way to a premiership.
Oh, how things can change, Peach. Like, I was over there not 6 overs ago, I think, and the Wellington supporters were up and about, very excited. And all of a sudden, heads are down over there. We can see over to our left, their heads are down, and the Weily Park support crew over there are making all the noise.
And that's glided through the gap. That's going to go for 4, I think, as well. What a 3 deliveries here. And Sajid, the offie, is doing the work, and Binda's at the other end, just enjoying things as he's watching the middle to tail ender get the runs himself.
Didn't do a lot wrong there, Bromfield. Quality delivery just off the bottom corner of Saji's bat down the hill for 4 runs, and Weily Park Kings now unbackable favourite with only 9 needed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really hope Robin Binda here can see these last 9 runs out. He really has been the backbone of the Weily Park innings today, and does deserve to be not out at the very end.
Yeah, and look, I know that they do a player of the match as a player's a ton. That was Muir, but you'd have to say Binda's been the most influential in what he's needed, what he did exactly what his team needed, providing it all plays out for a moment though. He's running. What he's up to there.
I wholeheartedly agree. When Weily Park lost those 3 very quick wickets to Nathan Copper, I think that there was an opportunity there for Binda to really try and push the game going forward. He's trusted in his partner Sarge. He's also done a fantastic job, and I think you're right, has been absolutely the most influential player on the ground today.
And looks really relaxed now too. I know it's getting closer. That's been tickled around the corner. Well, they took a punt on Bromfield. Bad over in last year's grand final too, where he just lost a little bit of his control. He's only bowled a couple of bad deliveries, but it's completely changed. It's gone from in front, just maybe searching still a little bit for victory, the Kings, to now they are flying home. It's been a 15-run over, and they're now not just within touching, they're nearly grabbing the trophy. And what a great result for the Southern Cricket Association to have this side pushed up from second grade, and now they're on their way to a championship. It's the end of the Bromfield over. I'd imagine that might be his last. He's bowled 5. Maybe McConnell or Keating might finish things off, providing it's not finished off in this over with Dean bowling.
Should they win the match, it's been a very well-earned premiership. You know, as we said earlier, dominated second grade 3 years ago. They've spent 2 years in first grade, made the grand final both years, and were beaten comprehensively last year after dominating the season. So this year, I think, has just been it's just going to be a very, very well-earned premiership, and there wouldn't be too many people around the competition who deny them that. That's for sure.
Yeah, it feels about right, doesn't
it?
As Keating comes into the attack. It feels if you're going to make 2 premierships in a row, you get one of them. And if you finish on top once in 2 years and finish second, after that period, you do actually get at least one of those premierships. But Keating's been a while since he's rolled the arm over. As Jerry eats one of my snakes again. How many left, Joe? Many? Yeah, doesn't care. Is that through? No, not quite. Still energy and effort. And there's a quick single.
Dave, if I look over to our left here from the commentary position, the Weily Park supporter group are they're seemingly very calm. I thought they'd be up and about here making a real lot of noise, but they are looking like a very relaxed group of individuals.
Yeah, they are going to enjoy this victory.
Okay.
They're going to get another singles, a throw at the bowler's end, and it's backed up. Maybe they're going to do it in singles. They're getting close to finishing with one hit.
There are the lads. Look, they couldn't look more relaxed, could they?
In fact, they can now do it with one hit. A 4 will tie, and a 6 will get them over the line in a premiership as Keating comes in. And that's in the air.
Oh, he's been dropped again, has he?
Well,
what's this no ball?
What's happened there? Was it a no ball?
Yeah, Paul Lawrence called no ball.
Well, you mentioned he bowled no balls. Now we might have a free hit, and it's Binda on strike, and I'd love nothing else than a Binda boundary to bring this up. Robin Binda on strike. Yeah, it was dropped as well, so dropped off a no ball. Muir will forget this grand final in a hurry. He's bowled it wide. He's still got a chance, Binda, to do it. I mean, you could say it's anticlimactic, but to be fair, their innings started anticlimactic. 2 run-outs. 2 of their best batters were run out pretty much by mistakes from themselves. Maybe they don't believe that, but it certainly looked like from where we were, they were heavily involved in their own demise.
I think Mark McConnell definitely doesn't believe that.
Yes, okay, well, that's fine. You can. It's just
doesn't matter now, that's for sure.
Binda smacks it to leg, and they'll run a single, and Sajid comes on strike. Krishnan Sajid, maybe he'll be the hero and hit the winning runs. He's been instrumental and close to a runnable 32. And Antapreet Singh has the camera rolling on his phone. Maybe he's got some followers we don't know about. That's going to get it through. Sajid does it. And the Weily Park Kings have got redemption. They win the SCA Premiership. And they are rightly running onto the ground. Their players steam on and they raise up Binda. And it's been a dramatic grand final with Wellington steaming back into the match from Copper's 3 wickets. But a last wicket from Krishnan Sajid, and Robin Binda did the job.
What a great game of cricket. Congratulations to the Weily Park Kings. You know, I think we both thought the 221 was under par at the completion of the first innings, and it's actually turned out to be a very, very competitive score and a quality game of first-grade cricket in the Southern Cricket Association.
And it's going to be hard to go past Binda as the most influential player. His bat in the end did the talking, but it was a first-up bowling effort and some good fielding that allowed that score not to be as high as maybe they wanted. Just quickly go back through the initial scoreboards after the Kings won the toss and decided to go into field. McConnell and Muir both run out early. Manson got going, but he also disappointingly got bowled by a brilliant little inducker from Sarwar Kumar. Quarrel Keating didn't add too much to score. Copper went slashing at a ball for a duck. Kobe Phillips came in and provided some assistance with a good partnership to Muir, and that got them just to a par score of 220. 3 wickets to Sarwan Kumar, and the rest were all really serviceable. Jagat Singh at the top swung the ball early, and then Krishnan Sajid with the ball, 10 overs, none for 38.
They really did follow up a quality bowling effort, I think, you know, with some really sensible batting, particularly from Robin Binda, and some clever stroke making, I think, from Ravi Patel, albeit a little bit risky.
Yeah, there was some love in that. Sarwan Kumar went early in the response. Third ball, he skied one. and Matty McConnell had a wicket. And then Binda and Patel put a wonderful partnership together until Ravi Patel was out, bowled by Isaac Manson, I should say, from a Matty Bromfield catch. And there's a celebration. And after that, it came to the end as Robin Binda and Krishnan Saji did the job. 36 not out, a runner ball with 7 boundaries. Binda with a 73, including 3 sixes and 6 fours. And they are the SCA Grand Final premiers for your season 25-26.
And don't they look like a happy group of lads there, Peach? They clearly love their cricket. They've shown over the last several years since they've come into the competition that they play hard, but they do love the game of cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. They bring a lot of joy to the game, and congratulations to Wellington nearly making a three-peat on their home ground. They'll be disappointed, but they've had lots of glory, and it feels right. 2 grand final appearances, first and second over the last 2 years, against the same side, 1 apiece. Wonderful grand final. Don't go anywhere. We're going to find out who is the player of the match. We'll have the presentations coming up soon. From me, Peach, from John Anning. Thanks, John.
Pleasure.
And for Andrew Doughton, who jumped in and provided a little bit of insight, but I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed. But Weily Park Kings have won this year's grand final in what was a gripping contest here at Eady Street. Bye for now.
I'd like a big wild turkey.
If I can get everyone's attention. On behalf of the Southern Cricket Association, I just want to thank our sponsors for this season with Kookaburra, Cricket Hub, the great Colonel, KFC, the support we've got from FrogBox, and a big call out and a thank you to Duff TV for the coverage they've provided throughout the finals. It's come to this last weekend of the season with the two best teams in the whole competition come together. And it was a great fought out match which could have gone anywhere really down to the wire the way it was played. Wellington, you've been the team to beat for the last few years. You're very close today to bringing it home again for the third time. You've had a fantastic season. I know it comes down, it's a long season and it's hard when it comes out and you don't win, but there's a lot to take from it, and congratulations for the way you've played for the last few years. I also like to thank Wellington for hosting a fantastic game with great venue and the facilities and the food and drink and what they put on today as well, so thank you very much. Weily Park, congratulations after last year, getting close, but to come back this season and get the win, well fought, fantastic outcome, and yeah, great season, congratulations. We can't play this great game without having umpires. A huge thank you and call out to the SCA for this season for providing the umpires across all the grades. And a big thank you to Dave for Paul Doran and Dave Wellington. Fantastic job umpiring. If you could come forward, that'd be great. Yeah, okay. While I've got the umpires up here, they will now basically advise you player of the match from today.
Thanks, Richard. Bad luck, Wellington Cricket Club. Played fantastic all season, and yeah, bad luck today, guys. Hopefully, be back bigger and better next year. Weily Park, congratulations. You've played some fantastic cricket over the last couple of months. Seen some big hitting, some big scores, and you play very well together. Today's man of the match was quite difficult given the scenarios, but we believe that a century in a grand final is a very good achievement, and nearly half of Wellington's score, but it is going to go to Nathan Muir of Wellington as man of the match.
Thank you for that. Can I now ask for the captain of Wellington to come forward for a few words?
Yeah, I'll just echo what we've said already. Dawes and Dave, thank you. The two best umpires for the year, most consistent. So thanks again for today. Nailed it. So to our guys, hell of an effort. Finish on top. Last 3 years have been great. Got done today. Probably our turn to feel that feeling, but we'll be back next year. To you guys, I mean, the last 2 years you've been, I think, the best team in the comp. So for you guys to get your just rewards today, good on you. Enjoy your next couple of days, and I'm sure you guys will come back. You love it, so it's great. To everyone that came out, Weily Park and Wellington, thank you. Doesn't make it a day without the crowd here, so well done. To our volunteers, to Prez for the year, mate, thank you. Unrewarded job that you do, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Now can I get Weily Parks, captain, to come forward, please?
I'm a bit nervous at the moment, but thanks for coming, everyone, to support us. Boys, Wellington, we always look forward to you guys. We always learn a lot from you guys. The way you play, the way you plan everything. To beat you in the finals, it's always a dream, and boys are pumped. And thanks to coming, all the supporters, and especially sponsors to support us. Always, it's always to be on a winning side. It's good to be a winning side. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you for those words. And while I've got up you here, here's your medal.
Yeah. So, Savan Kumar, Gopi. Robin. Ravi. Mahir. Enter. Snoopy. Gokul. Michael. Kang. Prasanna. Umair. Harry. And Harsh. Thank you, Matt.
And now I'd like to present the cup to the premiers of season 25-26, Weily Park. Thank you, everyone.
between the two teams, and the batters are coming together and they're having a chat as well.
But I think Robin Binda was interested at all in that run.
No. He got halfway and then Binda did go for a bit. He got halfway. I mean, he ran 1 1/3 in the end, nearly, I reckon. Repeat. And after getting a wicket in the first over, they're on their way. In the air. And away for 4.
Risky shot there from Patel, but he really does look to be trying to open up that offside to blaze the ball. Some of the King players really do favour that offside, so they've pushed that gully very wide to nearly a short backward point area.
That's been flicked away for 4, or is it 4? No, it's gone the way. It's gone all the way for 6 as Robin. That's through the off. That might just get through. And past Phillips as fast as any. And a boundary.
He's offside there, waiting for the drive. As Patel clips around the corner, down the hill for 4 runs.
Well, that's about as perfect and most annoying as you get. So balls are getting substantially wider each delivery until he is finally called for a couple. Then he tries to redirect. He goes too far. And also over. They're going at nearly 6.5.
I think, and to be fair, I think that with 221 on the board, the run rate was never going to be the issue today.
That's nicked and it's flown over the top of the slips for 4. Some rash in that from Ravi Patel. Now he's nicked again, it's gone wide of Muir, and it's going to race away for another boundary. That was legitimate edge, and that was a chance maybe, but look to the right of Muir.
Well, I think, and we've just been talking about.
That's gone. 3 in the over. That was more authoritarian.
That's a cracking shot from Ravi Patel, and the whole time he's been at the innings for his 18 deliveries.
They can't weasel this game down, particularly at 5.5.
No, like I said earlier, the run rate was never going to be the.
That's a big one. That's going the journey.
It's a much better shot there from Ravi Patel. Still took the ball across the line, but his head was a lot stiller, and actually controlled the stroke as opposed to just.
There's some risk associated with it, isn't there, against Kobe Phillips, who both bowls so flat. That's over the top. That's a great cricket shot. Might be covered off just on the fence. Brilliant bit of fielding from Blomfield. It's his second nice bit of work today. He'll be bowling at some stage, but he's making initial movements too, Ravi Patel, which is kind of nearly throwing Kobe Phillips a little wider. That's gone square. It's racing away for 4. The hand from the fielder, and it squirts under the fence.
He has hit that hard, and the veteran
that of Ravi Patel, who's finding his rhythm. That's going the journey. That's going. Goodbye, goodbye.
That was a bit of a gift by Kobe Phillips there. I think he's just struggling with his line here. Ravi Patel is coming across his stumps there. It really confused.
Was defended. It's been all sorts over from Kobe Phillips, and Ravi Patel's moved to 49. Smacks it down the ground, and he's dropped.
Oh, my word.
Holy trousers. Muir's dropped him. And a half century.
Not the way that Ravi Patel wanted to bring up his half century today, but what kind of days Daniel Muir having?
Well, did I miss sucked a bit of life out of Wellington?
Well, they're already under a bit of pressure, weren't they?
That's in the air. And that's gone. No, he's dropped it again.
Wow.
And I think he's hit it for 4. He's parried it over the line. And 90 seconds of madness from Wellington. They're going at just under 6 and over, John Anning. They need a lot less than that to win the game. So it's clear now the strategy for Wellington is to bowl the Kings out. That's been topped high. Handsome and delicious. That is the longest hit on the ground. It's 84 metres from that end. That's gone, I'd say, 95 metres. That's a bomb.
And where's Ravi Binda?
Yeah, 14 wickets for the year for Copper. Plenty of experience in those.
Absolutely.
In those hands. That's gone high. I think it's going to get over the infield pretty comfortably in the end. Bromfield will chase. That might have
Got
gone
over
all
the
the way.
boundary.
Well, it went a lot further than I thought. So the southerly is kicking in, and it's pushed the ball the distance. And Binda's gone big twice.
It's a good shot there from Binda. He hasn't tried to overhit. He's only had the 7 innings this year and did score the 250s and one even 100 in those 7 innings. So
3.7 is the run rate required. That's flicked. And that'll go away for another boundary. And that was an interesting, maybe even a scoop in the end.
I think that's a real modern cricket shot. He's nearly got under that and just allowed the ball to fly off the face of the bat in that modern scooping type action. And just with that extra
Very short-lived innings. Had an uncharacteristic early slog. That's in the air. There's no fielder there, and that'll race away for another boundary. Not that short, but picked up so early by Ravi Patel.
I'm not sure. I think that Ravi Patel all day has made those not quite. That's going to go 4 down the hill.
Oh, no, it might just be cut in. No, it's not. There was a decent chase in the end from Manson, but the captain couldn't drag it back, and if anyone was going to lure that ball back from the line...
It's going by the horns and make a difference.
Well, 2 slow bowls at both ends. He's capable of squeezing some wickets out with his flatties, and that's been hit in the air. First ball, Bromford underneath it, and he gobbles it up. And he turns and celebrates, and is there a little gap, a little bit of light? And he's not wanting to leave. Patel can't believe it. He's just hit absolute trash straight down the...
Going by the horns and make a difference.
Well, 2 slow bowls at both ends. He's capable of squeezing some wickets out with his flatties, and that's been hit in the air. First ball, Bromford underneath it, and he gobbles it up. And he turns and celebrates, and is there a little gap, a little bit of light? And he's not wanting to leave. Patel can't believe it. He's just hit absolute trash straight down the That's the better ball from Manson. And for a moment I thought it was lofted near mid-on and Muir. But it's gone over his head and away for 4.
And Jagjit Singh to the crease, asserting his authority immediately on this.
You'd think, but you could also see him bowling at this end and having the batters hit into the breeze down the ground, but not many are doing that. That's a little wide. That's clever bowling. It's quite through. There's a chance to run it at the bowler's end.
I think he's out, is he?
No, I don't think he is. I think he got his bat down. Well, it would have been a disaster. But you're right, it's changed the rhythm having the slow bowlers on. There's more risk being taken. The ball's flighted up. It's tempting. That's tempting. That's coming towards us. And a couple of bounces and over the line.
Really does like to target straight down the ground, Robin Binda. He's played a couple of quality cricket shots down the ground.
That's
now.
just smart batting though, isn't it, John? With the mid-off, mid-on and mid-on, he's get out of trouble shot. He's won that. And he's hit them slightly leg, most of them too, haven't they? So he's hit 3. They've all gone slightly leg of the straight side of the boundary. That'll get through as well, and that will get the fence. That was a loose one. And Isaac Manson, if he had to have managed to hold it together, would have been an okay over, but another boundary off it.
Doubt in Binda's mind, you know, to play those shots, and makes him try and do something just a little bit different.
Yeah, long on back now to Jagjit Singh. He hits it in the air, he's out. So there you go, Copper Magic. He picks up Singh, and a big wicket as the captain goes. Just see a bit of energy.
This is exactly what Wellington needed to do, is take that first wicket of Ravi Patel and then get another one very, very quickly. And as Weily Park's best batsman walks off the ground.
Chase. That's a bit fuller. And that's going to be out. The worm has turned and Nathan Muir salutes. And Copper's got 2.
I don't know what Rana's upset about here. He's hit that straight to the only man out there at deep mid wicket. That's just I think it just shows that he wasn't quite aware of what his job was to do.
Yeah,
right
with
now,
Binda there.
For the new batsman.
Yeah, so there's one on the fence. Or on the line. I keep saying fence. There are no actual fences. Sachi whips it to leg. What a glorious tickle. More than a tickle. And that's a boundary and a sloppy delivery. McConnell's day with the ball. He's just come to the crease. He's looking to play within himself at the moment. The one boundary was a flick through the leg. That was the worry. That was the worry. Anything straight was going to go there into the fans of the Kings.
It was the ball he couldn't bowl, wasn't it? With the field set the way it was.
The one to make it challenging for the batter.
Oh, that's out. That is out.
That's gone. It looked very adjacent. Yadama is gone. Phillips comes back in and a great call from Manson and a much better line and length from Kobe. The straighter one and the slog from Yadama in the end probably wasn't the best shot.
Yeah, Kobe.
In the air, that's going to get past the field and a handy boundary. And they needed that. And Andrew Doughton joining me in the commentary box now. Is it starting to get a bit of pressure coming on Dounce? And also, the worm has turned a bit back towards Wellington.
2 minutes, exactly what is needed right now.
There's a flighted one.
Oh, LB. He's going to give that.
Yes, he has.
That's out.
And there's Muir energising them again. And Paul Toran had no doubt. And for us, you've got to get off the ground, Andrew Pete. He's just be really disappointed. They're 6 down now. And suddenly this has swung back in the favour of Wellington.
Commentator's curse.
And Andrew Pete still now taking his helmet on and having some conversations. And
really important partnership.
Down the ground, that'll run away. Phillips will chase. In fact, sorry, not Phillips chasing. It's Keane. Dean, the Dean Keane. The Dean Kane. The Kane Dean. 4 runs.
And that had to be put away. That was very, very full toss.
That's a bit more flight. In the air, through the gap for a valuable boundary. A little bit of risk, but the reward is always there once you get past the infield here at Eady Street.
Robin Binda just doing a fantastic job of taking this game on his shoulders here for the Weily Park Kings. He's done it.
And there's a bit of protection for him too. That's in the air. That's going to be Bromfield, was it? No. It's a 4. And he nearly took another classic. Another classic. Oof. Now, Phillips across the line and get an easy single to square. Or he can try and hit airily. Like that! Like that!
Oh, wow.
Another drop. And will that be the story for Wellington? Well, right on cue, he went airily to try and gather some speed over the fielders. Hit it straight to the fielder. It was an awkward one. It was coming at pace. And then that's been whipped away for 4. Maybe that's the turning point. That bit that gets them over the line.
Kane Dean here into his second spell.
Hang on, just be careful. You were in the big seat last week. I gave you your apprenticeship. You were taken off. I gave you the L plates for a couple of years. I was taken off last week.
Thoroughly enjoyed it too.
Yep. Oh, that's been worked nicely. That's a good cricket shot. That is a loose ball and feels like it's turned again back towards the Kings.
Sarge is doing a fantastic job here. He's really held up an end and has now just started to accelerate just a little bit.
Get one. Oh,
wow.
That's a horror. Well, he's lost his line there and he'll have a free hit. That was a no-y and a boundary.
And nearly at this stage of the game with only 22 runs to defend.
Right.
And he's put it away.
He has put it away. And it is rolling downhill now, and that's how the ball was travelling. And our Weily Park Kings on their way to a premiership.
Oh, how things there are making all the noise.
And that's glided through the gap. That's going to go for 4, I think, as well. What a 3 deliveries here. And Sajid, the offie, is doing the work. In fact, they can now do it with 1 hit. A 4 will tie, and a 6 will get them over the line in a premiership as Keating comes in. And that's in the air.
Oh, he's been dropped again, has he?
Well,
was this no ball?
What's happened there? Was it a no ball?
Yeah. Paul Lawrence called no ball.
Well, you mentioned he bowled no balls. Now we might have a free hit, and it's Binda on strike, and I'd love nothing else than a Binda boundary. The camera rolling on his phone. Maybe he's got some followers we don't know about. That's going to get it through. Sajid does it. And the Weily Park Kings have got redemption. They win the SCA Premiership. And they are rightly running onto the ground. Their players steam on and they raise up Binda. And it's been a dramatic grand final with Wellington steaming back into the match from Copper's 3 wickets. Third ball, he skied one. And Matty McConnell had a wicket. And then Binda and Patel put a wonderful partnership together until Ravi Patel was out, bowled by Isaac Manson, I should say, from a Matty Bromfield catch. And there's a celebration. And after that, it came to the end as Robin Binda and Krishnan Saji did the job. 36 not out, a runner ball with 7 boundaries. Binda with a 73, including 3 sixes and 6 fours. And they are the SCA Grand Final premiers for your season 25-26.
And don't they look like a happy group of lads there, Peach?